conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Golden Rooster. After acquiring 14.5% of Lionsgate shares, Golden Shell Investment continued to buy Lionsgate shares in the stock market and other shareholders, and then spent 210 million yuan to get 26.8% of Lionsgate shares. At the same time, the second largest shareholder of Lionsgate, media tycoon John Malone, also joined the ranks of acquiring the remaining shares of Lionsgate. Suddenly spending 80 million seems to increase the shares of Lionsgate in his hands to 32.2%, surpassing John Fillmore and becoming the largest shareholder of Lionsgate. Due to the competition for Lionsgate shares, Lionsgate's stock price on the New York Stock Exchange has continued to rise. From the initial $7.40 to $10.20, Lionsgate's market value has also successfully exceeded $800 million. On Friday, the Wall Street Journal quoted a price of nearly $850 million, an increase of 30%. Next, both Link and John Malone want to eat up each other's shares, and they have to structure a higher price than the original price. The main target of the next acquisition by both parties is the 28.7% stake held by John Fillmore, chairman of Lionsgate. Whoever can get these shares can completely control the board of directors of Lionsgate and have the decision-making power over Lionsgate. The current net worth of both parties is about the same. John Malone is a shareholder of Liberty Media and Liberty Global and the American Media Party. He is worth about $2 billion, but he is 69 years old this year. As a veteran investor on Wall Street, he has connections in the American business circle. If he wants to control Lionsgate, he has no shortage of funds. For the time being, Link is just fighting alone. If he has no money, he will use bank loans to establish stocks as collateral. He does not look for external aid to share the risk, which is more risky. Just when the owner thought that the competition between the two sides had entered a tug-of-war, John Fillmore, chairman of Lionsgate, suddenly announced that he would sell his 28.7% stake to Golden Shell Investment. The condition of the transaction was 3.2% of Twitter shares. After the news came out, it caused a huge stir on Wall Street and Hollywood. Many people said that Link was crazy. After the third round of financing this year, Twitter shares entered the fast lane. In just more than half a month, the market value increased from the original $4.2 billion to about $5.8 billion. Professional media such as the Wall Street Journal and the Business Daily predict that Twitter's market value is expected to exceed $10 billion by the end of the year. If it goes public next year, it is expected to become the next Facebook, with a market value of more than $100 billion or even $200 billion. Now many investment banks on Wall Street want to acquire Twitter shares, but have no chance. Link is the second largest shareholder of Twitter, with 16.5% of Twitter shares in his hands. He is expected to become a billionaire next year and enter the top 3 of Forbes. But he sold Twitter shares twice this month at a very happy price, replacing them with unpopular stocks Nvidia and Lionsgate, which is in general operating conditions. In the new issue of the Business Daily, there is a commentary article titled "Why Has Investment Stalling Baker Made So Many Stupid Moves This Year?" When analyzing the reasons, some industry insiders believe that this is a negative effect of the skyrocketing net worth. At the beginning of October, Link's net worth was less than $400 million, but by the beginning of this year, his net worth had soared to $2.4 billion. This rapid expansion of net worth made it easy for Link to underestimate the risks of the stock market and make a series of wrong decisions. Translated into plain language, it means that after the now-rich Link has money, he becomes feverish and spends recklessly. The article also pointed out that if Link doesn't wake up soon, he will pay for his mistakes sooner or later and fall from a billionaire to a multimillionaire. The most anxious person to see this news was his father-in-law, Mr. Thompson. He put down the Wall Street Journal, picked up the phone on the desk, and called Eva Cab. "Eva, do you know that Link did this?" "Dad, what are you talking about?" Eva put down her pen and asked, leaning against the office chair. Link exchanged Twitter shares for Lionsgate shares. 3.2% of Twitter shares will be worth at least 400 million by the end of the year, but he used it to exchange for Lionsgate shares worth less than 200 million. It's too irrational. Eva, you should persuade him. Mr. Thompson complained loudly. Dad, this is Link's private matter. I don't want to interfere. You are boyfriend and girlfriend. The next step is to get married. Link's money will also be yours in the future. Mr. Thompson shouted. Dad, Link's assets belong to him personally. It doesn't matter. I have Link Music shares, which are completely enough. In addition, he still has Tesla and Link Music in his hands after selling Twitter shares this time. Even if the investment losses are not a big deal, Link is still young and has a long way to go in the future. Trying a failure will also be good for his growth, Ivica said. Mr. Thompson pouted helplessly. Eva, when are you going to marry Link? I talked to him last time, and he said that he would consider getting married after he finished his work. I hope it will be within this year. Dad, don't worry, no hurry. You are already 27 years old, and you will be 28 next year. I tell you that, if you don't get married this year, I will accept the proposal of little Cunis on your behalf. I will do what I say. Click. Without waiting for Evica to say anything, Mr. Thompson hung up the phone directly. Evica heard the busy tone in the microphone and shook her head. She was not very worried about what Mr. Thompson said. Being in a wealthy family, the most important thing is to get the inheritance right of the family property, to maintain the life and consumption of the upper class. For the right of inheritance, the heirs in the family often fight overtly and covertly, and dare not disobey the words of their parents. But she is different. The current market value of Link Music is about 650 million. She owns 25% of Link Music shares and is worth more than 100 million. With these assets, she can live well without relying on her family, so Mr. Tang's forced marriage is useless to her. Mr. Tang's words also make some sense. She is not young anymore. If she delays it, she will become an older leftover woman. Evica blinked and opened Google to search how to make her boyfriend propose to her. The first movie that came out was the new movie Leap Year starring Amy Adams. It tells the story of a woman who proposes to her boyfriend on February 29th of a leap year and will definitely get a happy love. She flew thousands of miles from the United States to Ireland to propose to her boyfriend, but met a true love on the way. She shook her head and continued to look for other good ideas. Dong dong dong. President, Director Capel is here. He has something to report to you. Do you have time now? Assistant Vivian Jones stood at the door. Please ask him to come in. Vivian, you stay here and sort out these documents. Ivica straightened her back and pointed to the bookshelf. Okay, President. Vivian turned and invited Director George Caffer to come in. She walked to the desk to organize the materials. This was not the first time she did this. Every time a male staff member came to report on work, she would be left in the office to do some chores. It felt very strange at first, but she wisely didn't ask too much. George, how did the talks with Spotify go? Ivica crossed her fingers. It went very smoothly. President Daniel Ek welcomes our Link Music to participate in this round of financing, and is also very interested in cooperating with Link Music. It's just that Spotify's valuation for this round of financing is about 1 billion, and it does not accept bids below 50 million, said George Caffer. Spotify is a legitimate streaming music provider. Its revenue mainly comes from advertising revenue from free music and subscription revenue from paying users. Since its launch in Stockholm, Sweden in 2008, the number of users in Europe and the United States has exceeded 5 million, and there are currently 1.8 million paid subscribers. There are two types of payment models, $4.99 month or $9.99 month. Last year, the total revenue reached $150 million. Although it is much lower than Link Music, it is also very potential in the streaming music platform. Eva pondered for a moment, picked up the phone, and called Link to discuss the investment share. Her opinion is to invest 50 million first to see the development potential of Spotify. If the development is good, then participate in the exciting financing. and Link's meaning is to take no less than 15% of the shares first, and at the same time, receive in the contract, Link Music's first singer, as the first batch of musicians, to settle in Spotify in North America, needs to obtain technical and traffic when releasing songs on the Spotify platform. If Spotify agrees, his future new songs can be greatly released on the Spotify platform. Ivaka thought about it. 15% of the shares will cost about $150 million, which is about the company's revenue last year. This is a bit risky, but if Spotify develops smoothly, Link Music will not only have a huge increase in market value, but also have an additional distribution platform, and will make money faster in the future. Then do as you say. Ivaka. By the way, releasing songs on streaming media is different from releasing records. Some singers are more conscious. Before entering the Spotify platform, you and Green should discuss with the singers first. It's all voluntary, and we dare not force them. Link reminded. He did this to remind the news related to Taylor. First of all, releasing a new album on Spotify at the same time will affect the sales of physical records, and also affect the chart rush. Some users subscribe to Spotify, and will not buy physical records. Some singers hope that physical records will sell more and have good results, so they will remove songs from streaming platforms. In addition, making songs into laserdiscs and vinyl records for sale looks more artistic and becomes a work of art. However, selling them directly on streaming platforms without physical records as a medium will become a commodity, sparse and vulgar. This is also the reason why many singers don't want to sell their songs on streaming media platforms. Link doesn't care about this. His main purpose of singing and releasing records is to become famous and make money. Releasing songs on the Spotify platform and receiving monthly dividends will make money faster. Link, did the acquisition of Lionsgate go smoothly? Last September, the Wall Street Journal called you an investment genius. Now I heard that you exchanged Twitter stocks for Lionsgate stocks. Many people said you were crazy. So are you still sober? Ivaka smiled faintly. Yes, I know very well that Twitter has great potential, but it is a golden chicken that does not lay eggs, and Lionsgate will become a chicken that lays golden eggs in my hands. If so, would you choose to have a golden chicken or a chicken that lays golden eggs? P.S. Golden eggs can hatch golden chickens. I don't know, but I support your decision. All your decisions. Ivaka chuckled. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm very sober and will not lose money in business. Link said confidently. Yes, I said, I believe you. Aisha Kaur held up her face, involving tenderness. In the office, Assistant Vivian saw the president so touching, secretly amazed. Usually the president often had a cold face, especially heavy, but when he was talking to Link on the phone, he was full of smiles, and his voice could also make people sick. Okay, that's it. I'll come over to accompany you this weekend. Ivaka hung up the phone, put away her smile, and discussed the investment in Spotify with Director Capel, asking him to continue negotiations and strive for the best situation. Chapter 402 Strategy. After acquiring the shares under John Fellamy's name, Link's shares in Lionsgate increased to 55.5%, more than half, and also gained control of Lionsgate. In order to fully control Lionsgate, he sent an acquisition invitation to the first and second shareholders, Malone. The other party offered $280 million. Link refused and only agreed to buy 32.2% of his shares at a price of $630 million half a month ago, about $200 million. John Malone refused. Link also had no intention, notified the whole company, to hold a board meeting and announce the acquisition of Palm Beach Pictures for $150 million. This move was immediately opposed by the second largest shareholder, John Malone. Although Palm Beach Pictures produced a hit movie last year and has 2 movies ready to be released, no matter how you calculate it, the market value is less than $150 million, and the market value is at most $50 million. But the offer given by Link was also carefully evaluated by a Wall Street consulting company and passed the arbitration committee. The price is very suitable. In addition, he is a major shareholder of Lionsgate, chairman of the board of directors, and has more than half of the voting rights. That is to say, he has the final say in Lionsgate now. The other shareholders, To be precise, the board of directors now limits him and John Malone to 2 shareholders, who together hold 87.7% of the shares. The remaining 12.3% is divided between Lionsgate shareholders and ordinary shareholders. These people hold less than 5% of the shares and do not have the right to attend the joint meeting of the board of directors and vote. Mr. Baker, I think we need to talk. In the large conference room of Lionsgate, John Malone looked at the young man across the long table and shouted. At this time, he and Link were both wearing black suits. Link had a delicate hairstyle, a suit and leather shoes, and a long and neat appearance. He also had the momentum of a billionaire, which made him not to be underestimated. Okay. Link smiled lightly and looked at the other person, a 69-year-old but still energetic old man. Stephen Bukes, CEO of Lionsgate, took the initiative to get up and leave the conference room. Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer Michael Burns, Chief Operating Officer Brian Goldsmith, General Counsel Wayne Levine, Chief Financial Officer James Page, International Business Operations Officer Andrew Kramer and other Lionsgate executives followed them out. After everyone left, there were still 2 assistants under the monitor in the conference room. Mr. Baker, I can sell you the remaining shares, but $200 million is a possibility. John Malone said in a deep voice. Mr. Malone, I think $200 million is a very suitable number. If you don't believe it, when the media reports that Lionsgate has decided to acquire Palm Beach Pictures for $150 million, the stock price and market value of Lionsgate will plummet. The shares we hold will shrink by more than half, and it is unlikely that Mr. Malone will want to sell them for $200 million. Link spread his palms and smiled. John Malone frowned his grey eyebrows and was in a bad mood. Not long ago, he was commissioned by his old friend Harvey Weinstein to direct the casting of the movie The Hunger Games. This matter is just a matter for him as a major shareholder, and he is not involved at all. But this situation was beyond his expectations. No one expected that Jennifer Lawrence's rumored boyfriend Link would borrow $200 million and sell his hot stocks to acquire Lionsgate for such a small matter. This approach was too extreme and far beyond his expectations. In order to teach Link a lesson, he also acquired Lionsgate shares and became the largest shareholder. He originally expected to follow John Felmer to suppress Link in the board of directors, but the accident came again. John Felmer turned to follow Link to make a deal and exchanged all his shares for 3.2% Twitter shares. After receiving this news, he was very disappointed, but he also understood Felmer's choice. The current Twitter stock market is very good and is a hot stock in the investment circle. It is more valuable than Lionsgate shares with fluctuating stock prices. If this happened to me, I could also choose to trade. It's just that Link didn't propose a deal at that time. Now under the board of directors, Link has more than half of the voting rights and has complete control over the board of directors. If he insists on making some stupid moves and destroys Lionsgate, the stocks in his hands will become a pile of waste paper. John Malone looked at the young and energetic young man opposite him. The other party is 22 years old this year and is already worth more than $2 billion. He has been in investment banking for more than 40 years, but now he only has more than $1 billion. Compared with Link, John Malone has to admit that he is really old. Now is the time for youth. Mr. Malone, $250 million. I will sell all my shares to you, and Lionsgate will belong to you alone in the future. John Malone said. Mr. Malone, have you ever considered not selling your shares and staying at Lionsgate? I've read your profile. You are very influential in the media industry, and you have some experience in company management and movie investment. The two of us will join forces to make Lionsgate bigger and stronger and become a large production company on par with the 6 major film companies. By then, the value of our shares will increase by dozens of times. Mr. Malone, I suggest you seriously consider it. John Malone frowned at him and wanted to see a joke on his face, but there was none. When Link said these words, his expression was very serious, as if he was stating a fact, not a dream. But the more this happened, the more he wanted to sell his Lionsgate shares as soon as possible. Everyone knew that Link was a boxer, singer, and movie actor who knew nothing about managing a company. In the past 2 years, he relied on luck and courage to bet on a few stocks and made more than $2 billion in wealth. He himself knew nothing about company management and appointed professional managers to manage the company. How could he not understand movie investment? How could such a person make the company bigger and stronger? It was simply a foolish dream. Jumping ship early is definitely a wise choice. Mr. Baker, I'm willing to sell all my shares to you for 200 million tons, but I want the remaining Twitter shares you have, and 84 million in cash. John Malone said. He is also an investor in the media industry, owning shares in many media companies and holding 2% of Twitter shares. His own media kingdom puzzle will have many assets, which are also important assets. Mr. Malone, your suggestion is good, but according to the current market conditions, Twitter's market value is growing at a rate of billions per month, and it is expected to exceed 10 billion by the end of the year, while Lionsgate's market value has now fallen to lower than the initial 630 million. It is obviously unfair to trade in this way. My proposal is 2% of Twitter shares and 25 million in cash. Impossible. Twitter's current market value is 5.8 billion, and 2% is worth 116 million. We can't calculate it based on the market value at the end of the year. No one knows how much Twitter is worth before the end of the year. Although Twitter's market price is rising, it is not without declines, John Malone said in a deep voice. When Link heard that the other party did not agree, he could not help but frowned. After acquiring the initial 26.8% of Lionsgate shares, he was already burdened with more than 200 million in debt. If he continued to borrow, the annual interest would be tens of millions, which is a bit stressful. Shares plus 30 million in cash, this is my bottom line. While the other executives were bargaining in the conference room, in the small conference room next door, several senior executives of Lionsgate were frowning with serious expressions. Lionsgate acquired Triangle Entertainment and Artisan Entertainment to expand the company's distribution capabilities. In 2006, it spent more than 60 million to acquire Trimark and Debmar Mercury to improve the company's TV production capabilities. In 2009, it spent another 220 million to acquire TVGuide.com. Last year, it spent 50 million to acquire Metro Pictures Distribution. The price of continuous acquisitions is that the company has a serious financial deficit. After all, the company has a market value of 630 million, but a financial deficit of 180 million. Now the company has experienced the collapse of the board of directors, and Link, an outsider, has become the helmsman of the company. It can be predicted that the company will inevitably encounter a more serious crisis next. Now every year, many film companies in Hollywood go bankrupt, and senior management talents are applying for bankruptcy status. If Lionsgate goes bankrupt, they may find it difficult to find a better job in the circle than now. Stephen Bukes sighed. He never thought that a role in a movie would inevitably lead to the acquisition of the company and the reorganization of the board of directors. These rich people are so willful. At the same time, he also remembered what President Mandy Gomez said. If a company's operation needs to listen to the instructions of outsiders, the company will not be divorced or bankrupt soon. This is indeed the case with Lionsgate now. He failed to withstand the pressure from the board of directors and helped Weinstein a small favor, which led to the acquisition of the company. If the company is not managed well, the company may go bankrupt, and he will be laid off next year. Here, President Bukes secretly added that when he first heard John Malone's instructions, he should have been tougher and withstood the pressure to change people, so he would not have encountered this situation. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the small conference room was knocked several times, and a middle-aged lady with round cheeks stood at the door. Excuse me, is President Bukes here? Middle-aged lady. When Bukes saw her, the corner of his eye was cut off and pulled out. Last time, she scolded him in person, which made him depressed for several days. Now he was found by the other party again. This was not a good thing, but the current situation did not allow him to avoid it. President Bix took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. President Gomez, we meet again. Mr. Baker, I have a question. I wonder if you can help me solve it. John Malone asked at the coffee table. Excuse me, what is your purpose in acquiring Lionsgate? The abortion rumor is to help your rumored girlfriend get back her role. Is this true? John Malone asked. Link smiled lightly. Yes, I promised Jennifer Lawrence at the beginning to help her get the role. I reluctantly did it and ignored the huge price. John Malone frowned his grey eyebrows with an expression of disbelief. For a woman, you are willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars? I think it's worth it. I'm a boxer. My favorite thing is to defeat my opponent and win the game. For me, helping my woman get the role back is a game. In order to win the title defense, I will mobilize all resources within my ability to defeat my opponent. As for how much money I lose, to me, it's just the appearance fee for a few boxing matches. I don't care. All I care about is winning. John Malone looked at him and was shocked by the strong fighting spirit and excitement that burst out of him. This is a guy who is desperate for victory or defeat. It is probably because of this that he can become the undefeated king of boxing and a top singer in the music world. I heard that you are facing off against Harvey Weinstein. Can you do everything you can to defeat him as an opponent? Harvey? Link curled his lips and sneered with pretended disdain. Is he worthy of being my opponent? No, he is just an insignificant stumbling block on my road to success. I can easily step over him. Mullen was stunned. Harvey Weinstein is currently the #1 on the Hollywood power list. He is known as the Oscar producer and the gold medal producer. He is also a big shot sought after by people in the film industry. In Link's eyes, the big shot Harvey is just an insignificant stumbling block. This young man is too arrogant. Sooner or later he will pay for his arrogance. John Malone is not Link's elder or friend, and he has no obligation to persuade him. He shook his head, picked up the pen to sign the letter of intent for the transaction, said hello, and then left Lionsgate with his assistant. Link, how was your talk with John Malone? Seeing Link leaving the meeting room, Ms. Mandy came up to him. It went very well. Lionsgate is mine now. Link shook the documents in his hands. After several rounds of bargaining, he finally spent 2% of Twitter shares and $72 million in cash to get the Lionsgate shares from John Malone. At present, he personally holds 87.7% of Lionsgate shares. Counting the 4.7% of shares held by several cash holders, only 7.6% of the shares are out of stock. Seeing that several executives were there, Link announced that the company meeting would continue, and Ms. Mandy was in attendance. At the meeting, he made work reports of several senior executives of Lionsgate. Currently, Lionsgate is showing 3 movies, The Expendables, Dancing Sweetheart 2 and Miss Paw, with average box office results. There are 6 film projects in production, The Hunger Games, The Cabin in the Woods and The Evil Dead. Except for The Hunger Games, the others are small productions with a production cost of less than $15 million. A 5th season of the wild comedy TV series Ad Man is in production. In addition to distributing films produced by the company, Lionsgate is also involved in distributing films from companies such as Relativity Pictures and Summit Entertainment. Currently, 4 films are being scheduled. Lionsgate currently has a stage of $180 million, and there are less than $30 million left for investment in movies. Lionsgate's healthy assets mainly include 3 parts. The first is that Lionsgate was established through the acquisition of other production and distribution companies and owns the copyrights of 12,000 episodes of movies and TV series. With bills and other income each year, it can generate about $80 million stably, but because of stocks, this part is temporarily mortgaged to the bank. The second part is the 3 distribution companies and channels of Triangle Shares Entertainment, Artisan Entertainment, and MGM Entertainment, with a market value of about $150 million. The third part is Debmar TV Production Department and TV Guide shares, with a market value of about $220 million. These 3 parts are the main assets of Lionsgate. If they are divided, and the loans are repaid, there will be less than $400 million left. Many are worse than Link's intention. But among fools, if Lionsgate is in good operating condition, several major shareholders will not agree to sell shares. At the meeting, Link told several executives that the management of Lionsgate would not be adjusted for the time being and would continue to perform their duties. After the meeting, everyone should continue to work on their hands and try not to affect the production of film and television projects due to the fluctuations of the company. The senior executives were relieved when they heard his words. Link said the second yes and asked Lionsgate to delist from the New York Stock Exchange. He would continue to refuse to invest in the remaining shares. Several senior executives also held Lionsgate shares. If they were willing to sell, he would buy them at a market value of $630 million. If they were optimistic about the development of Lionsgate and were prepared to continue to hold, they were also welcome. It was all voluntary. After hearing his words, several senior executives did not react. Now Link holds 87.7% of Lionsgate's shares. There are not many remaining shares. As for whether to sell the shares in hand, he needs to think carefully. Any other questions? Mr. Baker, if the company wants to acquire Palm Beach Pictures in full, I'm afraid it cannot afford it with the current situation of the company. It needs to mortgage assets again. President Stephen Bukes said. Then wait a little longer and talk about it when you have money in the future. Link said. It means that the acquisition of Palm Beach Films is just a means for Manhattan Malone to hope that the other party will hand over the shares of Lionsgate. Now that he has the shares, he can let go of the acquisition of Palm Beach. He plans to let Manhattan Beach Films operate independently, mainly producing low-cost female-themed films, which can be released and achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. Everyone, if there are no questions, please return to your respective jobs. Yes, Mr. Baker. Executive President Stephen Biggs, Vice President Michael Burns and others. Keeling waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Chapter 403 Delisting. Lionsgate has changed hands. Boxing champion Link has successfully taken over Lionsgate. How far can Lionsgate's film road go? Harvey Wayne and other senior executives of Stan Film said that Lionsgate has entered the countdown to bankruptcy. After Link took over Lionsgate, hundreds of media outlets such as the Los Angeles Times, The Hollywood Reporter, and USA Today reported on the matter on a large scale. More than 90% of them were not optimistic, and the rest were just watching the excitement. The mainstream media's view is that Link is a boxer and singer, and he knows nothing about managing a company or investing in film production. If an outsider leads Lionsgate, the ending will not be exciting. Many media outlets commented that Link's acquisition of Lionsgate was a fatal mistake. This decision will not only cause his worth to shrink significantly, but also make Hollywood lose a very promising film production company. As the media collectively looked down on Lionsgate's stock price plunged on the New York Stock Exchange from a high of $10.20 to $6.80, and its market value fell below $600 million, a 30% decrease from a month ago. In this situation, Lionsgate simply decided to go all out and announced that it would delist from the New York Stock Exchange for restructuring. Link announced that it would purchase the remaining Lionsgate shares at a price of $7.20 within 1 month. Beyond this deadline, the company will not make any more promises, and shareholders will have to bear the losses themselves. After the news of Lionsgate's delisting came out, it attracted a lot of attention in the entertainment industry and Wall Street. The delisting of a listed company has a very serious impact on the company, causing the company to lose a stable source of funds. If Lionsgate wants to make movies and acquire other companies again, it will not be able to obtain financial support from the stock market, which will also weaken the company's ability to resist risks. Moody's, a well-known investment evaluation agency, has seen a sharp drop in its assessment of Lionsgate, with its market value falling from $600 million to $520 million. The market value is related to the value of the assets launched by Lionsgate. During Link's acquisition of Lionsgate, Lionsgate's highest reached $850 million. After the acquisition was successful, it instantly fell to $520 million, shrinking by nearly 40%. Last year, it had 180 million properties and only 340 million in marketable assets. In the past period of time, Link spent more than 300 million in cash and 5.2% of Twitter stock to get 87.7% of Lionsgate stock, with a transaction volume of nearly 700 million. He needs to get back the remaining 12.3% of the stock, which costs about 85 million. According to this calculation, in more than a month, he has recovered nearly 300 million myths from Lionsgate. It is rumored that the purpose of his doing this is to help his rumored girlfriend Jennifer Lawrence star in a movie, lose about 300 million. Haha, that's all. Link Baker is worth billions, but 300 million is nothing. Harvey laughed while smoking a cigar. Harvey, I heard that this matter was caused by you. Your words made Link lose about 300 million. It's amazing. Matt Damon laughed. Haha, in addition, this matter is irrelevant. I just made a small suggestion to the crew of the Hunger Games. Who knew that Link would do such a stupid thing? Haha, these people are too concerned about face. Harvey held his toad mouth and laughed a little proudly, especially when he heard Matt Damon say that his words made Link recover 300 million elephants. This feeling was very good. Harvey, will you continue to fight with Link? Now Link has Lionsgate, and his production and distribution capabilities are not inferior to Weinstein's. It may be difficult to continue to fight. Ben Affleck said. Harvey smiled disdainfully, holding a cigar and said, Ben, do you think Link is qualified to fight? No, I don't think so. Lionsgate's production and distribution capabilities are still good, but who else is in charge? It was good during the Feldmere period, but Link is not. Can he, an outsider, run Lionsgate well and make competitive film projects? This is impossible. If any outsider can make money in Hollywood, this would be a paradise where capital disappears long ago. In fact, this is the graveyard of that capital. Only those who understand the rules of film compatibility can make a hit movie. Link, absolutely not capable. Harvey waved his arms and said confidently. Ben Affleck, Matt Damon and others appeared in the place where they developed in Hollywood. They only had money but no connections. For example, Harvey now has a very good arm. He only needs to make a phone call to the director and actors company. That company will immediately support his work. No matter how busy the director and actor are, they will help adjust the schedule and make production on the pay. The reason for this is also very simple, because Harvey is an Oscar production machine. In the 100-year history of the Oscars, the films produced and distributed by Harvey Weinstein have first won more than 300 Oscar nominations, 4 Best Actor, 4 Best Actress, 14 Best Supporting Actor and Actress, 4 Best Director, etc. After American companies launch artists to win Oscars and other film awards, the pay will increase significantly, and American companies can also make more money from the artists. Both sides benefit each other, which is one of the reasons why major companies value Harvey. For example, CAA, the largest military company in Hollywood, is a close army with Harvey. Link is a newcomer, has no connections in Hollywood, has no achievements to show, and cannot enjoy this treatment. In addition to connections, there are also funds, publicity, and distribution, the media, the Film Critics Circle, the 2 major film and television unions, and American film ratings. These are beneficial to veteran filmmakers and unfavorable to many newcomers. This is also the reason why billionaires wave their money to come to Hollywood to pick up girls and make a lot of money, but ended up losing everything. This is also the reason why many veteran filmmakers remain pessimistic after hearing that Link is in charge of Lionsgate. Because the longer you are in Hollywood, the more you will see and experience, and the more you can see the risks. For Link's approach, they can only sigh that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Catherine, did Link really buy Lionsgate? Emma Stone asked, while sitting on the sofa at the headquarters of Palestine Beach Films, flipping through a magazine. Isn't it in the newspaper? Why are you asking me? Catherine flipped through the news site, listened to her talk, and looked up and glanced. I heard that Link spent 800 million to buy Lionsgate for Jennifer. This is too exaggerated. Emma Stone said in disbelief. Not 800 million, more than 700 million including stocks. Catherine, that's a lot. The news said that Link is an outsider who doesn't understand movies. Lionsgate will definitely go bankrupt after he acquires it. Once it goes bankrupt, all investments will go down the drain, including 700 million. Even Link will have to wait a long time to make money. Emma Stone shrugged. Catherine smiled slightly. Before Link was ready to acquire Lionsgate, he also found her, Mandy and Evika to have a meeting and asked them for their opinions. She didn't agree at first. Link already has a Palm Beach Pictures. If he wants to invest in movies, he can go through Palm Beach Pictures. There is no need to acquire a big company with a market value of 600 or 700 million. Link doesn't have the ability or the time. but Link insisted, and she didn't say much. Link is only 22 years old this year and is worth more than 2 billion. He made this money in just 3 years. Even if he loses 700 or 800 million this time, it doesn't matter. He is still young, and a failure will be good for his future development. Have you finished your movie? Catherine stood up and asked. No, I just happened to pass by the company and came to see you. What new movie roles does the company have recently? It doesn't matter if it's the main or supporting role. I have 3 months of free time this year, so I can take on 2 more roles. Emma Stone smiled, blinking her pine green eyes. You can rest more in your free time. You are now in a period of career rise. You should be stricter when choosing the right roles, and don't take on every role. Catherine asked her assistant to bring 2 cups of herbal tea and sat opposite the sofa. I know, but I think it's always good to take on more roles to practice, Emma Stone said. Catherine looked at her and smiled, and could guess her thoughts. After all, she is the top star in Manhattan Island Company. Last year, she became a big hit with the Scandal Project, and her popularity is close to that of first-line movie stars. Now, when she heard that Link bought Lionsgate for Jennifer Lawrence, she couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Catherine understood her thoughts, but would not tell her that Link's purpose of buying Lionsgate was not to promote Jennifer Lawrence. Emma and Jennifer are both artists founded by Manhattan. There is more competition among the actors in the company, so they will work harder. When the employees compete with each other, the boss will be more relaxed when managing the company. Here is a score. It is Joaquin Phoenix's new movie. They lack investment and found Link. Link did not refuse and handed the investment to Palm Beach Studios. There are 2 or 3 female supporting roles in this script. Take a look and see if you are interested. By the way, the director of this movie is Paul Thomas Anderson. He is very strict with actors. If you want to try, whether you can pass the audition depends on your performance. Kaylin took out a script of The Master from her desk. It was obviously planned to be filmed in 2010 with an investment of $23 million. It was almost aborted due to funding problems during the preparation process. The male lead Joaquin Phoenix found Link, and Link saw the sky and took over the project. Okay, I will definitely prepare well. Emma Stone happily took the script. After all, she just planned to come and sit down and asked casually that there was no role. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to get one as soon as she opened her mouth. Emma Stone sat in the office for a while and left with the script. Catherine continued to look through the script on her desk. These scripts were screened and recommended by the production department and the screenwriter department. As long as they passed her, the next step would be to enter the investment and filming process, so this step was critical. She looked at the 8 scores repeatedly, thinking of Link's positioning of Beach Pictures as a film with a production cost of less than $30 million, and mainly about women. She finally chose a script for Beasts of the Southern Wild, which tells the story of a 6-year-old black girl, Little Tortilla, and her father who depend on each other for survival. This script has no selling point compared to mainstream movies, but the plot is touching enough, and the investment is not high, only $1.2 million. At present, the company has 2 films in production and 2 more are about to be released. Funds are relatively tight, and it is impossible to shoot a large production for the time being. She raised provocations among several arguments, selected 2 arguments with relatively low costs, and took them to the production department for a meeting to discuss which one is more suitable for the company's next project. Emma Stone may have returned to the Beach Bay Cooperation Company, which is not far from the Beach films. She wanted to find an agent to contact the crew of The Master to consult about the film audition. Unfortunately, she met Jennifer Lawrence in the corridor. Jennifer was wearing a white body and shorts with big white legs and fell into a deep state. In the recent circle of shirts, Jennifer's name appears very frequently, and her whole body is full of gossip. Some people even asked her about the gossip. Jennifer was filming in the crew of Silver Linings Playbook some time ago. She rarely came to the company. She wanted to find Jennifer to confirm some gossip, but couldn't find anyone. Today, she finally met her, and must not let it go easily. Hi, Jennifer, do you have time? How about going to my office for a cold drink? Emma Stone waved her hand and greeted enthusiastically. Emma, what's up? I'm going to practice archery tonight. Are you preparing for the role of the heroine in the Hunger Games? Emma has read this novel. The heroine Katniss is set to be strong, brave, both civil and military, and a little cold in character. It doesn't quite suit her style, otherwise she could give it a try. Jennifer Lawrence is more suitable in appearance, with a chubby face and a cold face. She looks like the type of person who is soft on the outside but strong on the inside. The filming of this play will start in June, and time is limited. I need to prepare in advance. Jennifer said. Congratulations, The Hunger Games is a great play. Emma smiled. Thank you. Jennifer forced a smile. Emma Stone wanted to ask her about Link's acquisition of Lionsgate, but she was in a bad mood and had no desire to talk, and their relationship was not good enough to joke around. She could only wave goodbye to Jennifer Lawrence out of curiosity and went back to the office to read the new script to see if she saw Emma leave. Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief when she came to the company to sign an acting contract today. What she was most worried about was being surrounded by people from the company and asked about Link's acquisition of Lionsgate for her. Recently, Link's acquisition of Lionsgate has been the biggest news in Hollywood, even more than the news that Schwarzenegger's nanny gave birth to an illegitimate child for him. And she appeared in related news very frequently. When the entertainment tabloids mentioned Link's motive for acquiring Lionsgate, it also triggered a conflict between Link and Harvey Weinstein, and the cause of the conflict was her. There were news reports that Link was so angry that he spent $800 million to buy Lionsgate just to help her out. There were also reports that Link, a playboy, would lose $800 million because of a woman. These news brought her a lot of attention, but also brought her a lot of pressure. Last week, Link stayed overnight at her place, and she also advised Link not to have such a scene. Link said it was okay and asked her to prepare for the movie with peace of mind and not to pay attention to other things. Jennifer didn't know how much Link's acquisition of Lionsgate was for herself, but it was true that Link stood up for herself and didn't let others bully him. She was very moved. Link was gentle and considerate, and he kept his word. She felt safe around him, and she was lucky to meet him. Jenny, why did you come down so late? Are you being pestered by someone to ask you gossip? In front of the company, her cousin and executive Pastor Clausen asked in the car. No, I met Emma Stone and chatted with her for a while. Jennifer sat in the car and blew the air conditioner. In April, the weather in Los Angeles became hotter and hotter. If you walked a little further, you would be sunburned. You rarely appear in public recently, or like now, with a cold face and no expression of talking. If you dare to show a little emotion of casual chat, those women will drown you with those rumors in the circle. Clausen started the car and laughed. Jennifer shrugged her shoulders inadvertently and leaned on the seat with her round legs. They asked, I have nothing to say. Link acquired Lionsgate for me. Even if it's not entirely, it was caused by me. I'm embarrassed to admit it. Are you proud? Clausen said, of course. I think there will be many women who envy me in this matter. Jennifer smiled slightly and spread out the argument on her knees. Yes, ordinary women will be very happy to get a gift of 1 or 2,000 customs, but Link spent 700 million or 800 million words for you, which is indeed worthy of other women's envy. However, Link's approach was too risky. He was an outsider, but he came to Hollywood to invest in a large production company. Now many people in the circle are discussing when Lionsgate will go bankrupt, and they want to see you and Link's joke. Jennifer assented silently, and after hearing her words, she thought for a while and said, don't worry, Link is not the kind of person who is easily mentioned. He also has his own purpose for buying Lionsgate. He did well in boxing and music before, and he will definitely not be too bad in movies. I believe him. Ms. Clausen looked at her through the rearview mirror. Do you want to become more and more obsessed with Link now? Jennifer shrugged. Yes, I find that I can only accept Link's fickleness. All his other advantages are handsome, strong, and good character. He is now the chairman of a large independent production company. Whether it is physically, psychologically, or career, he will help me and satisfy me. It is impossible for me not to be obsessed with such a man. I believe that if I leave Link now, there will be thousands of women in Hollywood who will pounce on him and ask about my position. After hearing her words, Ms. Clausen wanted to persuade her not to invest too much emotion in Link, but don't forget to say it. A man with such great charm like Link, I'm afraid that, if a woman stays with him for a long time, she will also be able to fall deeply in love with him. Jennifer is just a girl in her early 20s. She hasn't regarded Link as a belief yet, and it is very rational to talk about Link's welfare all the time. In addition, as Jennifer said, Link is now the president of Lionsgate Films, and it is very reasonable to stay with him. Ding-ling-ling. Jennifer's phone rang. She quickly took a look and said it was Link. She closed the car window and spoke to Link in a gentle voice. Ms. Clausen also consciously turned down the volume of the stereo to let Adele's singing sound deep and melodious. It doesn't matter. I will find someone like you. I will find someone like you. I only hope the best for you. I have no other intentions for you except blessings. Don't forget me, I beg you. I remember you said okay, you go practice archery first, and I'll go to your place later. Link hung up the phone and drove back to the Bay Villa. He found that buying Lionsgate had a general benefit, which was that it was convenient to go to and from get off work every day. Lionsgate is located on East 12th Street in Santa Monica, only 15 minutes away from the Bay Villa area, and less time is wasted on the road every day. Since today is Wednesday, Eva Cat is still in New York, and no one talked to Link after he returned to the villa. After eating lunch prepared by the servants, he went to the study to read, mainly reading best-selling books published in the past 2 years. In the past, he read books for exams, but now he reads to make money. He needs to find those familiar books that are worth adapting from hundreds of newly published books. After the popularity of word-of-mouth books such as Harry Potter and Twilight, adapting word-of-mouth books into movies has also become the best choice for many film companies. Most of the adaptation rights of the word-of-mouth books in the past have been bought out by major film companies, so he can only choose from the popular books that have been recently published. Since many novels will be changed to other names after being adapted into movies, he not only looks at the list of popular books in each issue of the New York Times, but also the content of these popular books, which have no impressive plots. This is a great project, but in order to make money, he can only be patient and read books. Scott Stubber, a neighbor in the middle, came to walk his dog and talked to him about cooperation. Stubber is the director of Netflix's film department and a member of Netflix's board of directors. In the past 2 years, Netflix has done well in the film industry. It was originally just an online DVD and Blu-ray rental champion, but now it has transformed into a streaming video content service platform and has also started to make its own movies and TV series. The company's market value was $3 billion in 2009, and it has exceeded $14 billion this month, and it is still growing. After all, Lionsgate and Netflix have a cooperative relationship, which is Netflix's video content cooperation. Now that Link has acquired Lionsgate, Stubber hopes to continue the cooperation or even further cooperation, and jointly invest in the production of movies and TV series every year, first released in theaters, and then transferred to Netflix video websites for broadcast. Link understands that this is a self-made web drama and online movie. Web dramas and web movies are very common after more than a decade, but they were rare in 2011, and the market was relatively small. There are not many film companies that can foresee this, and no actors are going to shoot web movies. Linklater is not at the right time to shoot web dramas, and he does not know much about the charter of cooperation between the two parties. He said that he can continue to cooperate. It's just that Lionsgate is not in good financial condition at present. How to cooperate on a large scale needs to be decided by the company. He will let the executive president Stephen Bukes do this. After sending Stubber away, he continued to lie on the balcony lounge chair and read this week's book on his tablet. In April, Bridesmaids was scheduled to be released on Friday, May 6th. There was still a month before the release, and the film distribution company began to focus on promoting the film. Because when the film was finished, he had not yet taken over Lionsgate. The film was still led by Warner Pictures and Lionsgate participated in the promotion and release. Just when Bridesmaids was scheduled, Weinstein Films also started promoting its new film Revenge for My Father. The film was directed by the famous director Paolo Sorrenti, starring Sean Penn, Frances McDormand and other film actors and actresses. It won copyright nominations and 2 awards at the Toronto Film Festival and received good reviews. It will also be released on May 8th. Due to the bad relationship between Link and Harvey Weinstein, after Link's acquisition of Lionsgate, this matter is well known in Hollywood. Now the films that participate in mutual investment choose to be promoted at the same time and released on the same day. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is right. Film magazines such as Movie and Variety also took the opportunity to promote and hype, making the conflict between the two sides public, claiming that the two sides are ready to compete for the movie transaction rankings in May. Please wait and see which movie produced by both sides will win. Chapter 404 President. On the surface, the film Revenge for My Father produced by Weinstein Pictures has a stronger creative team. Paolo Sorrentino is a famous Italian director. His films have won the Italian David Award and the French Jazz Festival Award many times. He is a powerful director. The leading actors and actresses Sean Penn and Frances McDormand are the first-line American actors. They have also won the Oscar for Best Actor and Best Actress, as well as multiple Oscar nominations, and have a high appeal. More importantly, the content of this film tells the story of a retired pop rock singer who has experienced many difficulties and went to find the officer who persecuted his father. A black man's story is in line with the main tragedy. Bridesmaids, produced by Palestine Beach Pictures, can be seen from the trailer that it is a comedy movie about marriage, similar to The Hangover, except for the supporting roles of Emma Stone and the small role of Link. There are almost no big stars, and the film director Paul Feig is only a second-tier Hollywood director. In addition, similar to Bridesmaids, there are 3 comedy movies with wedding themes: Wedding Battle, Wedding Emergency and Wedding Friends, which were also released in April and early May. At the same time, there are too many similar new themes at the end of the period, and they can even be called general. It is very difficult for Bridesmaids to achieve a good result. According to the existing data, more than 70% of professional media and film critics are more optimistic about Revenge for My Father by Weinstein Pictures, and the rest are just watching the excitement. Let's see how much Revenge for My Father can win, and whether Palestine Beach Pictures will suffer huge losses on this film project. This mood is like boxing fans guessing which boxer will win before the game. Because of the media's publicity and hype, the 2 films have become the 2 most anticipated movies in May without much publicity. May is the summer season, and there are 3 other movies that have received more attention during the same period. With Furious 5, it was announced to be released on April 29th. The second is the Marvel movie Thor, which will be released on May 8th, and Pirates of the Caribbean 4 will be released on May 20th. These 3 movies are large projects with an investment of more than 100 million yuan. It is even more difficult for Bridesmaids to break through the siege in the mass blockbusters and achieve a good result. With so much competition, is it appropriate to release the film at this time? Link asked while flipping through a movie magazine at the dining table. It doesn't matter. It's a summer blockbuster, but there are many people watching the movie. As long as the quality of the movie is good and the publicity is successful, the box office performance will not be bad. Last month, The Companion received an internal preview, and the representatives of the top theaters gave it an average B rating, which is a good evaluation. The expected transaction intention is 40 to 50 million. Catherine said while stirring the noodle sauce. Only 40 to 50 million. I'm talking about North American sales. The global sales are expected to be 70 to 80 million. The production and publicity costs of this film are 32.5 million. If it can be sold globally, it will be equivalent to 80 million sales, and it will not lose money. Catherine. Link raised his eyebrows when he listened. In his memory, the global sales of Bridesmaids had exceeded 300 million. During the same period, many blockbusters would step on its feet, making it the dark horse of the 2012 summer season, and considered to be the most successful film in the style of The Hangover. Now the prediction given by the preview department is only 80 million, which is too different. Could it be related to him? He hasn't seen this version of Bridesmaids, and doesn't know how much the difference is. Just thinking of several big productions in the same period, and 3 movies of the same type, it is really difficult for Bridesmaids to break through the siege and achieve sales of over 100 million yuan. He can only lower his sales expectations for Bridesmaids and end the sales of the movie. Is breakfast ready? I'm hungry. The little round-faced girl yawned and came out of the bedroom. She was barefoot, wearing a loose nightgown and disheveled hair. The juice from the blueberry cake she ate last night was still on the corners of her mouth. She was so sloppy. Link was about to speak when Selena quickly covered her ears and said with a pout, "Don't talk or nag me for getting up too late. I was reading and doing exercises every day some time ago, getting up early and going to bed late, and I almost died of exhaustion. Now that I have finally finished the exam, it is normal for me to sleep in. Otherwise, do you think it is easy to get 1400 points on the SAT?" Link shook his head helplessly. This girl took the SAT some time ago, and she worked hard to get 1400 points, which was 40 points higher than him that year. Then she was so happy that she went crazy and spread the news of her 1400 SAT points everywhere. It was even reported in the news. When she was at home, she was even more proud and talked about the scores at every turn. She hoped to get 1400 points in the SAT, which was more worth showing off than winning the Nobel Prize. What are you so proud of? If I hadn't sent you 100 sets of mock test papers, could you have scored these points? Link said after drinking a glass of milk. Huh, you still said that? Seeing those 100 sets of mock test papers of yours almost killed me. I want to vomit every time I take the test paper. Selena puffed up her little round face and said angrily. The test questions that Link brought back were too many and too difficult. She was forced to do them for more than 3 months in a row, and she didn't finish them until the eve of the SAT exam. It seemed that those who could do all those questions could easily get full marks in the SAT exam. Don't move. Look at what you look like now. The homeless girl is the same. Aren't you going to wash your face and comb your hair? Catherine slapped away her claws that wanted to steal food and took her to the bathroom to wash up. Little Annie also got up. She was half a palm taller than last year. She was wearing cartoon clothes and had a small face. She said good morning to Link and Catherine in a soft voice. Then she was stuffed into the bathroom by Catherine and asked to take a shower with Selena. During the meal, everyone talked about music. Selena took the opportunity to ask him if he had any new songs. She passed the SAT exam, and he should write a song for her as a reward. Link said let's not talk about it anymore. She had already fulfilled her promise in advance. The next time she wanted to get a song written by him, she would have to wait until she graduated from college. When Selena heard him say this, she poked the pie with a fork. Her big black and white eyes turned around, and she smiled slyly. Flirtatious brother, do you want to know about Taylor? If you write a song for me, I can tell you about Taylor. Link smiled lightly. No, continuing to write songs for you will make you dependent, which is not good for your development. Besides, Taylor is your friend, and telling me about her will make you a disloyal friend, so this deal is unnecessary. Huh. Selena puffed up her round face and ate breakfast sullenly. Is Taylor in Los Angeles recently? Cather asked Selena. Yes, she is releasing a new album and going on tour. She has a lot of work to do, and I have only met her once. How is her recovery? Very good, as if she had not been pregnant at the beginning of last year. Taylor said this is the result of her persistent training for the past 2 months. How is her mood? Very good too. We talked and laughed when we met like before. After Selena finished speaking, she found that it was Link who was asking. She snorted and stuffed an egg into her mouth, and her little round face puffed up. Catherine glanced at Link, thinking about something, but seeing that he was in a good mood, she took back her words. After breakfast, Link came to Lionsgate Studios. His daily work now mainly involves checking the company's information, familiarizing himself with the responsibilities and operating modes of each department of the company, understanding the progress of film and television projects, and reviewing many projects. By the way, work is complicated, but it is also more important. He can only be patient and learn to do it. Knock, knock, knock. Chairman, Mr. Fellamy is here. The assistant brought from New York said at the door. Okay, please let Mr. Fellamy in. Link put down the documents, stood up and walked to the door to greet John Fillmore, the former chairman and major shareholder of Lionsgate. He is 58 years old this year, a famous Hollywood producer. In 2005, he spent 85 million yuan to buy a large number of shares from Frank Augusta, the founder of Lionsgate, and became the chairman of Lionsgate. The Hollywood Reporter commented on him as a pioneering film company manager and a second-rate producer. When Link acquired his shares some time ago, he had an agreement with him that, after taking charge of Lionsgate, he would hire him to continue to serve as a senior executive of Lionsgate. At that time, John Fillmore did not agree and said he was thinking about it. After Thursday, there was still no reply from him. Link thought that he was not interested in the position he promised, so he took the initiative to ask the other party to come to his door today. "John, how do you feel about coming to Lionsgate again?" Link shook hands with the other party and invited him to sit down in the small reception room. "Not bad, nothing has changed." John Femmler, wearing a shirt with short grey hair and stubble, looked at the small reception room and smiled. "Yes, your office is still reserved for you. If you are willing to return to work at Lionsgate, you can continue to work there," Link said directly, knowing that since the gentleman has come to the company with such honor, he must have this idea, so there is no need to beat around the bush. John Femmler pondered for a moment and said, "Link, I have been at Lionsgate for more than 6 years. I know it very well. I also have many unfinished goals that I want to continue to work on. I just want to know, if I come back to Lionsgate, how much autonomy will I have?" Vice Chairman and Chief Strategy Officer, responsible for the company's next development plan and optimizing the company's structure. "My goal is for Lionsgate to first be on par with the 6 major film studios, or at least be on par with DreamWorks production companies. I'm lacking in this area, and I need someone who can give advice and guidance in the development of Lionsgate. You have made great contributions to the development of Lionsgate in recent years, and are very suitable for this position. I hope you can seriously consider it," Link said. John Fillmore frowned and thought, "It's not a problem to make suggestions and plans, but I'm not interested in the top strategic officer. There's too much work in this area, and it's very detailed. I'm old and don't have that much energy. My original job was a producer. I hope to stay in the film production department. I don't need much salary. With those Twitter shares, I'm not short of money now." Link was a little surprised. He originally planned to use the position of vice chairman and a more senior annual salary or even stock dividends to keep Fillmore and ask him to make suggestions in the development process of Lionsgate. But Fillmore is going to the production department now. Thinking of the evaluation of him by the Hollywood Reporter, a second-rate producer, it is not appropriate for him to work in the production department. Link covered the curtains and agreed. At the same time, he also reserved the position of deputy director for the other party, who can participate in the meetings and decisions of Lionsgate's senior management, which is equivalent to a consultant of Lionsgate. The annual salary is temporarily set at $1 million, and there are also dividends for participating in the production projects. "Please take care of me in the future." John Fillmore stood up and smiled. "John, I also hope to get your advice." Link stretched out his hand and shook his hand. After seeing Fillmore off, Link returned to the office and added John Fillmore to the list of senior executives of Lionsgate. In addition to Fillmore, President Bukes and other original 6 executives, there were also 4 management talents that Ivica had poached from other companies through a headhunting company. After these 4 people took office, they would form a new Lionsgate fleet with the original executives. Ivica meant that, if the original company structure was kept unchanged, it would cause the original fleet to become a gang. Therefore, it was necessary to introduce new sanctions to allow both parties to supervise and compete with each other to improve the efficiency of the company's operations. After 2 years, when he was familiar with the operating model of Lionsgate, he would clearly eliminate unqualified sculptures according to the work situation of the owners and take complete control of Lionsgate. Link felt that what Ivica said was right, because when he was looking through the company's senior management data, he found that 5 of the employees above the supervisor level had worked at Miramax Films. For example, Andrew Momo, the International Business Operations Officer, once worked at Miramax Clay Pictures as the head of the International Distribution Department. Although this does not mean that they are Harvey's people, if they are really Harvey's confidants, they should be working at Weinstein Pictures at this time. But it does not mean that there are no good people in these corners who are close to Harvey. So you need to be careful when interacting with people. Always stay vigilant so as not to fall into the enemy's trap. Thinking of these problems, Link pinched his forehead and felt that he was in big trouble. Although it is a good investment to spend 700 million to acquire Lionsgate, he is just a boxer. What kind of record company does Evoca rely on? And now he comes to manage a film company. Sitting in the office every day to read documents. If it goes on like this, the body function will crack. He got up and turned around. After a moment of hesitation, he called Evoca and asked where she was. Evoca said she was having a beauty treatment and would go shopping with Georgina later. Link asked her if she was busy with Link Music. Evoca said she was not busy for the time being. Link asked her if she was interested in being the chairman of Lionsgate. Are you kidding? I don't know anything about film cooperation. You didn't know how to manage a record company, but you've done a good job in the past few years. How about you take on more responsibilities and be the chairman of Lionsgate? No, I already have a lot of work now and don't want to do anything else. Try it. You are very good at managing people. You don't need to do anything when you come to arbitrate. You can just copy every day. Let a few more monkeys do the rest. Link persuaded. If I were the chairman, what would you do? Would you have more time to pick up girls? Of course not. I will be your assistant, mainly responsible for developing and investing in film projects. We will work together to make Lionsgate bigger and stronger. In the future, we can merge with Link Music to become a large entertainment company comparable to Warner Sony. At that time, you will be the helmsman of this company. Link said seriously. Evoca paid attention and said that she would think about it seriously before answering. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Date. Link considered Catherine and Mandy for the position of head of Lionsgate. Evoca worked with Mr. Thompson, graduated from an Ivy League school, and holds a double degree in economics and management from the Wharton School of Business. In her early 20s, she served as vice president of the Thompson Real Estate Group, which has a market value of tens of billions. She has also managed the same name merchandise and clothing brands for 2 consecutive years, with a market value of hundreds of millions. In recent years, her experience in Link Music has also been recognized by the business community. She has been listed in the 30 best CEOs under 30 by Fortune magazine for 2 consecutive years. Link Music is also under her management. The market value is booming, and it is only a matter of time before it breaks through 1 billion. Evoca has rich experience in managing companies, and inviting her to manage Lionsgate is also a very suitable choice. Link offered her an annual salary of $3 million, plus a 10% dividend on the company's shares, and she has the highest decision-making power over the management and operation of the company. After considering it, Evoca agreed to work at Lionsgate, but not for an annual salary of $3 million, and only to retain a 10% dividend on the shares. Hearing that Evoca agreed, Link was relieved. With Evoca in charge of Lionsgate, the handsome boys below might be afraid. At the same time, Evoca also mentioned to him the issue of forming a Link Music board. With a board of directors, the company's operational issues can be directly handled by executives such as George Porker, Bob Harrison, and Green Ogard. Several people are responsible to the board of directors. If the performance is good every year, they will be promoted and given a raise. If it is not good, they will be replaced. It can also improve the company's internal structure, improve operating efficiency, and reduce the workload of Evoca, the president. After considering it, Link agreed. At present, the shareholders of Link Music are mainly him and Evoca, who hold 88.5% of the company's shares, and Scooter holds about 4.2%. Greem and other executives hold about 4.1%. For well-known signed platinum singers hold about 3.2% of the shares, and their shares are mainly acquired through song copyright dividends. These people will also be members of the board of directors in the future. They were all familiar people. After the establishment of the board of directors, the company's operation remained unchanged. The only benefit was that Evoca was freed and had more time to manage the work of Lionsgate. However, there was also a disadvantage. Just like Eva, the bondage became deeper and deeper. As a result, he became more and more dependent on Evika. Once she was gone, the company under him would probably fall into chaos and his net worth would plummet. Under this situation, he could only marry Evika. Marry? Link was busy wagging his tail as he watched the sunny and bustling Santa Monica Boulevard outside the window. It didn't matter if he got married, but he was already used to the model he understood with Evika. What would happen after marriage? Would it get worse? He didn't dare to imagine. This was also what he was worried about. Even as a world boxing champion, he might have thought a lot about this matter before getting married. He also understood why Fatty James suddenly chose to take the risk to come to Los Angeles and New York and didn't want to get married. But when he grew up, he had to take this step sooner or later. What he could do now was to learn to accept it and start preparing. Boom boom boom. Director, this is the holdings of the newly released movies at the beginning of the year, as well as the movies in the promotion period and the information of the movie projects in preparation. Amanda, a colleague, walked into the office and spread the information and said, "Put it there, I'll look at it later." After Amanda left, he poured a glass of mineral water and sat in the office chair to look at the information. After several acquisitions, Lionsgate has become one of the best in the field of independent film production. In addition to distributing its own films, it also involves distributing films from independent production companies such as Relativity Media and Blue Sky Pictures. On average, one film is released every month, 10 to 18 films this year, depending on the financial situation in the first year. If there is money, more films will be made, and if there is no money, fewer films will be made. The films released in the first 3 months include The Poor Lady, Dirty Dancing 2, Red State and The Lincoln Lawyer. The box office performance of several films is relatively average. The first 3 films were released for about 2 months, and the cumulative sales in North America were less than 30 million, which barely broke even. The fourth film, The Lincoln Lawyer starring Matthew McConaughey, was produced and released by Lionsgate. It was released on March 18th and received sales of $13.4 million in the first week and $29.07 million in 3 weeks. Compared with the cost of $40 million, it is expected to just break even. The film has a good reputation, with a comprehensive media rating of B, Yahoo Audiencer, and Rotten Tomatoes freshness of 80%. The acting of the veteran handsome guy Matthew McConaughey is still very good, and there are no complaints about the plot. The media commented that this film is expected to be shortlisted for the Academy Awards next year. Seeing Matthew McConaughey, he thought of a more famous movie, Dallas Buyers Club, which is considered to be the original version of Dying to Survive. It has a good reputation and helped Matthew McConaughey win the Oscar for Best Actor. Link didn't know whether the filming of this movie had started, so he took a pen and wrote down the name of the protagonist. Yesterday, someone checked it out. This month, Lionsgate will release a comedy movie, Happy Family of Madame Tussauds, a B-level movie, which will be released on April 22nd. Link had not seen this movie and had not even heard of its name. Under such circumstances, the sales performance would probably not be too high. In the past, when he looked at the movie sales rankings, he could stay out of it and watch from the sidelines, but now he couldn't. Every movie was bought by the company, and it was also his money. If the movie took up $1 more, he would make $1 more. If it took up 1 more square feet, he would lose money. Thinking of this, Link suddenly felt that it was easy to buy a company, and it was also easy to run the company well and stand firm in the competition with peers. While checking the data, he also looked at several movie projects that were being planned, including The New Good Man, The Hunger Games, The Cabin in the Woods and other 6 movies. Among them, there was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, which seemed to be the one starring Alexandra Daddario. He thought about it, called Daddario, and said that Lionsgate had several suspense film projects that needed a large number of beautiful young beauties, and asked her if she wanted to try further study. Daddario said on the phone, "Are you sure? Lionsgate is the largest horror film production company in Hollywood. If you don't act in Lionsgate's movies, are you going to make a profit?" Link smiled while leaning on his office chair. He didn't know what the relationship was. It was normal. Ever since the news said that he spent $800 million to buy Lionsgate for Jennifer Lawrence, Daddario seemed to mind it and didn't call him for several days. I can play other roles, not necessarily horror movies, and I don't look scary. Daddario's voice was obviously higher. Listening to her, Link couldn't help but think of her. Blinking big blue eyes, round cheeks, a straight nose, rosy and soft lips, along her slender swan neck. The next step is a delicate clavicle full of sexy breath, and the next step is a cluster of soft powder. It's really not scary. Yanni, I miss you. Come to Los Angeles, whether you are filming or not. I hope to see you every day. Link said. Every day? Don't you have to accompany the Jennifer Lawrence worth 800 million? Yanni, don't believe those rumors. The reason I acquired Lionsgate was to have an independent film distribution channel. If I did it for Jennifer, I only needed to buy a portion of Lionsgate shares to help her get the role, without having to buy all of them. By the way, when I acquired Lionsgate, I also considered you. You said that you are suitable for shocking suspense movies, and Lionsgate produces a large number of suspense movies every year. If you are interested, you can choose those movie roles at will, but filming is very hard. If you don't want to film, and are ready to quit the circle to do something else, I also support you. Linkstein said. I like movies and I haven't quit the circle, but my parents want me to stay away from you, saying that you are too fickle. Really? What do you think? Point. I love you. I love you very much. I don't mind you being fickle. I just want to know if you love me more, or that Jennifer more? Daddario asked cautiously. I don't know how to describe the weight you have in my heart. I want to tell you that you are the first person I think of when I wake up every morning. I think of you again when I run. What I want to do most now is to kiss you. Kissing is one of the most wonderful things I have ever experienced. I miss you too. And I'm also in Los Angeles. Daddario said softly. Really? I'll come right over. Link asked the girl for the address, put away the form documents, told his assistant a few words, and asked Bob to drive to an ordinary apartment on Bird Street in West Hollywood. When he came here, he suddenly felt nearby. He looked to the left and remembered that Gal Gadot had lived here for a while, and he also came to stay here during that time. Later, he moved to New York, where he trained and prepared for the competition, and rarely came to Los Angeles. Gal Gadot also joined the crew to film. In 2009, he entered the music scene and began to be with Taylor. The contact with Gal Gadot gradually decreased. Later, I heard that she married a wealthy businessman in Israel and the relationship was completely cut off. Thinking of Gal, Link felt that he was very immature in his feelings and had too many concerns in dealing with problems. Now, he will never let go of any girl who is willing to stay with him easily. Seeing a few bunches of fresh red roses picked in a roadside flower shop, he got out of the car wearing a baseball cap and bought a bunch. He came to Leo's apartment door with the flowers in his hands, knocked on the door twice, and the door opened. The big-eyed beauty Alexandra Daddario was standing at the door. With her long golden brown hair and a little light makeup, her round face became more delicate. She wore a blue knee-length dress, showing her tall and sexy figure. The curve of her chest was still high and the outline was full. Link, you are here. Daddario smiled with his lips curved. Link smiled gently and looked into his eyes warmly. Daddario blinked. Her big eyes and her pretty face gradually turned red. Link put down the bouquet and reached out to hug her. He kissed her rosy and soft lips strongly and domineeringly. He closed the door with his foot. The two kissed in the entrance for more than 10 minutes, condensing all the unspoken words into this kiss. Link took the limp Dario and moved him to the sofa. They hugged each other and chatted about Daddario. She came to Los Angeles the day before yesterday. Her agent contacted her to audition for a new movie role. She didn't tell him earlier because she wanted to give him a chance. He had a surprise. Daddario leaned on his shoulder, blinked his cunning and beautiful big blue eyes, and smiled. Without waiting for the girl to say anything, he kissed the girl's eyes and gently pressed her on the sofa. When taking off Dario's bra, he couldn't help but think of the other party's first milliliter experience. It was last December, on Christmas Eve. Daddario had to stay at home with his carriage Iva for Christmas. He promised to spend Christmas with Catherine, and promised to spend Christmas Eve with Evica. So the two of them agreed to spend the day before Christmas together in Daddario's small apartment. That day they got up early, ran in the Central Park in the snow, and shopped at Walmart. After returning to the apartment, they made breakfast together, watched the snow in New York on the balcony, and kissed in the snow. They watched comedy movies on the sofa, kissed on the sofa, and the girl collapsed in his arms. He also rolled on the sofa like the inflatable girl today and untied the girl's restraints little by little. Until the moment when the scientist peeled off the nucleus of the atom. He used tools to further explore the mysterious inner world of the atom with a rigorous scientific attitude. That wonderful feeling made him tremble all over, and his spiritual world was about to encounter a nuclear war. Explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose in front of him. The world shrank down to the color of red, white and powder, and the smell of nuclear explosion in his nose was wonderful. From then on, he got used to the girl, until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was almost dark, there was a sudden knock on the door outside Dario's apartment. At first, he and Dario ignored it, but later the knock on the door was stolen, and someone outside shouted, "Yanni, I know you are here. I heard your phone ringing. Open the door quickly." The voice was heavy and bassy. After hearing Alexandra say that the person outside was her father, he knew that their date had to end early. Yanni, no one will knock on the door today. Link looked at Dario and smiled. Not necessarily. Dario smiled and kissed him with his arms around his neck. We need to be more focused. Let me see where your limit is. The space under Link's pulled up carpet became airtight. The height increased sharply, and the blood flow rate accelerated. This also caused the taste cues to double the stimulation. When the Los Angeles sun shines from the east balcony into the west bedroom window, the battlefield in the house also moves from the lounge to the bedroom, and the protracted battle is an exciting halftime break. Your eyes and hair are big, suitable for playing the heroine in commercial blockbusters. Do you want to consider transformation? I can find you some suitable roles. Link hugged the girl, with his palm on his favorite place. No, it's boring to be a vase. I prefer to play roles that I can meet. Dario closed his eyes and said lazily. Link smiled lightly. The actors who have just debuted all have a dream of winning an Oscar for Best Actor or Best Actress, and they think it is easy to win an Oscar. When they come to Hollywood, they see that there are many actors around them who are prettier and better than themselves, with better acting skills, but are still ordinary actors. They expect that many people will face the reality and constantly revise their established goals. From an Oscar winner to a movie star, in the end, as long as they can get a role with lines and can show their face on the screen, it will be good. Later, they found that it was too difficult to make a name for themselves as an actor. Some people give up, and some people persist. Those who give up do not necessarily fail, and those who persist do not necessarily succeed. Only those who stick to their goals and finally step onto the Oscar podium can be considered truly successful. Among the actors of Dario's generation, only a few such as Emma Stone and Jennifer Lawrence have done it, and the others have only achieved a minimum stepping stone. Dario has only filmed a few movies so far, and she is not at the level of a second-tier actress in the industry. Her previous path was relatively smooth, and she is about to take on some roles that she encountered, strive to win the Oscar Golden Globe Award, and gain recognition from the mainstream film industry. According to her original figure, after encountering setbacks in her career, she had no choice but to be a vase, filming many movies that used her face and figure as selling points, and also naked in the TV series True Detective with a sexy and hot figure, just like she is now. But now Link has appeared. He will not allow her to continue to take that kind of role, and it is best not to have even intimate scenes. For an actor like her, it is difficult to get the favor of the Oscars, even if she takes off her clothes, gets fat, and becomes ugly, so she might as well not sacrifice herself. Just treat acting as a hobby, act if there are good roles, and rest if there are no good roles, and beauty and fitness, staying beautiful are the most important. Yanni, what do you think? Link stroked her fluffy long curly bun. Can't we shoot intimate scenes? Dario blinked her long eyelashes. Yes, I love you. I hope you only have me. I feel so uncomfortable when I see you filming intimate scenes with male actors. Link squeezed the girl, feeling the softness of her chest and the lively breath in her hair. His outline became more solid. Honey, you are so domineering. Dario smoothed his waist and said softly, do you really want to win an Oscar? I think being a producer is not bad. You have been in the film industry for 2 years and you have some understanding of the things in the industry. Do you want to consider being a producer? First, make low-cost art films and shocking films. Think about it, when you turn a piece of text into a movie, it is accepted by many audiences and recognized by major film awards, and it has won both good reputation and good results. This sense of accomplishment is incomparable. Being an actor is more time consuming. When you are a producer, if you encounter a suitable role, you can also participate in it. Be a filmmaker who can act and produce. Even if you are very beautiful, others will not call you a vase. The girl whispered in his ear. He thought that Daddario would become the first producer later, and now he is trying. It's not bad. He can't do it, so he should learn from the veteran producers in the company. Practice makes perfect over time. I can shoot intimate scenes, and I won't let others kiss me. I belong to you from head to toe, okay? Daddario wrapped his legs around him affectionately. Okay, don't regret it. Link looked into the girl's big blue eyes, nose to nose, and said, "No, I can tattoo your name here. Tattoo I love you, and everything I have belongs to you." The girl blinked her big eyes and pointed to her ribs. "No, your body is perfect. Don't let the tattoo destroy it. Tattoo it in my heart so that I know you love me forever." "I will. Since I met you, I feel that every day is great, and time has slowed down. I'm not as impatient as before, because I have still you in my heart, Link. I like you too much. I can't imagine what I would be like without you, so please don't leave me, okay?" "Of course not." Squeezed in the opposite blanket, the sweet love words lasted for dozens of minutes. Until the bed was illuminated by the setting sun, the temperature under the blanket gradually increased. Nuclear war broke out again. The world under the blanket was turned upside down and magnificent. Dong 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 dong. Still continuing, there were bursts of mobile phone rings outside the door. Link and Daddario were engaged in the battle and ignored them. The knock on the door rang 3 times and stopped. A mobile phone ring rang in the living room. It was Link's song "Stay With Me." "I don't want you to leave, I don't want you to go. Will you hold my hand? Hopefully you'll take my hand back. Oh, you won't stay with me. Oh, you gotta stay with me cause you're all I need. Could it be your mom or dad?" Listening to the ringing of the cell phone, Link stopped and looked at the girl with a ruddy face. "It's impossible. They work in New York and won't come to Los Angeles suddenly. It could be my agent Susan. She said she would come to deliver a new script this afternoon." Just as he was talking, someone outside called, "Yanni, are you there?" Daddario said it was the voice of Ms. Susan Waters. Susan was her mother's former colleague and is now the agent of William Morris and Company. Daddario is one of her livestock artists. Link resurrected the girl's waist. Daddario slowly got up, wrapped his chest with a piece of clothing, and opened the bedroom door. Link lay in bed and waited for 2 minutes and heard a chattering conversation coming from the living room. Susan asked Daddario who he was dating, and Daddario said there was no one. Susan said that there was no need to see with eyes or smell with nose, just listen to the voice and there must be someone, and she also said that she didn't want to interfere in her private affairs, but her mother had told her that she was too strong, and it was easy to suffer in Hollywood, so she had to ask a few more questions. Link smiled as he listened. After more than 10 seconds, Daddario blinked his eyes and said that Susan had sent him the budget. "Is it a movie from Lionsgate?" "Yes, it's the German horror Chainsaw Killer, another movie. I want to act in art films, but Susan said that my acting skills are relatively immature and need to be honed. She wants me to act in thrilling suspense films first, so she often helps me take on such movies." Daddario said, "That makes sense." Link went into the bathroom to take a shower. Daddario also took off his chlorine and followed him in. He looked at the girl and said, "It's hard to be an actor. Your parents are both career elites. Didn't they persuade you to do other people's jobs?" "Of course, when I graduated from high school, they helped me participate in some career planning, asking me to be a lawyer and practice debate. I said I wanted to be an actor, and they didn't object, thinking that I would give up, but I persisted for 3 years. Now, in addition to my family, I want to be an actor. My sister and brother also try to be actors. Fortunately, my brother is a lawyer, otherwise our whole family will become actors." Daddario smiled and applied some shampoo. After washing off his shirt, Link put on fitted trousers and went to the living room first, ready to talk to Daddario's agent, Miss Susan Waters. Miss Susan was in her 40s, of average looks, slightly plump, with long bleached red hair, and wore casual suits and business suits. She was fashionable and capable. "Mr. Link Baker? I'm Susan Waters. Nice to see you here." Miss Susan looked at him and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Ms. Waters." Link shook hands with the other party. Although the other party was just an agent, the most important profession in the entertainment industry is the agent. They are considered to be the clowns who make the rigid machine of Hollywood run smoothly, and they are also the inside of the entertainment industry. The corresponding actors are the face. Sometimes the role played by agents in the entertainment industry is more important than that of actors. This profession is also like a professional promoter in a boxing promotion company. The job of a boxer is to train every day and strive to improve his boxing strength. The work of a boxer promoter is more. He needs to constantly promote the boxer and help the boxer find a suitable opponent. After finding the opponent, he also needs to negotiate the appearance fee, the match time, the venue, pre-match publicity, etc. It usually takes months or even more time to prepare for a boxing match. When they have arranged everything, boxers compete, win or lose. 6. Comparatively speaking, promoters are more active in this industry. The same goes for actors. After signing an actor, the agent needs to package the actor, do public relations, help them choose scripts, find suitable roles, have a certain degree of education, and know what kind of script is more suitable for the actor. There are even some performances occasionally, as well as crisis public relations, award public relations, etc. These are the abilities of a professional agent. Linmu actors. They often crush many actors who have not even finished middle school in terms of knowledge, IQ, and connections. This is why many agents can keep artists firmly in their hands. In the Hollywood agent circle, there are also different levels. CAA Innovation Elite Company, WMA William Morris Endeavor Company, I-Centimeters International Creative Management Partners, Utah United Elite Economics. These 4 companies are also considered the Big 4 in the entertainment industry. Among the 4 major industry companies, WMA, where Susan Waters is located, has an album in 1898, which is even longer than the combined album years of the other 3 partner companies. It is also considered the mother of Hollywood couple companies. Before the 1970s, WMA was the most powerful couple company in Hollywood. By 1975, 5 agents including Michael Ovitz disbanded from WMA and created a new marriage company, CAA, which ended WMA's monopoly and became the most powerful marriage company in Hollywood. However, by 1995, Michael Ovitz and others left CAA, and with the new albums of ICM and Utah, CAA's strength was greatly reduced, and WMA knew shame, and then made efforts to catch up. In recent years, it has been able to compete with CAA in strength. There is a famous mail room in the WMA mail room, which is a place that all repeaters must pass through. Only newcomers who do well in the mail room can be further transferred to formal repeaters. The work of the WMA mailroom is very complicated and can train people. It is mainly to run errands for stars and old agents and take on many miscellaneous tasks. For example, it is to deliver a check to a star who is having a party at the Beverly Hills Hotel and tell him that a certain building has been negotiated, or to bring a pork knuckle rice to the old agent in Chinatown for an artist who is picking up girls on a cruise ship, and to help actors check scripts, carry bags, clean clothes, etc. 24 hours a day without rest. It is said that those who can persist in the mailroom at first will become very powerful people. For example, Hollywood bigwigs such as CAA founder Michael Ovitz, former Disney chairman Michael Eisner, former Paramount president Barry Diller, DreamWorks president Jeffrey Katzenberg, etc., have all been trained in the WMA mailroom. Because the people trained in the mailroom were so powerful, and all of them were anti-traitors, in the 1980s, WMA initiated countless newcomers to train in the mailroom for a period of time ranging from 2 weeks to 3 months. Link didn't know how long Ms. Susan Waters had been training in the mailroom, but judging from her behavior, she was also a very capable person. Mr. Baker, what a coincidence. I just met Catherine not long ago, and I see you here again. Miss Susan smiled heartily. Do you know Catherine? Yes, more than 10 years ago, she came to Hollywood to make a living, and I just entered the industry, and we worked together for a while. Miss Susan spread her hands and said, it's really a coincidence. Link shrugged. Oh, I forgot to congratulate Mr. Baker on his successful entry into Lionsgate and becoming the youngest head of a film company in Hollywood. Mr. Baker has achieved very brilliant achievements in the boxing industry and the music industry. In the future, he will definitely make amazing achievements in Hollywood. Miss Susan praised with a smile. Thank you. I hope so. Link smiled and looked at the script Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the table. Is this the next movie you prepared for Annie? Yes, it's a coincidence. It's a movie project of Mr. Baker's company. Miss Susan said. Link nodded and looked at the script and said, it should be no problem for Annie to audition. If there are any suitable roles in Lionsgate in the future, as long as Annie likes it, she can come and try. In addition, Ms. Waters, Annie is my girlfriend. Please take care of her in the future at work. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. Okay, Mr. Baker, I understand what you mean. Annie's mother and Annie are all friends. It's my duty to take care of her. Miss Susan smiled slightly and looked at him with some surprise. Regarding Link and D'Addario, she had seen relevant news in the newspaper and heard some from D'Addario's mother. She thought Link was a playboy, greedy and lustful, and was just playing with D'Addario. She could hear his instructions, as if he was serious about D'Addario, just like he was about the real Anne, which made her feel strange. This also made her start to rethink D'Addario's career. With a big boss like Link, D'Addario should not be just like this now. She should have more and better opportunities, maybe the opportunity to become a top Hollywood actress. Chapter 406 bar. WMA Contracting Company has signed 150 agents, managing the signing of more than 500 celebrities such as actors, singers, and stars. On average, each agent has 4 or 5 artists. Susan Cobus has D'Addario and 3 other actors under her, all of whom are second and third tier. The most famous of them is Jessica Chastain, who was originally a TV actor. She entered the big screen in 2006 and then played important roles in movies such as Jolene and Murder on the Orient Express, making her mark in Hollywood and the Caribbean. In the movie The Help produced by Beach Pictures, Jessica Chastain hopes to have a small supporting role. Considering that Susan and Catherine are acquaintances, it is understandable that the other party can get this role. Miss Susan introduced other artists under her in person, probably hoping that he would take care of them when it is convenient. Link doesn't mind this. Jessica Chastain is a powerful actor. If Lionsgate has a suitable role, it won't hurt to pay attention to it. When doing business in Hollywood, connections are very important. Miss Susan is a veteran agent of WMA Company, and she may be able to establish a good cooperative relationship with WMA. After chatting for a few words, Miss Susan took her bag and left. Link sent her to the door and picked up the roses that he had forgotten on the shelf just now and put them in the vase on the windowsill. The sunset outside the window was brilliant, and the sunset rays were thrown wantonly on the street. The pupils of several red roses on the windowsill were more beautiful against the orange-yellow sunset rays. Where's Susan? D'Addario came out of the house, wiping her hair, wearing a waisted suspender dress, which set the outline of her chest, slender waist, and white and slender calves below the knees. Let's go. What were you talking about just now? Of course I was talking about you. Link took the towel from her hand, wiped her hair for her, and wiped her wet hair fluffy and soft, and also fragrant. What about me? D'Addario blinked and laughed. Susan said you are suitable for suspense movies, and she plans to let you play more of this type of movies, and become the queen of horror movies. The queen of horror movies? That sounds terrible. I hope I look scary. Actually, I don't like horror movies. If there are good movie roles, I also like to play those movies that are beautiful and literary. Like Anne Hathaway's The Devil Wears Prada and Rachel Getting Married, Scarlett Johansson's Lost in Translation, and Jennifer Garner's several movies are also good, but I have never encountered such a role. D'Addario shrugged and said, then you can choose the script you like now, and I will find a way to help you get the role. Link kissed her soft neck. No, after you acquired Lionsgate, many news reports said that you would lose about 800 million because of Jennifer. I don't want to be the second Jennifer and make you lose more money. D'Addario arranged his long hair and blinked his big eyes cunningly. Don't worry, Lionsgate will not go bankrupt. I put Lionsgate at the 7th largest in Hollywood, even on par with Warner Universal Pictures. Link hugged her waist from behind. If it weren't for the noble measurement, it would be hard to imagine that a girl as tall as her, who pursues the curve of her hips, has such a slender and flexible waist, and can still see the vest line of her abdomen through the skirt. Yes, I believe you can do it. In my heart, you are the most powerful man in the world. D'Addario touched his chin and smiled. Link smiled gently and picked her up. Because D'Addario had just arrived in Los Angeles, he couldn't run away after having sex. He called Bob downstairs to tell him that he was staying in Prague tonight and called Mizana to tell the other party his whereabouts. D'Addario was very happy to hear that he was staying overnight tonight and pulled him to go shopping together. Link agreed to the hat's proposal, put on the duck bill, and took advantage of the cover of dusk, holding D'Addario's hand, and came to the bar street in West Hollywood, also known as West 41st Street, Hollywood Boulevard. There are many cafes, bars, restaurants, and several Broadway-style theaters. At night, it is one of the brightly lit green spaces in the busiest neighborhood in West Hollywood. They walked around like ordinary couples, holding backpacks and drinks, and admired the nearby street scenes. Link found that this arrangement was not bad. During this period, he was busy with company affairs from morning to night, and he had to read the weekly book after returning home. He had not been so idle for a long time. Just like now, walking around the street with a beautiful woman is also a kind of enjoyment. Do you rarely go out to walk around? D'Addario said, holding a glass of cherry juice and holding his hand. Yes, I spend most of my time every day training and dealing with the company's affairs. I read books and practice piano when I have time in the afternoon. I rarely go shopping. Link looked at the passers-by coming towards him and remembered that he did not go shopping very often after coming to America. At the beginning of the year, when Taylor was still there, he would sometimes be dragged out by her to carry bags. Later, as his fame gradually grew, every time he appeared in public, he would be surrounded by paparazzi, which was very inconvenient. He simply stayed at home and stopped going out to hang out. Since the internet black wave last year, everyone is tired of his gossip. The gossip about him in the media is gradually decreasing, and even the paparazzi around him are also decreasing. This year, he moved to Hollywood and became the boss of Lionsgate. He is too busy with work and has no time to make a new girlfriend. The media has no new reporting materials and reports on him are also less. It feels good. Walking down a street, when the neon lights on the street are lit up, I walked into a high-end bar called Transformer Queen. It is a bar that sells imitation shows. It holds 1 or 2 imitation shows every week, imitating popular stars. When I entered the bar, there was a singer on the stage, who was dressed like Adele, and sounded like Adele. She was singing the title song of Adele's new album, Someone Like You. Adele's new album 21 was released in early April. In the first week, it sold 374,000 copies in the United States, easily winning the Billboard album chart. In the second week, sales were 269,000 copies, with a small drop. The first hit single Someone Like You has topped the singles charts for consecutive weeks and has become extremely popular in the United States. Among the hit songs in the world music scene this year, the only one that can be compared to this song is Mars Just the Way You Are. This song has topped the singles charts for 6 consecutive weeks and is very popular. Fans lamented that he was a scumbag with deep feelings because he wrote the lyrics and music for this song, and there are also reports that he wrote this song for Eva Canuse. Many people advised him to have more girlfriends and save more good songs. Honey, when will your new album be released? In the booth, D'Addario listened to a song and actually looked at him and asked, August or September? Is there the song Let Her Go? Yes, it's the main song. Link said, putting his arm around her shoulders. Oh, I failed the audition again. Don't be discouraged, you have good acting skills, but you just haven't met the right role. Rami, you just starred in Tom Hanks and Julia Roberts' new movie. Things will get better slowly. That's not called acting. That's just playing a small role. It's good to play a small role in a big crew. Many people don't even have the opportunity to join the crew. When Link and Dario were whispering, the sound of 3 people talking came from next door. It sounded like a few young actors who were chasing their dreams in the entertainment industry were chatting. Hollywood's competition is too fierce. I went to the crew of the Hunger Games for an audition today. Can you believe it? There were more than 60 people competing for the 5th male role. It's too exaggerated. The following are the people who sighed and failed the audition. The Hunger Games? Is it a Lionsgate movie? I've heard of this movie too. I heard that Jennifer Lawrence passed the audition for the female lead, but was blocked by Harvey Weinstein. Link was very angry and offered to buy Lionsgate for $800 million on the spot so that Jennifer Lawrence could play the female lead again. That's so cool. If I had a boyfriend like that, I could walk all over Hollywood. Not on the spot, right? I heard that Link traded Twitter stocks and lost hundreds of millions. Link is so rich, hundreds of millions are nothing to him. I met Jennifer Lawrence on the set before. I miss her as a small actress, and we even talked a few words. Now that Link is helping her, she has been cast as the female lead in several movies in a row. When we see her in 2 years, we should call her a big star. Yes, no matter how good your acting skills are, they can't compare to having a good boyfriend. The competition in the film industry is getting more and more fierce. Singers, models, and internet celebrities all come to Hollywood to make movies. It's hard for people like us to stand out based on our acting skills. I also want to find a boyfriend with a lot of money. Hold on, gold will always shine. Hearing the discussion of several actors next to him, Link smiled softly. He has been a big star for a long time. He sees big stars, multi-millionaires, and billionaires every day. They also talk about album sales, movie sales, and stocks. It has been a long time since he heard others say that people's livelihood is about to suffer. It's very interesting to listen. He saw Dario was also listening and was worried that she would be angry when she heard about Jennifer, so he asked her not to go back and rest. Well, I don't mind. Dario pulled him and said softly, really? Yes, I've seen Jennifer Lawrence's movies. Her acting is very good. I don't think I can perform at her level. You are also very good, but you lack the experience of big dramas. Link pinched the tip of her upturned nose. Hey, Alex, it's really you. Suddenly someone greeted him in the aisle. Dario sat up quickly and looked at the person who greeted him. The person was a woman in her 20s, wearing a fisherman's hat, tights and a suit, and dressed very low-key. That face was very famous, with charming eyes and flaming red lips. It was Megan Fox, one of the famous Vaz actresses in Hollywood. She was followed by a middle-aged man, like her husband Brian Austin Green, who was also an actor, but not very famous. Hi, Megan. Are you listening to music here too? Dario stood up and said with a smile. Yes, I came here to sit after filming. Is this your boyfriend? Megan Fox kept looking up at Link, but the place where Link sat was dark, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Dario finally looked at Link and blinked his big blue eyes and asked him if he wanted to meet him. Link smiled gently, put his arm around Dario's body, greeted Megan Fox, and the two shook hands. Initially, at the premiere of Transformers 2, he was invited to sing the theme song Give Me a Reason, and met Megan Fox once, so they were not strangers. Link, Mr. Baker? Megan Fox shouted in surprise when she saw it was him, and her eyes kept moving between him and Dario, and she smiled at Dario with a promotional spray. When the 4 people in Prague introduced each other, a man with an Egyptian face next to him sat down confidently with his bull eyes and asked several companions, do you know who I saw? Megan Fox? I just saw her too. No, it's Link, Mr. Link Baker. Really? The others also stood up and took a sneak peek and found that it was indeed the legendary Link Baker, with an expression of surprise on the outside. Who would have thought that when drinking in a bar, sitting next to him was a billionaire and the big boss of Lionsgate? Damn, he's sitting next to us. Is it possible that he heard the issue we just discussed? The young man with Egyptian features asked nervously. Rami, it's okay, we didn't say anything bad about him. The companion reception said, "What the young man named Rami said just now didn't seem to be excessive. He drank a glass of beer and pricked up his ears to listen to the movement next door." Megan Fox said goodbye shortly after sitting down. 2 or 3 minutes later, Link also got up and left the booth with his female companion. Rami hugged his figure tightly, suddenly clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and walked towards him courageously. Chapter 407 Domineering Female CEO. Link didn't expect to meet several celebrity actors in succession. The first was Megan Fox, who became popular with Transformers and Jennifer's Muscles. This woman is a well-known positive beauty in Hollywood in recent years. Megan is also an artist of WMA, and so is Michael Bay, the director of the Transformers series. When Transformers was first filmed, the crew first selected people from WMA. Dario also auditioned, but did not pass, because she was too tall, and had a large reconstruction, which would make the male lead Shia LaBeouf petite. The second star he met was a man named Rami Malek. At first, he looked nervous and looked around. Dario joked that he might be a robber, and wanted to rob him, a billionaire. When the other party came up to say hello and introduce himself, Link was not familiar with his name, but his appearance had a distinct Middle Eastern style and his eyes were very recognizable. He stared at the other person and thought of a famous movie, Bohemian Rhapsody, in which Rami Malek played the lead singer of Queen, Uncle Bucktooth Freddie Mercury. The role won the Best Actor Oscar, and he is also the second Oscar winner born in the 1980s. Because of his appearance, Rami was still a minor actor in the great crew when he was in his 30s. There were also several young actors who came to say hello with Rami Malek. There was Rachel Bilson, who became a popular girl with the OC boys, and her boyfriend Anakin Skywalker Hayden Christensen in the Star Wars series. There was also Rami Malek's friend Greta Gerwig, who played a supporting actress in the comedy in the recently released movie Arthur. Several people have played the leading roles in movies and TV series, and are more famous than Rami Malek. Link chatted with them for a few words, asked about their new plays, and left with Dario. He met 5 or 6 stars in one trip, and he couldn't help but sigh that there are so many actors living in West Hollywood. It is said that many actors lived in the West Hollywood community before they became famous. After becoming famous, most of them moved to wealthy areas such as Beverly Hills, Malibu, and Santa Monica Bay. Therefore, the West Hollywood community is also known as the Cradle of Stars and the Flight Deck of Giants. Do you want to go shopping again? Link looked at the girl beside him. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the neon lights were reflected on her fair and delicate face. She was still wearing an oval dress, which was wrapped inside her skirt. Link's desire that was interrupted by Miss Susan Worcester rose again. "Let's go shopping again. You are too busy. I don't know when we will go shopping next time." Dario took his arm and looked at the neon-lit streets with a lingering look on her pretty face. "I'm in Los Angeles during this period. If you want to go shopping, just call me. As long as there is no emergency, I will come out to walk with you. In fact, I also like to go shopping like this." Link shrugged and said. He covered his face well. At night, when the paparazzi in Hollywood were off work, he walked on the street without a helmet, hat or sunglasses, and his vision was free. He liked it this way. Dario looked at his handsome profile and smiled slightly. He put his arm on his chest and hugged him tighter. She was very happy that he liked the part of her body that Link liked the most. "Don't you have to go shopping with Jennifer Lawrence? If she and I ask you out at the same time next time, you don't have to worry about me. Just agree to her. I won't mind." Dario said lightly, with a generous and free-spirited vision. "Really? Then I'll go shopping with her now." Link smiled. Dario blinked his big eyes at him, and Manda held on tighter. Link smiled softly and pinched the tip of her upturned nose. "Jennifer and I are not as close as you think. We used to be lovers and partners. Whenever we went on a date, we would talk about movies, not casual chats like this. Except for a few times in Paris, Jennifer and I have never gone shopping in the United States, and she would never ask me out shopping." "Really? I don't know what Jennifer is thinking. She is a little afraid of me and has always treated me as a big shot rather than a person. To be honest, I'm a superior and a friend. Usually, we only talk about work when we are together. We rarely say sweet words and are so close like we are," Link said, putting his arm around Dario's shoulders. He was not saying this to deceive Dario, but it was the truth. From their acquaintance during the filming of Midnight in Paris last year, Jennifer Lawrence kept a distance from him. Even though they had rolled in the sheets in a Paris hotel and lived together for more than 10 days, Jennifer did not dare to get too close to him. She didn't call him on weekdays, and she rarely took the initiative to disturb him. She seemed to be a little afraid of him, and was cautious with him, and had a sense of propriety. Every time they dated, Jennifer was enthusiastic, gave him whatever he wanted, obeyed him, and tried her best to meet all his requirements. If he was not sure that Jennifer liked him too, he would think that the other party was compromising. This is also the difference between Jennifer and Dario. Jennifer sounds a little pitiful. Dario smiled. Pitiable? Yes, Jennifer is a small actor, and you are the big boss of the film company. When you are together, it feels like you, the big boss, are taking advantage of her. Dario smiled, covering his red lips. Link smiled softly, thinking about it. It seemed a bit like that. The two walked for a long time on the neon-lit streets, until the sky was full of stars, and they walked out in a sweat, then returned to Dario's small apartment. Shower, kiss, milliliters. Repeat all the things you love to do. They ran together on the streets of West Hollywood in the morning. At around 9 o'clock, he drove to Dario's warehouse company, ended the date, and returned to Lionsgate in the morning. After returning to the office, he continued to look through the materials he had not finished reading yesterday, mainly the next film plan of Lionsgate. After all, Lionsgate has 180 million foreign debts. After delisting, it has lost a financing platform, and the funds are further unknown. He plans to cut several projects with higher investments and concentrate funds on shooting small horror films and small cost art films, and develop more valuable series of films such as The Hunger Games. To control the company's annual film projects to 10, he invited Vice Chairman John Filmer and Executive President Stephen Bukes to have a face-to-face chat and solicit their opinions. After all, before March, the company's development plan was formulated by John and several senior executives. After listening to their opinions on this matter, John Filmer successively cut several film project proposals to maintain a smooth transition for the company. Now that the company has been delisted, it is no longer like before, raising funds through the stock market, making a lot of money, and sharing dividends with everyone, and losing the top risk. There is no money for extra projects, so cutting a few and maintaining other stable projects is a must. But how many projects to cut, how many projects to retain, and which film projects to retain still need careful discussion. Link Pointy planned to visit the priority production department when he had time and find a few good movies he had heard of to shoot. He hoped to avoid the big ticket movies such as Waterworld, Cutthroat Island and Wind Talkers. However, when it comes to developing new series of movies, Feller proposed a different view. This type of movie requires high investment, a long payback period and relatively high risk. The existing The Hunger Games will be enough to keep the company's production department busy for a few years, and other series of movies can be discussed after the company's situation improves. This is also a proposal he agrees with. The company is short of money now, and it is barely able to maintain the existing film projects. Developing another one will affect other projects. Not having money to develop now does not mean that there will be no money in the future. However, he is ready to continue reading review books and strive to find a few novels with change value and buy the copyright first. When he has money in the future in development, even if there is no money, it is better to use the money on hand than to let competitors make money. The total revenue of North American movies is about 10 billion per year. If the competitors make 100 million more, Lionsgate will make 100 million less, and the pressure will be a little greater. This is the jungle law of Hollywood. When there is an opportunity to create difficulties for the opponent, you must take action immediately and not tolerate any mercy. When Link was chatting with John Fellum, someone came to report that Ryan Kavanaugh, president of Relativity Media, came to see him. The headquarters of Relativity Pictures is also in the Santa Monica district, on the next 102nd Street, not far away. The short film of this company was released in 2004. The president is Ryan Kavanaugh, who came from Wall Street. In 2004, he raised nearly $1 billion from the hedge fund management company Elliott Management to come to Hollywood to invest in movies. Oscar has participated in many film projects controlled by Universal and Sony, made a lot of money, and became a new upstart in the film industry. It is also a relatively successful film company in the independent film field in recent years. For example, Forbidden Kingdom, Fast and Furious 3, The Pursuit of Happiness, The Mummy 3, Public Enemies, Season of the Witch, The Social Network, etc. There are also the upcoming Limitless starring Bradley Cooper, Now You See Me starring Henry Cavill and Mickey Rourke, and The Strike Back directed by Steven Soderbergh, all of which are relatively well-known film projects. The current market value is between $180 million and $200 million, nearly doubled from 2009, and is known as the 9th largest in Hollywood. Because of the good performance last year, President Ryan Kavanaugh was named Billion-Dollar Producer and Film Person of the Year by Film Variety magazine at the beginning of the year. However, Link remembered that Relativity Pictures had not been proud for several years. Because the company is backed by a Wall Street hedge fund company, Wall Street is more capital-oriented and eager for quick success, while film is an art that emphasizes slow work and fine work. After 2009, Relativity Pictures raised hundreds of millions of dollars each year to invest in film production and launched more film projects than Lionsgate, New Line, Weinstein Films and other old independent film companies. By 2015, because there were too many investment projects, too much financing, and the capital recovery speed was too slow, the capital chain was broken, and the company went bankrupt. This is also a classic case of Wall Street capital failing in Hollywood. Haha, Mr. Linkbeck, I finally see you in person. I'm your fan. Ryan Kavanaugh is a fat man in his 30s with short copper-colored hair and stubble, wearing a gray suit, and obviously reaching out to him. Mr. Kavanaugh, welcome to Lionsgate. Link shook hands with the other party in the aisle in front of the door. Since last year, Lionsgate has been responsible for distributing the films produced by Relativity Pictures. The two sides have a bilateral partnership. Ryan, you are here? John Felmer greeted him from the side. Haha, John, I should ask you this question. You have sold the company, why are you still here? Ryan Kavanaugh laughed. I'm going back to Lionsgate to retire. Felmer stood tall. Haha, Mr. Baker, it is definitely a wise choice for you to invite John back. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Ask him to be the president of Relativity Pictures, but unfortunately there is no such opportunity. Ryan Kavanaugh pointed at John and laughed. Yes, with John here, my work will be much easier. Link smiled lightly and invited Kavanaugh to sit in the meeting hall. President Ryan Kavanaugh came here mainly to strengthen his relationship with him, the new helmsman of Lionsgate. He hopes that the company can cooperate more on movies and work together to improve the contribution of independent films in the North American film market. He also complained about Harvey Weinstein in person, saying that Harvey was a Hollywood bully who liked to use the resources at his disposal to bully outsiders. Link smiled lightly, not knowing whether the other party really had a grudge against Harvey, but he had heard about the conflict between Ryan Kavanaugh and Harvey. At the Oscars at the beginning of the year, The Social Network produced by Relativity Pictures and The King's Speech produced by Weinstein Pictures became opponents. It had previously received 9 nominations and tonight received 12 nominations, and both had a great chance of winning the Oscar for Best Picture, Best Director and other awards. At the beginning of the Best Awards ceremony, the mainstream media was more optimistic about The Social Network, believing that this movie was more innovative and creative than The King's Speech. In the voting of major movie websites, the reputation and popularity of The Social Network were far higher than The King's Speech, and it was considered the best movie of 2010. However, during the award selection period, the media broke a lot of black material about The Social Network and hyped up the small flaws in the movie. The public relations department of The King's Speech stepped up its public relations and invited many British historians to praise the film. During the voting period of the judges, Weinstein Films also sent out many DVDs, small gifts, and viewing parties to attract many votes from more than 5,000 Oscar judges. As the situation changed, The King's Speech won 4 awards at the Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Original Screenplay. the 3 insignificant awards of Best Original Score and Best Editing. When the 2 films were released at the end of last year, the box office results were not much different. But after the Oscars, The King's Speech had a global box office of nearly $300 million, and The Social Network just broke $180 million. If the Oscars were a boxing match, Harvey Weinstein used old-fashioned but practical boxing in the boxing ring to beat Ryan Kavanaugh so badly that he had no power to fight back. Ryan Kavanaugh criticized Harvey in person, probably because he heard that he and Harvey were not on the same level and wanted to work with him more closely. Link did not object to this. Ryan Kavanaugh was backed by a Iliad fund and had no shortage of money. There were also rumors that when making movies, the production department of Relativity Pictures liked to use the pure mathematical methods of Wall Street to study film investment, or use big data to study whether the film was profitable in order to reduce investment risks. This algorithm is a little useful. If there are suitable projects, we can also cooperate on 1 or 2. But considering that this company eventually went bankrupt due to excessive financing and too many creditors and finally became insolvent, we should pay attention to the scale when cooperating to prevent the other party from falling and splashing dust on us. Link, do you think it is more important to win awards for making movies or to make money? Ryan Kavanaugh suddenly said with a smile. Making money. Without funds, the company cannot exist. Link affirmed. That's right. In the art of animated films, I also care more about the profitability of a film. The method used by our company, to use big data to explain whether a project is profitable, is also the most scientific and accurate film production method in the current film industry, and it has been repeatedly verified in the past few years. Link, if you are interested, we can study and invest together. Kavanaugh said. Sounds good. I'll go to Relativity Pictures to learn when I have time. Link nodded and said, haha, welcome, Link. Harvey and the old guys in the 7 pictures, we are all the younger generation. We have more common topics and hobbies. I hope it's the same in movies. Ryan Kavanaugh chatted for a while, and Kavanaugh said goodbye. Before leaving, he invited him to the company's new film project party, hinting that there were many beautiful women at the party, and asked him to help create a heroine, and praised his good skin color. Link did not refuse directly. After asking the time, he said he would go when he was free. After Kavanaugh left, Warner Pictures, Touchstone Pictures, Blue Sky Film Studios, Focus Features, Summit Entertainment, and affiliated Bay Entertainment, which had cooperated with him, sent people to contact him. The Ellison brothers and sisters also came to Lionsgate to visit and discuss the possibility of cooperation. Link was busy for a week to deal with these things. Every day he was excited and scheming. It felt harder than the game against Aragon in 2008. Fortunately, when he was about to give up, Miss Ivaka finished the Link work, flew from New York to Los Angeles, and began to take over Lionsgate. I can take over Lionsgate, but there is a request. Ms. Ivaka, wearing a professional suit and high heels, strode in the aisle of Lionsgate. What? First of all, it must be made clear that Lionsgate is a business, not your hunting place. From now on, you are not allowed to put women in the crew casually, nor are you allowed to have any affairs with Lionsgate. Are you talking about Jennifer and Alexandra? I knew them before I entered Lionsgate, and the company happened to have roles suitable for them. It is not a sub-rule. Link explained. They are the same kind. If the company has roles suitable for them, I will arrange it, and you don't need to intervene. I mean other actresses. Our work must be based on the movie as the protagonist, and find suitable actors to participate in our movies, not beautiful actresses, and not to make anyone famous. Ivaka suddenly stopped, her blue eyes chasing him, and said, I understand what you mean, and I will never make this mistake, because the purpose of my buying Lionsgate is to make money for this company, not to pick up girls. In this matter, I will not lose the big picture for the small one. I hope you have done what you said. Ivaka looked at him and strode quickly into the conference room, leaving a charming fragrance. Link looked at her back and shook his head. This woman's aura is getting stronger and stronger. When talking to her, he often unconsciously falls into a disadvantage and speaks sparsely and cautiously. If this goes on, it is very likely that after getting married, it will be suppressed. This is definitely not a good thing. Link sighed. On the day when Ivica took office at Lionsgate, he announced the convening of an expanded Lionsgate meeting, including the heads of 9 departments including the film production department, TV series production department, distribution department, brand marketing department, legal department, finance department, public relations department, and international film department, all have to participate. A total of 38 people. At the meeting, Ivica criticized by name 6 executives above the director level, including Executive President Stephen Bukes, Vice President Michael Burns, and the former Director of Production. The reason for the criticism is simple. The project of The Hunger Games was independently produced by Lionsgate, but during the production process, outsiders were allowed to intervene in the casting and actors of the film. None of these led to the current changes in Lionsgate. It also directly affected the work of the crew, with losses reaching millions or even more. Because this was a loss caused by the dereliction of duty of several executives, the company cannot be fully responsible for it. Ivica announced on the spot that the black president Stephen Bukes would receive 50% of the year-end performance bonus, and the other 5 would receive 30% to 10% from white people. For prisoners who are unwilling to accept punishment, they can file for divorce, and she will sign on the spot and pay 18 months of salary. President Stephen Bukes and others heard this and secretly wiped their sweat below. After Link took over Lionsgate, they thought that the incident was over, but no one expected that Miss Ivica would come out in the middle and criticize them by name at the conference, which put a sudden pressure on them. As for the resignation, they naturally would not do it. Although there are many Hollywood film companies, becoming a senior executive of a company will attract a lot of attention. After resigning, if you are not lucky enough to work in the 6 major film companies, going to other small production companies will definitely not be as good as the treatment of Lionsgate. Ivica sat at the chairman's seat at the conference table. Her expression swept across the dozens of prison wardens sitting there, and her beautiful face became cold and solemn. Seeing that no one asked to resign, she continued to announce that the company's current financial situation would optimize some of the employees with poor performance and low work efficiency before the end of the year, about 20%. Wow. Hearing her say this, there was a commotion in the conference room. The fact that Lionsgate's business is not in good condition, with more than 180 million debts, and the company's losses in the first 3 months of this year reached 37.36 million. There is indeed some pressure in terms of finance. But in 2009, the company went through a review. After all, the total number of people in various departments of the company is 425. Now the upper limit is 312 people. If the review is reduced by 20%, I'm afraid that many positions will be unavailable. But they had to shut up when they saw the 4 new executives across the conference table. These 4 executives were similar to Stephen Bukes. One of them was named Jeff Jones, 51 years old. He was once a senior director of the content development department of Warner Pictures. He participated in the development of a number of film projects such as Suicide Squad and Batman, and has rich experience in the film industry. Navashide served as the head of the distribution department of New Line Cinema from 1999 to 2007. After New Line was acquired by Warner Pictures in 2007, she joined DreamWorks as the main person in charge of the marketing department. She participated in the production of films such as The Donor and WikiLeaks. She is a woman with the highest ability. The remaining 2 people also look very smart and capable professional elites. These experienced people can recruit the required employees in a very short time, even if all the people from Lionsgate have left now. Thinking of this, Stephen Bukes and others are under more pressure. Ivica's move was clearly to clean up the internal workplace of Lionsgate, put some pressure on the original executives, and openly plead with the owners to work hard, otherwise they would lose their jobs. President Bukes sighed and couldn't help but miss the days when Link was the chairman. There was no pressure, and the work was easy. Unfortunately, after Link left office, those days would probably be gone forever. Is anyone resigning? No one responded. Ivica replied and posted a few new intelligences, arranging Jeff Jones, Stassi Skneder and 4 others to key departments of Lionsgate. Any questions? No. President Bukes, please take the 4 new executives to familiarize themselves with the working environment of Lionsgate. Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Evika glanced at it, picked up the laptop on the desk, and stood up to leave. After she left, the others looked at each other and hurriedly left the classroom, much faster than when Link left the meeting. Chapter 408 Boxing. Link did not attend the company's expanded meeting. On the one hand, he was very confident in Evika's ability, and on the other hand, he also maintained her absolute authority in the company. His presence would distract everyone's attention. However, after hearing that she criticized Stephen Bukes by name at the meeting and announced a 20% annual review on the spot, he couldn't help but sweat for her. If a new official has 3 fires to start, Evika's 3 fires are almost all set off. The first fire is directed at him, the second is directed at several executives, and the third is directed at all employees who are not working hard. This posture is to burn Lionsgate from top to bottom. Afterwards, Link also asked Evika what to do if several people in the company resigned or protested together. Evika laughed at him for not understanding management and human nature. Lionsgate is a large production company. As long as there is money, there is no need to worry about no one doing things. As for the resignation of executives, they all have families and jobs and are above the middle class. Once you resign and can't find a better job, you will face a downward class move, which is a very painful thing for many people. This is also the reason why some people with a net worth of millions also jumped off the building during the financial crisis. To keep their jobs, they need to work hard and produce outstanding results to ensure their value in the company. Evika said that she hoped someone would take the initiative to resign so that there would be less trouble at the end of the year. Seeing Evika explain these things in a calm tone, Link could also feel that there was a big gap between him and Evika in handling company affairs, and this gap could not even be made up by knowledge. There was a little helplessness, feeling that Link was the overbearing president, and he was more suitable to be the mastermind behind the scenes. "You are so powerful, Lionsgate has become you," Link said, picking up the skirt. "What are you going to do?" President Evika leaned on practice boxing. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. In the beach boxing training ground, Link was bare-armed, with both hands protecting his palms, and his fists hit the red leather sandbags continuously like a shuttle. After practicing for more than 2 hours, he was sweating all over. After handing over the position of chairman of Lionsgate, he did not come to the boxing ring directly, but first spent a few days in the screenwriter room of the production department and selected 2 horror movies from thousands of piles. One is the script The Conjuring adapted from the Spanish short film of the same name. The other is the new script The Conjuring by James Wan, the director of the Saw series. Link has seen the movie, starring the hard-working sister Jessica Chastain. It tells the story of a pair of little sisters who were abandoned in the forest by their father after their mother was killed by their father. It was not until 5 years later that they were found by their uncle and taken home to be taken care of, and their mother also came with them. The box office of this movie is not much, but the reputation is good, and it has been raised by many horror movies as a classic must-see movie. And the first horror movie it shot by the director and producer of this movie, Andy Muschietti, also has a good reputation. The global box office of this series is as high as 700 million yuan, and it is also one of the highest grossing horror movies in the movie. After seeing the script in the production department, Link asked to contact the director immediately to buy the modification rights of The Conjuring and prepare for filming. A producer asked him the reason. He said he had no reason, he just liked it. Link had not seen the second film, The Conjuring, and he did not know whether to collect it. But this horror film was actually made into a series of films, with 4 or 5 films. From this point of view, the box office performance of the first film must be good. In addition, the classic horror film Annabelle is considered to be a spin-off of The Conjuring. It cost millions to invest, with a global market value of more than 200 million yuan, and is also considered to be the dark horse of the year. So after seeing the script of The Conjuring, he contacted director James Wan first, and invited him back to Lionsgate with a big contract. After all, after James Wan and Lionsgate finished filming Saw 7 last year, they ended their cooperation because they could not reach an agreement on a new project. Director James Wan received an invitation from Film District and went to shoot Insidious, which has not yet been released. but Link has seen Insidious 5 and can guess that this film has potential. He plans to buy the screening rights and copyright of this film after the production of Insidious is completed and take this series back to Lionsgate. With these horror series, Lionsgate can give priority to the sequels of several movies when choosing new projects in the future, as long as the quality is maintained. The company said that there will be several more stable sources of income. After browsing the open-air venues in the production department for a few days, he only found these two familiar open-air venues for the time being. After arranging these two projects, he left the company and came to the beach training ground to visit to prepare for the upcoming 4 major organizations super middleweight challenge. He has opponents. The core is WBA/IBF British boxing champion Rocky Fielding. Another player is WBC/WBO North American champion Andre Ward, who is an old acquaintance. In the 2009 four-way boxing battle of the 4 major organizations, Link was drunk by Selena and his mind was not clear, and he was almost defeated by the opponent. Now Andre Ward has accumulated 25 wins and 1 loss in 26 professional competitions after 2 years of hard training, and successfully defeated WBO North American champion Mario Moraes in the WBC/WBO Champion Challenger competition in February, reaching the qualification to challenge him. The strength of both opponents is not weak. When Link feels a little pressure, he will quickly return to the training ground after Ivica takes over Lionsgate. These days, he practices boxing for more than 10 hours every day, from morning to night, without getting tired. There is a reason for such high-intensity boxing. Last year, when he was filming Captain America, his weight increased to 80 kilograms, and the upper limit of weight for participating in the super middleweight competition is 76 kilograms. He needs to lose 4 kilograms for surgery. However, all the cuts on his body were from last year and this year. There is not a trace of excess meat. It is not easy to lose it in a short time. It doesn't matter if he didn't lose it before the game. The rules of professional competitions follow that if the weight exceeds the limit, he will be fined 100,000 yuan to compensate the opponent. He only needs to pay 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Bang, bang. Link sweated, clenched his strong fists, and punched the sandbag one by one. The sandbag filled with sand, wood chips and grains was hit with several obvious attachments, and the attachments also shook a little. Because he practiced too long, a layer of fine sweat appeared on his bronze skin. As he moved, sweat dripped down his severely cut waist. The waist of his sweat pants was already soaked with sweat, tightly clinging to his shaft-like waist. "Hey, Link, do you want to practice?" Hearing the shout, Link stopped and looked at the aisle of the training area in an unusual way. De La Hoya came over in a sports vest and shorts, with perfect boxing gloves, and his fists against the gloves, looking for a provocative look. "Why aren't you wearing a suit today?" "Don't talk nonsense. I don't dare to play again. Last year in Las Vegas, I was affected by the concert and played abnormally. If I play normally, I have a chance to tie. If I play exceptionally, I have a great chance to beat you. Do you agree with this?" De La Hoya crossed the avenue. "Hey, De La Hoya, you have been losing for half a year. What's the point of bragging at this time? Beat Link with your mouth." Morales put down the barbell, sat up and complained. "Shut up. You have been practicing with Link for more than 2 years. I thought you could beat Andre Ward and meet the qualifications to compete with Link, but you didn't do it. You should reflect on yourself, concentrate on training, and strive to win the next game instead of confronting me, the former world champion." De La Hoya glanced at him and said. Morales shrugged and said nothing. Last year, he participated in the WBO qualifying competition, won 4 games, won a quarter of the WBO North American boxing champion, and ranked 3rd in the organization. At the beginning of the year, the 4 major organizations held a round-robin competition and invited the top 3 organizations to participate in the competition. The winner will have the opportunity to compete with Link. In the 3 games, he won the first 2 games. In the last WBC/WBO Champion Challenger combined battle, he met Andre Ward. The 2 sides fought for 12 rounds. He was hit by his opponent many times, but he persisted and did not fall down in the end. He lost to Andre Ward with a larger score difference of 108, 118, 110, 117, and 109, 116. He also lost the opportunity to compete with Link. If he could fight with Link, Atlanta and his appearance fee would double, but it was a pity that he failed to seize that opportunity. Hearing what De La Hoya said, Morales did not refute and continued to lift the barbell. Andre Ward's strength ranking is in the top 10 on the P4P list. Morales can fight him for 12 rounds, which is already very good. Maybe he can consider competing for the champion of a small organization. Link stopped and said, "How many years do you plan to dominate the 4 major organizations of super middleweight champions?" De La Hoya asked. "Wait until I get the light heavyweight gold belt first. Maybe I will give up the super middleweight next and focus on the light heavyweight competition." Link said, "That's it. After you dominate the super middleweight, Andre Lela, Jane Pascal and other champions will pursue the super middleweight. Some will switch to the middleweight, and some will move up to the light heavyweight. If you stay in the super middleweight for 5 years, the boxers in this field will probably disappear, or even become barren." De La Hoya complained. Link smiled lightly, took a sip of water, put on boxing gloves, and invited De La Hoya to fight on stage. De La Hoya did not refuse, and fought him for 10 rounds on stage, with Coach Brooks as the referee. After the game started, De La Hoya still had his own advantages, swallowing up super fast punching speed. With fast punching speed and heavy fists, almost no one was his opponent when fighting lightweight and middleweight, and he had created a record of 31 undefeated games. Until later he met Mayweather, Pacquiao, and Hopkins. Mayweather and Pacquiao also punched very fast, even faster than him, so De La Hoya never beat them, and Hopkins was strong, resistant, and fast, and De La Hoya never beat him. And last year in the boxing ring in Las Vegas, he continued to use fast punches to beat Manhattan Link. It is said that a few months before the game, he also flew to Cuba first to ask Felix Savin, the boxing coach of the Cuban national team, for guerrilla tactics, trying to give Link a surprise in the game. In the game, his fast punches and guerrilla tactics did cause some trouble for Link. But Link's boxing speed is not inferior to his, and in terms of reaction speed, it is even faster than him. More importantly, Link's boxing weight is much heavier than his. He hit Link 10 times, but it was not as good as Link hitting him with one punch. In the end, Link pressed him against the corner post of the gate, and knocked him out with continuous boxing in the 3rd round, ending the game. Afterwards, De La Hoya reviewed the game, and found that Link's boxing skills and other abilities were too comprehensive, and he couldn't beat him, no matter how hard he fought. He was discouraged, but after seeing Link, he was often not easy to admit defeat, and wanted to fight again to see if there was any way to solve the flaw. When Link played with De La Hoya, he was not in a hurry to end the game. He used harassment tactics to lure De La Hoya to attack, and then tried to guard against all his attacks, in order to exercise his reaction ability, defense ability, and dismantling interception technology. The two sides fought for 10 rounds, and De La Hoya failed to find obvious evidence of flaws in Link, and was tired and sweating. Link also showed mercy and only punched him in the face a few times, but did not knock him out. Link, you hold concerts every day, pick up girls all over the world, and now you are a boss in Hollywood. How come your boxing skills and physical strength have not declined at all? De La Hoya sat on the rubber floor, breathing heavily. I don't smoke or take drugs. I have a regular life, and I insist on physical fitness and boxing training every day. Why would my strength decline? Link smiled with a towel on his shoulder. Humph. You used to mock me, saying that I was a playboy and had an unchecked private life, which led to the decline of my boxing strength, and that I was one of the most regrettable boxing champions in the history of boxing. And you have girlfriends from more than 10 countries, and you are more philandering than me. Aren't you worried about falling like me? De La Hoya said jokingly. Don't worry, my waist is very good. Link raised his shoulders to train, took off his gloves, rested on the field for a while, and continued to practice boxing. De La Hoya sat on the steps, looking at his agile steps, his elusive fists, and his expressionless demeanor on the monitor. He sighed helplessly, and envy and jealousy arose spontaneously. People like Link were born for boxing. Whether it is physical condition, boxing skills, willpower, or the boxing in his hands, they are all at the top level. What's more rare is that he is only 22 years old. What will he become in the next 10 or 20 years? Will he create a boxing history record? Become the first person in boxing? De La Hoya thinks it is very likely. Link, stick to it. Don't give up boxing. Let me see how far you can go. De La Hoya shouted, waving his fist. I will. Link waved his fist and smashed it hard on the sandbag. In mid to late April, Link had 2 boxing matches in Warsaw, Poland and Singapore. The first match was against WBA/IBF European boxing champion Rocky Fielding. He is Joe Calzag's sparring partner and junior brother. He is 26 years old this year. He was originally a middleweight boxer with a professional record of 30 fights, 2 losses and 18 KOs. Last year, he reached the super middleweight promotion and defeated Carl Franch in the European competition, qualifying for the fight against Link. Rocky is strong, fast, with very offensive combination punches and confusing movements. The disadvantage is that he has just risen to the super middleweight, and his punches are not heavy enough. In the 36th second of the first round, Link punched him in the forehead, causing him to lie on the ground for 10 seconds and unable to get up, and once again defended the WBA/IBF boxing champion. The second match was against Andre Ward in Singapore. The exact coronavirus match was scheduled in Hong Kong Island, but the Hong Kong Island organizer did not agree on the site before the game, and the publicity was not satisfactory, resulting in the date of the match being delayed again and again. After consultations between several parties, the coronavirus followed up with the next match against the WBA lightweight match. The venue was changed in the order, first playing the defense in Singapore, and then waiting for Hong Kong Island to be ready, and then playing the lightweight challenge there. In the match supporting Singapore, Andre Ward played with the intention of revenge. He started the attack from the beginning of the game until the end of the first round. After the start of the second round, Andre Ward continued to attack hard and fought very tenaciously. Link had no intention of ending the second round early. He used his superb boxing skills to fight Andre Ward for 3 circles. In the third round 47, he knocked down the opponent with 1 punch and successfully defended his title again. His professional record has accumulated 22 wins and 22 KOs in 22 games. Afterwards, Andre Ward met him and said that he was an unbeatable opponent. He was ready to move up to the light heavyweight class and hoped to have another chance in the light heavyweight class in the future. Link agreed. Because of his great reputation, the organizer's pre-match publicity was also quite good. This game attracted many fans through TV and online viewing, and the ticket revenue was also very good. Not bad. He also earned 78 million plot game bonuses with 2 games. Chapter 409 Cocktail Party. During the competition in Singapore, Chris Liu and Jennifer Shu flew from Beijing to see him. The 3 of them planned to date in Hong Kong, but because the competition venue was temporarily changed, the date location was changed to Singapore. Therefore, he also stayed in Singapore for 3 more days and handled some affairs of Hong Kong Island Golden Shell Investment Company. He returned to the United States in late April. This trip abroad earned 78 million sound at once. It sounds spectacular, but when acquiring Lionsgate, he borrowed 360 million 3 times. On the debt of Lionsgate, the current debt related to him is as high as 540 million yuan, and he is also a real billionaire. However, when he was doing the bank account, he also found a benefit. As long as he is bold enough and believes that he still has enough, he has a lot of cash. Link can consult the investment department of Morgan Bank. According to his current assets and income level, he can borrow more than 1 billion. In the end, he wants to buy back hundreds of millions of Nvidia shares to increase his Nvidia shares to more than 10%. When checking the data of Nvidia, it was found that, after experiencing 2 waves of rising prices at the beginning of the year, Nvidia's stock price fell continuously in April. From $18.50, it fell to $13.70, and the market value also fell from $13.8 billion to $10.5 billion, and it is still falling, with a great chance of falling below $10 billion. When the Wall Street Journal reported this, it also mentioned Link, mocking him for exchanging hot shares for junk stocks when Nvidia's stock price was the highest and losing hundreds of millions in just over a month. It also joked that if investors don't know how to speculate in stocks, they can just follow Link. Don't buy or short any stock that Link buys, and take over any stock that Link gives up, and buy as much as you have. The reason is simple. Link is an outsider, doesn't understand the stock market, and you will hardly lose money if you do the opposite of him. The Wall Street Journal is used to praising high and trampling low. When Tesla went public last year, Link was hyped as an investment genius. Now that Nvidia's market value has plummeted, the stock market has regarded him as an investment idiot. Link was also helpless when he saw the situation of Nvidia. What is it? He thought that after 2010, Nvidia's market value would soar, increasing by 10 billion a year and breaking 100 billion in 10 years, but he didn't expect that there would be such twists and turns in the middle, and it might fall below 10 billion. Since the current market is unclear, it is not easy for him to borrow money to buy Nvidia at this time. Even if he wants to do so, Ms. Cathy and others advise him not to do so. After thinking about it, he will return the bonus to the bank first. After-tax income is about 56 million, and his debt to the bank has also dropped from 360 million to 310 million. As for borrowing money to buy Nvidia shares, let's see the situation first. As long as Nvidia's market value does not exceed 20 billion, it is a good opportunity to enter the market. Link, don't speculate in stocks. My father said that it is better to gamble and take drugs than to touch stocks. No matter how much money you have or how much money you spend, they will make you lose everything. It is safest to concentrate on making movies, even if you stay up late. It makes sense. The stock market is indeed very risky. If you put $100 or $200 million in the stock market, it will disappear in the blink of an eye. Link laughed lightly. This time, Nvidia stock did cause him to lose more than 100 million, and the loss is still continuing. The market value of Nvidia shares in his hands has fallen to just over 500 million. But this is not entirely a bad thing. The decline in Nvidia stock prices has also given him more opportunities to buy more. When he makes money in the next part, he can buy some more Nvidia shares. Link, are you taking care of Lionsgate's career Evika now? Megan Ellison asked. Yes, she does a better job than me at this. If I were to manage Lionsgate, we would probably go bankrupt. But I have also asked about some film investment work. If there is a suitable project to cooperate on, let's do it together. Link said, shaking his champagne glass. Hey, Link, David, Megan, welcome to my. While the party was going on, Ryan Kavanaugh, president of Relativity Pictures, walked towards the three people on the deck aisle with his arms outstretched, shouting very enthusiastically. This is a 3-story luxury cruise ship on the coast of the Western Pacific Ocean. The sky is blue, without a single white cloud, and the sea is also endless blue, with only a few different reefs in the distance. Not far from the coast of the Western Pacific Ocean. On the sea, a white cruise ship more than 50 meters long is floating, and at this time, a celebration party for the movie Neverending is being held on the cruise ship. The film was produced by Relativity Pictures, with an investment cost of $23 million, and was released in March. It will be released in mid-month, and the global box office has exceeded 100 million yuan, which is considered a hit. Ryan Kavanaugh, the boss of Relativity Pictures, has a habit of inviting partners and film industry investors to the party every time he launches a movie with assets exceeding 100 million US dollars. On the one hand, he is committed to winning over partners. On the other hand, it also enhances the confidence of investors and is preparing for the financing of the next project. Link and Ellison brothers and sisters are also invited guests. Ryan, congratulations. This year Relativity Pictures box office performance is good, and perhaps there is hope to catch up with Paramount and 20th Century Fox in annual total sales. David Ellison said with a smile. Link and Megan Ellison also congratulated each other. At the beginning of this year and the end of last year, Relativity Pictures released 6 movies: The Spy Next Door, Worms, Season of the Witch, and Limitless, etc. 4 of them have grossed over 100 million yuan worldwide. This result is temporarily better than the data of Paramount Pictures among the 6 major Hollywood companies, and it has barely caught up with 20th Century Fox. It is better than the situation of Lionsgate and independent production companies such as Weinstein, New Line, and Summit Entertainment. Haha, it sounds like good news, but at this stage our goal is to catch up with Lionsgate, which is the boss in our independent production field. Ryan Kavanaugh raised his glass and gestured to Link. Then I'll work hard and try not to let you catch up so quickly, Link said with a smile. Haha, Link, it should be Miss Thompson who should work harder. She is now the head of Lionsgate. But Miss Link, I still prefer dealing with you. Why don't we have a common language with Miss Thompson? Ryan Kavanaugh shrugged and said, I have too many things on my hands to take care of Lionsgate. Now I can only trouble her. Link. Yes, I almost forgot to congratulate you on defending the title of the 4 major organizations again. It's amazing. You earn 40 to 50 million in one game, which is more than we make in one movie. I think with such a stable base, relying on my big data movie investment technology, Relativity will definitely be bigger and stronger. Ryan Kavanaugh exclaimed. Relativity is not bad now. 2 consecutive movies have exceeded 100 million, and the impact is very strong. Link laughed. Haha, I said a long time ago that using big data algorithms to invest in movies will make a 100% profit. Do you believe it now? Link nodded. He had also heard of Kavanaugh's big data statistical experiment method. This is a low-level Wall Street risk management strategy that uses data from thousands of movies to predict the sales performance of any specific movie after its release. The parameters considered include budget, director, actor, release date, film type, etc. Kavanaugh has a famous saying, even if I agree to shoot it, it won't work if the data model disagrees. He is a film investor who only believes in data. After chatting for a few words, Ryan Kavanaugh left with his female companion to greet another guest. Link, do you think the big data model investment technology that Kavanaugh mentioned is useful? David Ellison said, looking at Kavanaugh's back. It's useful, otherwise Relativity Pictures wouldn't have its current scale, but the market is changing, and there are too many uncertainties in the film industry. It will definitely not work if we follow big data completely. I think that this method will be used as an investment. I agree with Link's opinion. No matter how good the technology is, it still needs people to execute it. People will make mistakes. This is an advance. I think experience is more reliable than big data in making movies. If we combine the two, we may be able to do well. Megan Allison spread her arms. Link nodded. After the party started, the three sat together and talked about the new film projects of their respective companies. Link mentioned that Beach Pictures currently has A Good Sky. The Master is the new work of the famous editor and director Paul Thomas Anderson. Director Anderson is a famous Hollywood art film director, and his representative works include Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood, and Magnolia. In 2008, he won the Silver Bear Award for Best Director at the Berlin Film Festival for There Will Be Blood, and was also nominated for the Best Director Award at the Oscars, Golden Globe Awards, and other awards. The quality of his films is good, but the box office performance is average. This movie The Master was once shelved due to investment problems, until Joaquin Phoenix came to Link with the script. Link didn't know that the box office of this movie was very high. He decided to take over this movie out of trust in director Anderson and recognition of Joaquin's acting skills. The production cost of this movie alone is as high as $32 million, which is a bit beyond the current investment capacity of Beach Pictures. Link asked Megan and David if they were interested in participating in the investment. David Ellison said he was not interested when he heard that it was an art film. Lynn prefers to invest in some big productions and participate in more intense action movies. Megan expressed interest and needed to read the script before deciding to do it. At the same time, she also proposed A New Hometown of Hope, which tells the story of three brothers who enthusiastically expanded the criminal gang in the process of opposing bootlegging. Ask him if he is interested in cooperation. Link has not heard of this movie and said that he would look at the prospects before making a decision. At present, Granite Beach Pictures does not have sufficient funds, and Lionsgate has also encountered this problem. Further investment requires more refinement. The films produced by Annapurna Pictures under Megan are of good quality, including Zero Dark Thicken, The Grandmaster, Phantom Thread, and Guxy Family starring Lady Gaga, all of which have achieved good reputations. If the company has sufficient funds, it would be good to deepen cooperation with Meghan. Link, I'm going to pick up girls. Do you want to come with me? David Ellison stood up and smiled. Link glanced at the party on the cruise ship. In addition to these filmmakers, there are also a group of investors worth tens of billions, as well as male stars dressed up brightly and beautifully, and models dressed coolly. There are more than 200 people, and there are a few acquaintances in a hurry. The male lead of Limitless is Bradley Cooper, the female lead is Abby Cornish, and several female supporting roles include Nicolas Cage, George Clooney, Will Smith, Angelina Jolie, Sofia Coppola, Amanda Seyfried, Anne Hathaway, Anna Friel, Gemma. He also saw Amber Heard in the crowd, and there were several familiar faces among the models. He is the most famous playboy in the world, but he said he is not interested in seeing so many beauties. David Ellison asked, if you want to go, take Link. Meghan Ellison kicked him, and David Ellison laughed, fixed his shirt collar, touched his hair, and walked into the lively party with a champagne glass. He smiled lightly, leaned on the sofa with his legs crossed, looked at the blue sky above his head, the sea birds flying by, and the undulating sea under the cruise ship, and the warm sea breeze blew gently from his ears. At this time, this feeling is more than having two beauties in his arms. Link, you are such a strange person. Meghan Ellison looked at his profile and smiled. Why is it strange? I haven't seen you before. I have heard of your reputation as a playboy, but when I saw your identity, I found that you don't look like a playboy. Really? There are many types of playboys. Yes, I have seen many playboys. Slick or lustful, corrupt and perverted, all kinds of types. No matter how they cover up, they will have a complex texture. And you look very clean, and have a texture taste, different from those playboys. How do you do it? Meghan Ellison pointed at him, and asked with a smile. You ask me this question. Maybe you have discovered a new type of playboy. Haha, sometimes I really envy you boys. You can pick up girls at will, and you can pick up 4 or 5 at a time, but we girls can't do this. Especially women with a little fame. Once they fall in love with more than 2 men at the same time, they will be shocked and humiliated by public opinion. Meghan Ellison said. Link said, looking at Meghan, who had short hair and casual clothes. You probably didn't notice how the media and netizens scolded me last September. What scumbag, playboy, hypocrite. I received more criticism during that time than ordinary people would receive in 100 lifetimes. The media criticized women who are unfaithful as sluts and bitches, and criticized men who are unfaithful as scumbags and scumbags. It feels the same. It's very different. When I heard those people scold a cheating woman as a slut, I felt like I was back in Rome. In ancient times, no one would criticize a man who is unfaithful as a scumbag. Meghan smiled while holding a wine glass. Link thought for a while, and nodded in the middle. In ancient times, men who were unfaithful were called big officials, if they were rich, and lecherous thieves, if they were poor. Hi Link, you are here too. Amber Heard came over to say hello with a smile, still with a not so smart smile on her face. In addition to Amber, Amanda Seyfried, Lindsay Lohan, Anne Hathaway and others also came over to say hello. Link stood up to fight. Now he was the boss of the 7th or 8th largest film studio in Hollywood. He had a lot of resources in his hands. He was like a person standing on the shore with bait in his hand. He also became the object of pursuit by these entertainment stars. This was the effect of power. In fact, he would not do this. If he got the benefits from these women, he needed to exchange them with corresponding resources. A role could be paid hundreds of thousands, millions or even tens of millions. This kind of deal was not cost effective. He would even be held hostage by these shrewd women. When he was serious and chatted with them without desire, they would be like canaries, competing to show off their beautiful feathers and graceful bodies, and giving him many benefits for free. After dealing with a circle, Link was sweating. Well, the sweat was his own, and the fragrance was others. Link, how does it feel to be surrounded by a group of women? Meghan Ellison asked teasingly with a smile, when she saw him coming back. Not bad. They are all very good actors. Link shrugged and smiled. Meghan laughed. Ever since you helped Jennifer Lawrence by Lionsgate last month, there is no girl who doesn't envy Jennifer and hope to have a boyfriend like you. You should be the most popular man in Hollywood now. If you want to pick up girls, no woman along the way, whether married or not, can resist your charm. That's a bit exaggerated. I'm a playboy, and no one likes my type. Link laughed. Megan shook her head, looking at his clean and handsome face, his gentle and elegant smile, his obvious strong physique, and his worth, reputation, and power. Such a man has a lot of influence on the group of female stars in Hollywood, who like to cling to him. Hey, Megan, come back to your senses. How did you chase Link? No way. You fell in love with Link after I just walked away for a while? As soon as David Ellison finished speaking, Megan kicked him. David Ellison took a step back and almost fell to the ground. He was supported by the two models beside him. I was just kidding. Is it necessary to use your foot? David Ellison said, patting his knee. When you talk, the most effective thing is to use your feet. Megan snorted with a tense face. Alas, it turns out that all sisters are the same. They are not fun anymore when they grow up. Do you know what happened just now? David Ellison sat down and pointed to the middle of the nail plate. The protagonist of the party, Ryan Kavanaugh, was there, and Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Will Smith and others were beside him. Some of them seemed to be talking about something. David Ellison said that Brad Pitt had just done an open-air show for Kavanaugh to evaluate whether it was worth investing in. The script was called Moneyball, adapted from Michael Lewis's Moneyball, The Wisdom of Winning in Adversity. It tells the story of Billy Beane, the general manager of the Oakland Green Caps, who broke all the conventions through unique management methods and successfully created a group of strong teams with strong combat effectiveness. This is a sports movie. In 2009, there was a sports-themed movie The Blind Side, which sold more than 250 million copies after its release with a cost of more than 30 million. The heroine Sandra Labrock became an Oscar winner with the movie The Blind Side, and achieved both good reputation and box office success, which also led to the proliferation of sports movies in the past 2 years, including The Fighter, Warrior, Soul Surfer, Real Steel starring Link, and even Black Swan has morality. This Moneyball is also a more inspirational movie. Brad Pitt found Ryan Kavanaugh to invest. Kavanaugh immediately asked someone to build a big data model to evaluate the investment value of this movie. In view of the fact that the production cost of this movie is more than 50 million, Kavanaugh said that, although the movie has won some film awards, it is hoped that the box office performance will not be outstanding, and it may lose money. The project type does not meet the requirements of the theory of relativity movie. Link, with this budget, Brad Pitt has a good appeal. I think we can try it. Do you want to work together? David Ellison said. Link thought about it. He had also seen the movie Moneyball. The quality is good. It was nominated for the Oscar, and the transaction volume has exceeded 100 million. It looks like a good project. The production cost is too high, 50 million. I haven't seen Skyrim. How do I know if the movie is good? I'll take Skyrim. David Ellison stood up and left, and soon came back with Cheyenne G and Brad Pitt. Hi, Link. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie walked over together. The man was in a suit, handsome and masculine, and the woman was dancing in a red dress, with a charming figure. Opposite them was the most famous couple in Hollywood. Most couples in the entertainment industry start well but end badly, and there have been constant problems with the marriages of couples in the news recently. Link stood up and talked to the couple. Link, I heard that you want to invest in this movie. In fact, Ryan Kavanaugh also said, I have this idea. Brad is one of my favorite male actors. I want to work with him once, but now the company's production plan is full. How much production funds are left? Whether to invest in this movie or not, we have to see how much investment amount is before making a decision. Link, this is definitely a movie project worth investing in. Brad Pitt smiled while holding up a glass of wine and explained that he had already attracted 20 million investment from Scott Rudin Productions. He himself invested in the company with his salary. After the movie was released, he obtained 10% ownership in North America, and there was a remaining investment gap of 25 million. Hearing that the gold medal producer Scott Rudin was also involved in this film project, David Ellison no longer hesitated and said on the spot that Skydance Pictures could invest 10 million. Ryan Kavanaugh said that the production cost of this film was still too high. If it could be controlled below 35 million, he would definitely invest. Brad Pitt said that the specific production cost was $80 million, which had been cut several times. $50 million was the lowest cost. Further compression would affect the quality of the film. Link, what do you think? Angelina Jolie married the flaming red lips and leaned beside him and smiled. Link flipped through the script and did not express his opinion on the spot. He said that he needed to take it back to the company for the production department to study it before giving a reply. When several people were discussing the investment in the film, people on the dock rushed over and more people greeted Link. Link had to cheer up and deal with it, and he was sweating again. Chapter 410 movie release. Ryan Kavanaugh's party was relatively normal in the first half, but gradually became debauched in the second half. Wine, drugs, striptease performances, and money thrown on the spot. Kavanaugh also introduced 2 black people to Link, implying that he could do whatever he wanted with them. Link refused. After preparing several girlfriends, his aesthetic level was significantly improved. Ordinary beauties had no appeal in his eyes. On the contrary, when he saw unfamiliar women, he would automatically keep his distance to prevent misunderstandings. Link and the Ellison brothers and sisters watched the performance for a while. When the cruise ship approached the dock, David took the initiative to say goodbye. Ellison originally wanted to spend the night, but was kicked off the ship by Megan. How to log out of today's party now? Live account not bad. When it was time to get off work, Link had time, and the driver drove to the Lionsgate office building to pick up President Ivanka. After get off work, President Ivanka wore a navy blue women's shirt, tucked the hem into a straight skirt, and put on a sexy skirt. With her cold and intellectual face and temperament, Link only glanced at her and felt that she could beat. Kavanaugh is not a decent person. You'd better not get too close to him. Ivanka's plump buttocks pressed against her chest, and she untied her long golden hair in front of the mirror and let it fall on her shoulders. The air was filled with the smell of her hair. Link knew it. He also wrote in the newspaper that Kavanaugh was very good at exchanging an. It is said that someone often engages in group sports in the office. Just now on the cruise ship, a reward of 200,000 elephants was offered on the spot to ask several female models and actresses to undress. He is a standard player in the entertainment industry. Although Link is also greedy for flowers and lust, he doesn't play like that. How is the company's situation? Not bad, much better than I thought. Ivanka smiled slightly and told him about the company's situation. After taking office, Ivanka did not involve too many projects in the company. She just spent more than half a month to find out the company's situation, including the production department, distribution department, TV series department, international department, etc., as well as the company's security, losses in the last quarter, etc. When Link was in office, he also wanted to find out, but the workload was very serious, and it was time-consuming, labor-intensive and brain-consuming to do. He found Ivanka for this matter. Ivanka said that Lionsgate's situation was not bad. Since 2000, Lionsgate has acquired many production and distribution companies, and also bought the copyright of a production company to launch movies and TV series. Now Lionsgate has more than 12,000 film and television copyrights in its film library, which is similar to the album copyright of a music company. Every year, the copyright fees of these films and TV series on TV networks and other channels can earn hundreds of millions of dollars. In addition, after Lionsgate acquired the distribution company channel of MGM, its film distribution capabilities have been greatly improved, not much worse than Paramount. Lionsgate's TV series department continues to shoot the 5th season of Mad Men, the 3rd season of Nurse Jackie, and 3 other TV series. The ratings of the first 2 TV series are good, and the annual income from TV series linkage and advertising is about $30 million. In addition, the film production department has good production capabilities. Last year, 22 films were produced, 16 of which were released in theaters and 6 were released through DVD videotapes. Although most of them are movies and the occupancy is generally not high, the production capabilities are among the best in the field of independent production. The only problem now is the lack of money. This year, Lionsgate's film profits are not much, with 180 million assets, and monthly interest and wages are also a large expense. The remaining funds that can be used for the production of movies and TV series are less than 160 million, and the production cost of The Hunger Games is as high as 85 million. The remaining funds can only produce 4 or 5 in-depth movies. Counting the 4 movies that have been put into production, Lionsgate has only 10 movies released, which is more than half less than in 2010. Link thought about it. 10 movies don't matter, as long as The Hunger Games is well made, and there are The Conjuring and The Invasion of the Mother. Lionsgate's sales data next year will not be bad. Don't let go of potential movie projects. If you are short of money, you can continue to borrow money. The 180 million debt is not a big pressure for me, Link said. Evika listened and smiled with her red lips curved. We have just entered the film industry and don't understand a lot of things here. It is better to invest in some high quality products in the central region and not take the first step to be professional. You are right. Link pulled the back of her hand and kissed her. Evika looked at him and smiled, then rested her head on his shoulder. After the success of the celebration party for Limitless, Link accepted Paul Walker's invitation to attend the celebration party for Fast and Furious 5. The film was released on April 29th and achieved sales of $82.6 million in North America over the 3 days of the weekend, setting a new record for film sales during the same period. It achieved sales of over 300 million yuan worldwide in 10 days after its release, and became the first film in the world to sell more than 300 million yuan in sales during this summer's season. Paul Walker also became a world-renowned movie star with this movie, and now his salary for a single commercial film is close to 10 million. Link was happy for Paul, so he tortured him severely while racing. When Fast and Furious 5 was released, movies such as Bridesmaids, Thor and Fate of the Furious also began to receive intensive publicity before their release. Link also participated in the film, and his character image was on the poster, so he had to follow the publicity team to participate in several activities. Sir, based on your expectations, how much do you estimate this movie will have? In an ongoing TV interview, the host asked. I estimate that there should be 400 to 500 million. Link thought for a moment and said, 400 to 500 million? The host was so scared that Cassandra's eyes widened a little. The crew members of Bridesmaids were also stunned when they heard this data and looked at him in surprise. The production and publicity cost of this film was 32.5 million, and the distribution department was expected to have a maximum of 80 million. Everyone thought that 80 million was not bad. Now Link directly shouted out 400 to 500 million for sale, which was too scary. Boss, you should be low-key, Emma Stone said with an unchanged expression and moving the corners of her mouth. I have seen this movie. The quality is not inferior to the Hangover series. It is also the best of the same type. 400 to 500 million is a very suitable number. Link smiled. Mr. Baker, I hope you are right. There are also many entertainment news reports. Bridesmaids and similar Revenge for My Father have been protested since the beginning of the promotion. For the prevention of the epidemic, do you have confidence? Asked Rose, host of Stars TV's movie channel. I've also read the relevant news, but these two movies have different themes and different fan markets, so there is no competition. I think Bridesmaids' competitors should be Fast and Furious 5 and Thor. I hope the sales performance of Bridesmaids can catch up with them. Link spread his hands and said. Beside him, Emma Stone lowered her head, tapping the soles of her shoes with her toes. It was so embarrassing. The production costs of Fast and Furious 5 and Thor were both over $100 million, with estimated global sales of over 300 million. Fast and Furious 5 has already been released, and according to the current situation, it might be able to sell 600 to 700 million. Bridesmaids is just a low-budget comedy movie. How can it possibly catch up with Fast and Furious 5? The upper limit is indeed a mouth cannon. After the film promotion interview, Emma Stone walked beside him, complained that his tone was exaggerated, and did some embarrassing things with him. This is publicity, understand? The purpose of publicity is hype. How can you hype without creating topics? But our movie only made 80 million at the box office, and there are so many blockbusters released at the same time. It's difficult to sell 100 million, and you start with 400 to 500 million. The difference is too far. Wouldn't you be embarrassed? Emma Stone blinked her pine green eyes. No, all the embarrassing things that happened to you are because you think too much. I only consider the current effect when I speak, and I don't worry about whether it will be embarrassing later. Why should I worry about it now? Link said. Emma Stone looked at him helplessly, secretly envious if she could be as thick-skinned as him. No need to worry about embarrassment. Not afraid of social death. Do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. That's too cool. Boss, let me ask you a gossip. Many people say that you bought Lionsgate for Jennifer. Is this true? I have always wanted to confirm it with you, but unfortunately you are too busy and have no chance. Emma Stone caught up with him. Link stopped in front of the car, turned to look at her and smiled. You haven't heard of a rumor that Harvey Weinstein has said that he will not only ban me, but also the artists of Caribbean Bay Company? Emma Stone thought about it and nodded. She did hear this rumor in March and was a little anxious at the time. Later, after Link bought Lionsgate, her anxiety suddenly disappeared. Alla thought of her boss, who was the boss of the 8th largest film company in Hollywood. She wanted to walk sideways because she couldn't make so many movies. Also, after Link bought Lionsgate, her treatment in the crew became better, and everyone became simper to each other, and they would smile when they saw her. Unlike in early March when Harvey threatened to ban Link and his artists, everyone had a complicated attitude towards her. So I bought Lionsgate not just for Jennifer, but also for you. Come on, Emma, help me get 3 Oscars for Best Actress. I believe you can do it. Link smiled and clenched his fist. No problem, I can do it. Emma Stone smiled slightly and bumped her fist with him. After bumping, she suddenly remembered that Link's requirement for the protagonist was 3 Oscars for Best Actress, and she was embarrassed. Generally, it is good for a woman to get 1 Best Supporting Actress award, but Link wants her to get 3 Best Supporting Actress awards, which is really difficult. Get in the car, don't just stand there, there's another interview. Okay. Emma Stone rolled her eyes and got into the car. After the interview program was reported, many threads became hot news and were on the hot search of Fat Yahoo, including Link announced that Bridesmaids is the best comedy movie in the summer season, and the global sales are expected to be no worse than The Hangover. Link said that Fighting for My Father is not a rival of Bridesmaids. Fast and Furious 5 and Thor are. Link publicly discussed the purpose of acquiring Lionsgate on the show, and admitted that it was related to several rumors in the entertainment industry. There are also Link said that he will not give up acting after becoming the boss of Lionsgate and is preparing for a new film. Link claimed that the 4th album is being recorded and is expected to be released in August or September. Link refused to publicly talk about the title related to Taylor, etc. Emma Stone read these news on the internet and TV, secretly admiring Link's fame and hypeability. Just a few words can become hot news on major media and news websites, and even become a hot search. His one promotion can rival 10 of the crew members. It's amazing. Emma asked her actor agent Ms. Peggy if she couldn't learn Link's hype method. Ms. Peggy said no. Link dared to say that because he was worth more than $2 billion, spent $800 million to buy Lionsgate, and earned $40 to $50 million from a boxing match. He estimated that the movie had about $400 to $500 million. Even if he was wrong, others would think that his layout was simple, and he didn't care about a few thousand small money. Ordinary people can't do that. Emma thought about it, and it was indeed the case. After more than a month of promotional activities, on Friday, May 8th, Bridesmaids was released in 2,520 theaters in North America, ranking 5th in the same period, and reaching $20.37 million box office in 3 days of the weekend. It ranked 3rd in the same period, and the champion was Thor, co-produced by Paramount Pictures and Marvel, which was released in 3,644 theaters, and had 66 million plots in the first week. The second place is Fast and Furious 5, produced by Universal Pictures, with a box office revenue of $32.52 million in the second week and a cumulative box office of $139 million. The decline increased last night. The production cost of this film was $125 million, and it has already recovered its investment, which fully shows that the box office performance of this film is very good. Ranked 4th is the comedy The Wedding, released by Columbia Pictures, which is a movie of the same type as Bridesmaids, and has a box office performance of $13.7 million. Ranked 5th is the animation Rio, which sold $8.2 million this week, and has a cumulative sales of $115 million in North America. Ranked 6th is Father's Revenge, released by Weinstein Films, with a sales performance of $6.8 million in the first week, which is not bad compared to the production cost of $23 million. Among the top 10 released this weekend, there is another movie that also attracted Link's attention. This movie is the comedy film Happy Family of Madame Tussauds, produced and released by Lionsgate. In the third week of its release, it has achieved sales of $3.9 million, ranking 8th in the same period, with a cumulative sales of $46.81 million in North America, and the production cost is only $15 million. It is expected that the North American sales will be more than $60 million, with a revenue ratio of 4:1, which can be considered a hit. Seeing the movie sell well, the production department immediately launched the sequel plan, which is a common practice for all hit movies. It is not uncommon for a movie to make money while taking advantage of the popularity of its own release. After the box office rankings were released this week, the performance of Bridesmaids also caused heated discussions in the media. This is just a somewhat innovative follow-up movie, but it has broken through the siege among the summer blockbusters and ranked 3rd. This result is very good. It also made Manhattan Studios, the producer of Bridesmaids, a big hit. This small company made a movie, The Scandal Project, last year, which cost less than $10 million and sold $160 million worldwide. Only half a year later, another comedy movie that achieved good results amazed many peers. And 2 of the top 10 movies are related to Link, which also made many people sigh Link's good luck. If the big hit of Bridesmaids is due to the good vision of his producers, and the big hit of Flirting Scholar is purely luck, because the film was completed and ready for release before he bought Lionsgate, this is totally a steal for Harvey Weinstein. In addition, it is not clear that Flirting Scholar, which was promoted to compete with Bridesmaids, only sold $6.8 million in the first week, which also disappointed many people. They thought it was a fight between dragons and tigers, but the result was decided in the first week, which made people feel unsatisfied. More people want to know how Harvey Weinstein feels at this time. Harvey is a big boss in the industry and the #1 on the list of powerful movies. He took the initiative to provoke Link before, but he wanted to compete with his new movie. Now the first circle has been cut down by Link, a newcomer. I don't know if he will feel embarrassed or become more hostile to Link because of this. Chapter 411, Copying and Audition. Harvey was of course very angry about the failure of the movie collection. He smashed 2 ashtrays and 3 floor tiles, and was scratched on the forehead by a piece of debris, which made him even angrier. He sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, and Anthony, a big assistant, bandaged his forehead. Until his brother Bob came on the stage, he continued to scold Link. The Bridesmaids invested by Link was a film that seemed to follow the trend. There were no big stars to help, and there was no strange advantage over several similar wedding comedies. It made $20.37 million in box office in 3 days, and it would be recovered in the next month, which made him angry. There was also Father's Revenge, produced by Weinstein Films. It was thought that with the influence and appeal of the best actor Sean Penn and the best actress Frances McDormand, it would achieve good results in the summer season. Even if it was bad, it should be better than Link's rubbish. But reality slapped him in the face. "Bitch, you hurt me." Harvey pushed away the nurse who was disinfecting his wound, picked up a band-aid and slapped it directly on his greasy forehead. Bob helped the nurse up and pinched her butt secretly, wanting to get her out first. Harvey messed up the office again and shook his head helplessly. In fact, before the movie was released, he would not agree to adjust the release date to compete with Link's new movie. The reason is simple. Revenge for My Father is an art film, which is relatively niche. The audience is mostly people over 30 years old, and there are fans of Sean Penn and Frances. Bridesmaids is a comedy movie, and the audience is over 30 years old. It is suitable for all people. It follows the theme of The Hangover, and is more popular. There is not much comparison between the two movies. With Harvey's many years of experience in knowing the release of movies, Bob is sure of this, but he still does it. First, look carefully at Link and the quality of Bridesmaids. The second is that he was blinded by anger and did something to embarrass Link without thinking about the consequences of losing. In the end, he was the one who was embarrassed. Harvey, you don't need to be angry about this. The screening rate of Revenge for My Father is lower than that of Bridesmaids. It is normal to have a lower income at the beginning. In addition, the income of comedy movies has dropped significantly. Art films have more stamina. We may not lose. Bob comforted. Harvey took a few greedy breaths, and his neck and belly swelled up. With his greasy face, he looked at the tree frog in the swamp in front of him. In fact, this bastard has sold one of each of the 2 movies he invested in consecutively. This is too lucky. This will make people feel that investing in movies is not a difficult thing, and at the same time, make people feel that we old-fashioned filmmakers are incompetent, and also make people feel that Link, that bastard, is very powerful. We have lost his foil, understand? Harvey shouted angrily, his saliva almost spraying on Bob's face. Bob took a half step back and nodded. He understood Harvey's idea. Link practiced boxing and singing every day and only took the deductions in exchange for Catherine's investment. He did nothing else. Then the movies he invested in sold out one after another. He was really lucky. Harvey, the credit for the big sale of Bridesmaids was Catherine Baker and Broadbent and several other executives. It has nothing to do with Link, and we are not his foil. Bob advised. That Catherine Baker is an outsider. The operation of Palestine Beach Pictures mainly relies on Broadbent and several veteran producers. Can Broadbent be poached over? Harvey asked with a sullen face. Broadbent was, after all, the deputy director of the art film production group at Warner Brothers Pictures. His production level was not up to the first line level, and his strength and achievements were much worse than those of several gold medal producers. Not to mention that the other party was willing to poach him. Even if he could, there was no guarantee that his next movie would sell well. The production of such works as movies mainly depends on factors such as vision, experience, luck, and the strength of the work team, not just an experienced producer. If you have a group of gold medal sellers, you can guarantee that every movie will be a blockbuster and the film market will be a success. Harvey, you are a top producer. No matter how good Broadbent is, he can't compare to you. There's no point in poaching him, Bob said. Harvey frowned and accidentally moved his wound. The stinging pain on his forehead made him hate Link again. I asked you to lay mines for Beach Pictures and Lionsgate. How are you doing? Progress is slow. Palm Beach Pictures has limited funds and will not shoot another high-cost movie for the time being. There are also informants who report that what specific movies we make at Palm Beach Studios depends mainly on Catherine Baker's opinion, not other producers, and the projects sent out were not approved by Catherine Baker. The same is true for Lionsgate. After all, there are 22 film production plans this year. After Link and Eva Cat took office, 10 of them were directly cut, and the projects we are arranging now are among them. Bob said helplessly. Harvey gritted his teeth in hatred, feeling extremely unhappy. In the decades of ups and downs in Hollywood, he has not been without opponents. On the contrary, he can get to this point by defeating a strong opponent, stepping on their shoulders, and ascending to the throne of the first person on the Hollywood power list. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he thought he could easily defeat the newcomer Link Baker. As a result, after 2 rounds of competition, 1 draw and 1 loss, which made him very unhappy. How are the other plans going? I really don't want to see Link continue to stay in Hollywood. Not going well. Bob explained helplessly. After the fight with Link in March, he sent women to Link in various ways, hoping to use this method to trick Link once. Unfortunately, the playboy Link didn't take it at all. When he met a beautiful woman he didn't know, he wouldn't even look at her more than once, and there was no chance of any misunderstanding with him. The same was true for Epstein Jr. and P. Diddy. Link didn't go to bars or participate in messy parties, so there was no chance to drag him down. Is there really no way we can deal with Manhattan? Harvey's blood pressure soared when he heard this, and he looked at Bob with a look of devastation. Harvey, you can't be too hasty about this kind of thing. The more extreme the move, the more Link notifies, and the lower the probability of success. Let's take it slow and find the right opportunity to strike. As long as Link is still in the entertainment industry, there will always be a chance to trick him. Bob advised. Take it slow? You make it sound simple, but do you know how many people are laughing at me now? As long as Link Hollywood is still around, those people will continue to laugh at me, saying that I, a Hollywood tycoon, can't even deal with Link, a small newcomer in the film industry. This is a great shame for me, a great shame. Do you understand? Harvey shouted with his big face flushed with flesh. Bob's eyes twitched. Harvey was flattered by the media and people around him. Some people said he was a Hollywood tycoon, so he really thought of himself as a tycoon. And Link is not a small figure either. He is worth 2 billion and is the boss of Lionsgate. Lionsgate is the 8th largest film industry, sometimes the 7th largest, with a stronger market value and production capacity than Weinstein Pictures. It is normal that a person like Manhattan cannot be defeated easily. Harvey, don't worry. During this period, I have also been trying to find a way to deal with Manhattan Link. After thinking for a long time, I finally found a weakness of Link. Starting from this aspect, there may be a chance to bring him down. Bob sat on the sofa, crossed his fat legs and lit a cigarette. Speak. Ivica. Ivica? Yes, Ivica is Link's weakness. A large part of Link's current wealth and fame belongs to her. Without her, Link Music Company would not be the current scale. Without her, Lionsgate would not be as stable as it is now. Without her and the connections of the Thompson family, Link would not have the current momentum and could not withstand the attacks of Little Cunis and others. Bob waved his fist and said in a blocked tone. Harvey touched his big belly thoughtfully after hearing what he heard. So I suggest to make a fuss about similar relationships and find a way to break their relationship. Without Ivica managing music and Lionsgate, neither company will inevitably fall into chaos. With the cover of the Thompson family's connections, Link is just a simple billionaire, and it will be easier for Manhattan to rise. Bob said in a firm voice. Harvey nodded in the middle, patted Bob on the back, and laughed. Dear Bob, I'll leave this matter to you. No problem, you can rest assured that I will do it. Bob said calmly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Also, the sales of Bridesmaids are a bit high. Find a professional film critic to comment on it, and find a way to bring it down. Didn't Link predict that this movie would have 400 to 500 million sales? I want it to be 40 to 50 million. Harvey sneered with his toad-like mouth. Bob thought for a moment and nodded. Bridesmaids made more than 20 million in sales over the 3 days of the weekend. Find someone to write some negative reviews of Bridesmaids to reduce the film's sales to less than 10 million in the second week. The maximum sales in North America will be about 40 to 50 million. This will be of great benefit to. How is Rami Malek's acting? At the Palm Beach Studios office building, Link asked Rami Malek as he left the audition office. Not bad. He takes acting very seriously and is a real actor, Joaquin Phoenix said. Link nodded. This is the audition site for the movie The Master. After watching it, Megan Allison felt that the story was over, and there were several good movies directed by director Paul Anderson of very good quality. The leading actor Joaquin was also a very strong actor. After thinking about it, she agreed to invest. The production cost of this movie is $32 million, with Beach Pictures investing $12 million, Lionsgate investing $10 million, and Annapurna Pictures investing $10 million. After sufficient funds, the crew, which had been suspended for unknown reasons, resumed operations and started the first round of movie auditions to select the main roles except the leading actor. Link looked at the front desk and found that there was a male third role that was very suitable for the image of Rami Malek. Considering his good acting skills, he was invited to audition through the crew. If Rami can get this role, he will be signed to Panama Bay Animation Company to start training, hoping that he can win the Oscar for Best Actor in the future. When he thought of the Oscar for Best Actor, Link was a little speechless. At first, it was the boxing champion and the singer. At that time, the media commented that he was too successful in boxing and music, and he was too handsome and rich. Due to his single-mindedness and exclusion from the outside world, it was almost impossible for thousands of judges from the Academy of Oscars to vote for him. He also had almost no chance of getting the Little Golden Man. since he bought Lionsgate and became the boss of the 8th largest production company in the film industry. The media deleted almost all of the original text and republished it, saying that he had 100% no chance of getting the little golden man, even if he worked hard, until he was 100 years old. Analogous to Chaplin, the top star of the silent film era and the founder of the original 8th film company in Hollywood, United Artists, he made the best popular classic film, but never won the Oscar for Best Actor. Link is even less likely. After too many similar news, Link began to doubt that the goal of winning the Oscar for Best Actor was not unrealistic. After doubting, he still insisted on this goal. In the future, he will make 1 or 2 better movies every year and become a top actor. Whether he can win the award or not, he will try it first. Link, there is a supporting role in this play that suits you. Do you want to try? Joaquin said while smoking a laughing cigarette. Link thought about it and refused, mainly because he didn't have time. He now has 3 movies on hand: Rust and Bone, Buried Alive, and The Avengers. After the first week of the release of Thor, Mizner received a call from Marvel Entertainment, saying that they were preparing for Avengers, and there would be a role for Captain America in the film. The exact number of roles would not be known until the box office performance of Captain America in July. Marvel meant that he should arrange the schedule in advance, and it is expected to start filming at the end of the year. Last year, there was a clause in his performance contract with Marvel Pictures to produce a sequel, and he couldn't turn down this role. There was also The Flowers of War, and he was busy at the beginning of the year. After more than 10 days of filming on and off, the crew has now entered the advanced production stage. Directors ankled and said that some shots need to be reshot. Please take time to go back. It only takes 3 days. After all, there is friends with benefits. After he bought Lionsgate, Screen Treasures planned to continue the cooperation and let him continue to play the leading role. He also increased his salary. Link refused. Are you still a singer? Link looked at Joaquin Soul. This guy announced his retirement from the entertainment industry in 2009 to become a rapper. He has been doing it for more than half a year, but there is no improvement. He was also scolded by the audience for being late for the performance. Joaquin scolded the audience and made a big noise. No, it's too difficult to be a singer. I admire you very much now. You switched from a boxer to a singer. It only took 2 years to become a top star in the music industry. This is amazing. Joaquin Phoenix praised again and again. He smiled lightly. He was indeed successful as a singer. If he didn't have those music stocks, he wouldn't have the current momentum. Hi, Link and Joaquin, you are here too? Amy Adams, carrying a small shoulder bag, walked over from the balance counter while chatting in the coffee room. She was wearing a beige dress with long burgundy curly hair draped over her left shoulder. Her fair and round face was matched with a gentle smile. When she said you are here too, her azure eyes looked at Link, and the smile at the corner of her mouth had a strange taste. Amy, are you here for the audition too? Link called. Yes, I read the script, and the role of the heroine is very suitable for me, so I came to try. Amy Adams smiled. Good luck. Director Anderson is very strict with actors. I will try my best. Amy Adams brushed the hair by her ear, smiled slightly, and turned to walk back to the audition office. Link looked at her swaying back. This woman has become more mature and has more flavor than before. I'll go to the office to take a look. Joaquin threw down his cigarette butt and went to the audition office. Once, Ms. Mandy walked into the coffee room and said that the casting director and Director Anderson both thought that Amy Adams was more suitable for the heroine than Emma Stone. Amy Adams' temperament is more similar to the heroine Mary, and Emma Stone is too young and not mature enough. Link said that he would follow the director's wishes and would not interfere with the crew's selection. After all, his purpose of investing in this film is to make money, not to make the artist popular. Mandy, for the artists introduced by Manhattan, we need to provide them with more audition opportunities and help them get roles on the premise of ensuring fairness, but we should not spoil them too much. Letting them experience more hardships can also help them improve. Now, in addition to Jennifer Lawrence and Emma Stone, Alabama United Company has signed 5 male actors with good acting skills. There are also Octavia Spencer and Chris O'Dowd, who are actors from the crew of The Help and Bridesmaids. The former is a black actress, and the latter is the male lead of Bridesmaids. The remaining 3 are also actors signed by the crews of The Gossip Project, Bridesmaids and The Help. These actors are all powerful and can be arranged to play supporting roles in movies produced by Lionsgate and Beach Studios. When they become famous, they can help the company make money. I'm going to sign them. What do you think? Ms. Mandy smiled. You are the president of Manhattan Bay, and you have the final say, but you should pay more attention to Selena when you have time, and don't let her become a wild child. I understand. Ms. Mandy smiled gently. Link stayed at Beach Studios for half a day. In addition to visiting the audition of The Master, he also talked with Catherine about Beach's movies this year and next year. In addition to The Help, which is being scheduled, there are playing cards, Silver Linings Playbook, The Master and Beasts of the Southern Wild. There is also Home of Hope, recommended by Megan Ellison, which is adapted from a novel about gangster legends by the famous writer Matt Bondurant. It tells the story of a family of 3 who held bootlegging after the end of World War I, established a family gang, and recruited and expanded it. This movie is similar to a movie Link has seen called Lawless. Lawless is somewhat similar, with good quality and a production cost of only $26 million, so he agreed to work with Megan. The investment contribution of Beach Pictures in these 4 films totaled $35.2 million, which is completely affordable. After the funds from Bridesmaids are recovered, there will be more funds to invest in the latest film projects. Ding dong. When he was driving home, Amy Adams received a thank you message. Link replied that you are welcome, and she is very suitable for the role of Mary. Ding dong. Amy Adams suddenly sent a photo of her and a doll. The child is about 1 year old, with black hair, blue eyes, and a chubby face. Very cute. This is my son Chris. Cute. A very beautiful little guy. Thank you. Link looked at the photos, not quite understanding why the other party sent them. Could it be that Amy Adams was hinting that the child was related to her? He had never met Amy Adams' husband and didn't know if he had black hair. Amy Adams was also a descendant of Italian immigrants, and her ancestors also had black hair, blue pupils, and fair skin. From the photos alone, he didn't think the child looked like him. In addition, Amy Adams gave birth to the child before the Academy Awards, and calculating the date suggested that it was related to him, but he couldn't be sure. Amy, when is the child's birthday? Link thought for a moment. Are you going to Chris's birthday party? I'll invite you to his next birthday, Amy Adams said. Link replied with a okay, and didn't ask any more questions. As long as Amy Adams doesn't say the child is his, this won't happen. Be careful not to cause misunderstandings and bring bad influence to the other party's family, and also avoid showing the wrong courtesy. Ding dong dong. On the way back to the Bay Villa, Eva cackled and said that she had to work overtime for half an hour today. It was an emergency, and asked him to eat first and not wait for her. Link asked what was going on. Eva said that a large number of illegal comments about Bridesmaids appeared in newspapers and on the internet yesterday afternoon, which directly led to a 35% drop in sales today compared to yesterday, exceeding the normal decline of 60%. This data is very abnormal. Lionsgate is also involved in the distribution of this film. Now the department is contacting Warner Distribution Company to jointly resolve this matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Public Opinion Offensive. Okay, you go to work first. I'll wait for you to come back and have dinner together. After hanging up the phone, Link used his tablet to browse the news online. A large number of illegal comments appeared on professional movie websites such as Entertainment Online, and 10 relatively famous film critics publicly disparaged Bridesmaids. Some complained that the plot was awkward and not suitable for normal people to watch. Some complained that the heroine's personality was not likable, and some complained that Link was not suitable for comedy and was a bit out of place. I don't know that Bridesmaids has a very good rating on professional websites, with a media comprehensive rating of B. Yahoo audience website and a Rotten Tomatoes freshness of 72%, which is not worse than Thor in the same period. Only one day later, the media comprehensive rating dropped to B. Yahoo audience B, and Rotten Tomatoes freshness dropped to 63%. Several movie rating websites were swiped with many bad reviews. Now many movie fans will read related reviews before watching a movie, and the deterioration of word of mouth will directly affect the ownership of the movie. In this case, it is obvious that someone is conspiring to blacken this movie. It is not difficult to guess who it is. Link opened Twitter and took a look. Many film critics also posted bad reviews of Bridesmaids through Twitter. One of the tweets by Oscar Holbrook was the most popular, with more than 4,000 comments. He is a special film critic for Entertainment Weekly, known for his sharp review style and merciless criticism of bad movies. He has 1.02 million followers on his account. He posted 3 tweets in a row from yesterday afternoon to this morning, starting with "What a bad comedy movie. There is not a single funny plot in the whole movie, only awkwardness. Awkward. Awkward. Watching this movie is a waste of life. I don't recommend it at all." These 3 tweets complained about the plot design of the movie, the cast, and the acting skills of the actors. In the end, he wrote a special comment to complain about him and add him. He first praised his outstanding performance in The Expendables, and then changed his tone. It was not easy to criticize his performance as the biggest failure of the film, saying that his performance was not funny at all, but awkward, which was the biggest embarrassment in this movie with an awkward plot. He also said that he is expected to win the next Golden Raspberry Award for Best Supporting Actor. Link shook his head. Although he had some problems with his performance, it was not that bad. In addition, this is a female-led drama. For the sake of the overall plot, the director cut his role from the original 5 minutes to less than 100 seconds. How bad can it be? He looked through the past film reviews of these people and found that The Other Party's monthly magazine only reviewed the most popular and controversial movies. As long as he caught a flaw in the movie, he would spray the movie into a pile of shit. His understanding of the film review was also very unprofessional and his words were very emotional. He didn't look like a serious film critic, but an internet celebrity who was trying to get traffic. Link imagined and posted a message saying funny. In 2008, he criticized Twilight as a bad movie, criticized The Hangover in 2009, criticized Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows in 2010, and criticized Fast and Furious 5 in 2011, and then criticized Bridesmaids. I have a feeling that Bridesmaids will be a big hit. Although he sold his Twitter shares and is no longer a Twitter shareholder, he is still the user with the most followers on the Twitter platform, with 92.15 million followers at present, just a little bit away from breaking 100 million. Holbrook's film critic after that, many people quickly attracted a lot of attention. The number of likes for this comment quickly exceeded 50,000, and the number of comments soon reached 1,000. Many people couldn't believe that he, a top star, would be interested in replying to a critic's comment. Some netizens also explained falling that since yesterday, many negative comments about Bridesmaids have suddenly appeared in the media. Those comments are all like the comments posted by this film critic, completely without basis and brainless. This situation is very abnormal. Obviously, someone is deliberately dragging down this movie. Link probably couldn't stand it, so he replied to a comment. Later, many netizens who have watched this movie said that they had just watched Bridesmaids and felt it was very good, much better than similar movies of this theme. Netizens discussed 2/3 of the time, and film critic Oscar Holbrook came online. First of all, he thanked Link for his reply, saying that he commented on Bridesmaids from a fair and professional perspective, not a random comment. Link thought about it and didn't reply again, because after he replied to this comment, the number of fans of The Other Party or The Other Party quickly increased from 1.02 million to 1.83 million. This situation reminded him of 2008, when he was a little boxer, and he gained a lot of attention by dragging down celebrities. Now that he has become a top star, many people follow suit and gain attention by dragging him down, which is also a tit for tat. When he returned to the villa, he opened his mobile phone to read the news and found that the news that he replied to the film critic had become the top search on Twitter. The title was "Link publicly refutes the critic's accusations against Bridesmaids," and the popularity reached 4.87 million, which was 800,000 higher than the news that the crew of Fast and Furious 5 participated in a racing event in Japan. In the related news, a film critic named Oscar Holbrook was also interviewed by a reporter from Entertainment Online. He said that every film review he posted in the past was his true feelings after watching the movie, and this Bridesmaids was also the same. His purpose in doing so was to help fans clear minds. The reporter mentioned that Twilight was a big hit in 2008. He commented that the movie was an epic bad movie. In 2009, he criticized the director of The Hangover for shooting after getting drunk and making it messy. In 2010, he continued to criticize Oscar, saying that Bridesmaids was not popular. He criticized the movie because the viewing experience was very bad. The reporter asked him how he felt about being criticized by Link. Oscar, the film critic, said that it was his honor. He also expressed the hope that Link could accept the criticism humbly, practice acting seriously, and strive to contribute better works next time. In addition to the video interview with the film critic, many news websites forwarded the news. The attention of Bridesmaids on the internet has increased significantly. Link watched for a while, closed the computer, and went to the kitchen to cook a few dishes. Link, you'd better not care about this matter. You are a top star now. It's not worth it to end up like this. Before the last dish was out of the pot, Evika walked into the kitchen in high heels. She was wearing a white women's suit and pencil pants, which matched her cool face and rosy red lips. She was carrying a small square shoulder bag in her hand, and it was obvious that she had just returned home and had not had time to put down the bag. I know that your work meeting was held. How are you going to deal with these negative news? According to the usual practice, if someone spends money to criticize Bridesmaids, we will spend money to find more people to praise the movie. The word of mouth is polarized and even controversial. Bridesmaids has also greatly increased its exposure in the media. If it is properly operated, it can also drive sales growth. The cost of investment in publicity alone will increase by 2 to 3 million, Evika explained. Link nodded. Adding 2 to 3 million to the publicity cost is not much. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he knew that this incident was most likely done by the Weinstein brothers, but he couldn't get revenge. In fact, he could also find someone to give a bad review to avenge my father. The male and female protagonists of tonight's movie, Sean Penn and Frances McDormand, are both very good actors, and they are not members of the Harvey Party. Accusing Weinstein Pictures of the movie will hurt them by mistake. This is to be cautious. Besides, it was too petty to attack the opponent in this way, and he did not do it. Let's eat. Don't talk about work after get off work. Link took her bag and said, "What delicious food did you make today?" Kung Pao chicken, twice cooked pork, vegetable soup. Do you like it? Yes, I used to think it was convenient and delicious to have a chef come to my house to cook, but after eating the dishes you made, I know that the dishes I made at home are the most delicious. Evika took his hand and smiled. Link smiled lightly. Since Evika moved to Pearl, she has made some adjustments in her living habits and gradually moved closer to him. This is a good phenomenon. In the second week of the release of Bridesmaids, the screening rate increased by 3.5%, reaching 19.58 million box office in North America, a decrease of less than 10% from last week. This result looks good, but according to the data surveyed by the distribution department, if it had not received those sanctioning comments, this week's sales might be higher than last week, estimated to be around 25 million. The first release was more than 5 million. Thinking of this number, Link wanted to bring Javier to the boxing ring and hit him hundreds of times. This week's sales champion is Pirates of the Caribbean 4, which was released in 4,155 theaters in North America and sold $90.1 million in the first week, just reaching the highest sales record in North America this year. The runner-up is Thor, which was released in its second week, with sales of $48.5 million this week. Fast and Furious 5 fell to fourth with $16.05 million, and the cumulative sales in North America were close to 160 million, and the global sales were close to 400 million. The Revenge of My Father fell to ninth with $3.8 million, only $200,000 more than Lionsgate's The Big Family. Bridesmaids was released not long ago, and the cumulative sales in North America were close to 100 million. At the same time, the overseas sales data was also fed back to the distribution department. The film was released simultaneously in 35 countries and regions in Europe, America, Asia, and Oceania, and the cumulative sales reached 56.33 million in 10 days, and the global sales are about to exceed 100 million. The sales of a comedy movie exceeded 100 million in 10 days after its release, which also shows that the quality of this movie is indeed good. After the first week of overseas sales revenue was released, Warner and Lionsgate, the distributors of Bridesmaids, took the opportunity to hype and use overseas sales data to refute the newspapers. In the third week of the release of Bridesmaids, according to the media's prediction, the sales of this week should fall to about 10 million. Because according to the law of the rise and fall of movie market share, except for phenomenal movies like Titanic, the first week market share of other movies normally falls by 20% to 50% compared with the second week. More than 50% is a big drop, and less than 20% is a movie of amazing quality, which can increase the screening rate. This situation is similar to the release of an album, and the decline is greater as time goes by. But this week, the sales of Bridesmaids still reached 16.81 million, a drop of less than 15%. Afterwards, many media regarded this acquisition data as Link, who released a video this week. This video is a live recording of Fatty James' wedding. Link suddenly appeared at the wedding party with his band and several leading actors of Bridesmaids, and sang a new song Sugar. This is a very sweet wedding song. After the video was released to YouTube, it was played over 1 million times in 6 hours and 5.5 million times in one day. The live recording version was also uploaded to the Spotify platform, and it was played 10.2 million times in 28 hours, becoming the fastest song to break 10 million in North American playbacks, setting a new record for Spotify music website in North America. 3 weeks after its release, the cumulative sales of Bridesmaids in North America reached 56.76 million, and the global sales reached 148 million. It is expected that the global sales will exceed 200 million, and the film will successfully enter the ranks of summer holiday box office hits. Harvey was so angry when he saw this data that he cursed in the office, not only scolding Link, but also scolding Bob for incompetence. Bob was also helpless. At first, he arranged for many media to publish negative reviews of Bridesmaids, but Lionsgate and Warner Distribution Company were not to be outdone and invested millions of funds to restore its reputation. It was thought that after this wave of punitive publicity, the North American sales of Bridesmaids were controlled below 50 million. But no one expected that Link would use the new song to promote the movie, which quickly broke through 50 million in North American box office and reached 56 million. Bob had to admire Link's luck and hype. He even wanted to persuade Harvey to reconcile with Link, although there was no big hatred between them. If they continued to fight, they would lose more money. Harvey's dark face could be seen, and he wisely swallowed the words in his mouth and thought of other ways to vampire Link and Evica. Chapter 413 Possession, Fraud and Pregnancy. Haha, Link, congratulations. The movie you invested in is a big hit again. What's your next movie? I want to pay attention to your investment. At the party held by Beach Films to celebrate the global asset breakthrough of Bridesmaids, David Ellison put his arm around his shoulder and said affectionately, "Moneyball, didn't you also invest in it?" Link smiled. He was not modest when he heard David attribute the credit for the big hit of this movie. Having a label of a movie investor with good vision in Hollywood can not only win the respect of peers, but also facilitate investment in future movies. Only this one. 2 more, and it would be best if only our company invested in it. At this stage, the investment in each movie is enough. The new movie project will have to wait until next year. There is no suitable project for the time being. Okay, remember to call me in the next movie. If you make money, I will treat you to pick up girls. They will definitely be very beautiful girls. David Ellison winked. Link smiled and agreed. Among the Ellison siblings, David likes to invest in commercial movies, such as Mission Impossible 4 and the upcoming Jack Reacher, and pays more attention to revenue and profit, while Megan prefers art films, especially those with a heroine, and focuses on the 2 major film awards. They are all newcomers in the film industry, and it is not bad to work together. Hi, Link. Stallone and Schwarzenegger also came over from the crowd to congratulate him, and also discussed with him about investing in the filming of The Expendables 2. The Expendables 1 has been released for more than half a year, with a cumulative total of $1.41 in North America and $2.07 overseas. The global sales are $348 million, ranking 14th in the North American annual sales rankings and 12th in the global annual sales rankings. The production cost of this film is $86 million, with a revenue ratio of 4:1, which can be regarded as a hit. It also made the distribution company Lionsgate earn tens of millions, and also obtained part of the copyright of The Expendables. Having achieved good results, Stallone proposed to participate in The Expendables 2, and invited Lionsgate to participate in the investment. The current investment budget is about $100 million, and Lionsgate is invited to cooperate. After discussion, the production department of Lionsgate believes that the reputation of the project is good and has certain potential. It can participate in the investment and production, and find a way to get the copyright of the film. The purpose of Stallone and Schwarzenegger looking for him is not to attract investment, but to hope that he can continue to play in the sequel. He also said that when writing the script, his role will be unlocked. It is tentatively set as a second male lead. He is still a handsome and skilled mercenary who is proficient in strategy and tactics, and a hexagonal warrior. The only shortcoming is that he is philandering and lustful. It is planned to arrange a hot girl with good skills in the play to be a fixed CP with him. If there is a movie, he will be arranged to take over The Expendables and become the protagonist of the movie. Other veteran Kung Fu third stars will play supporting roles for him. Link listened and felt that it was good. He asked about the shooting time. He had 3 movies next. If he shot within the year, he might not have time. Stallone said that he could adjust according to his schedule, and his attitude was very enthusiastic. Schwarzenegger also persuaded him to participate, saying that he was good at action scenes and hoped to become the successor of action actors. Link also understood the reason for holding him. After the release of The Expendables, the sadness rate was less than 55%. Most of the sadness was directed at Link. Movie fans commented that he was the only highlight of the whole movie. Other veteran action actors are too greasy. Whether in style or appearance, they seem to have walked out of action movies in the 1990s, which does not conform to the culture of the younger generation of moviegoers. Only Link's performance can attract this group. Surveys by professional media such as The Hollywood Reporter and Complete Movie show that Link's contribution to the box office of this movie is between 22% and 35%, almost 1/3. Although this data is a bit exaggerated, it also partially shows that Link is very important to this movie. In fact, Link prefers hardcore action movies such as The Expendables. Link hopes to take on single-handed action movies such as 007 series, Burn series and Mission Impossible series. It's just that these movies don't lack male protagonists, and the new TV types are not popular enough, and don't have much potential. He hasn't found a suitable project yet, so he can only continue to train in the Expendables series, and accumulate reputation in the action movie circle, become a strict action star, and prepare for future action blockbusters. Haha, Link, congratulations on the movie's big sales. After seeing these tough guys off, Ryan Kavanaugh of Relativity Pictures came over with his new female companion, an olive-colored African-American model with a great figure and young. Thank you. Seeing Kavanaugh, Link took the initiative to ask about the method of investing in movies with big data models, hoping to learn from him. Seeing his interest in this kind of investment in movies, Kavanaugh was also generous with his advice and explained it with great interest. He told him that before using this method, he needed to collect a lot of movie data first, analyze the reasons why movies sold well and flopped, and the more movie data collected, the better. He also said that Relativity Pictures collected data from more than 20,000 movies and built models based on these data. Link listened carefully to the other party's explanation. His purpose was very simple. He used this method to pray and tell himself how to invest in movies. Why did he always invest in dark horse movies? The reason was that he borrowed Kavanaugh's big data investment movie technology. As for why Kavanaugh did not keep Ross to himself and was happy to tell his investment movie technology, first, this method is not a secret. Many people on Wall Street will use it. Second, the development of the relativity film industry depends entirely on financing. In order to get more investment, Kavanaugh needs to constantly promote his technology, tell investors that his technology is very useful, and use more beautiful possession data to fool those investors and give them confidence. The 2 movies he invested in sold well. The news said that it was the credit of Palm Beach Pictures to launch the producer, and it had nothing to do with Link. This gave Kavanaugh room for operation. After he told Link about this department technology, he could publicize that Link was able to bet on dark horses in succession by borrowing his technology. Compared with Link, the student, his investment teacher's technology is better, so that investors can rest assured to exchange money for Relativity Pictures. Vano was explaining enthusiastically, his voice getting louder and louder. Cav was excited about engaging in pyramid selling, which attracted a lot of attention from the people around him. Link smiled helplessly. He wanted to use the other party, and the other party was also using him. After sending Kavanaugh away, Ivanka came over and took his arm. Her fashionable LV fishtail skirt matched his casual suit very well. Do you want to learn how to invest in movies with big data from Kavanaugh? I have such a thought. We are newcomers in the film industry. Learning more investment techniques can be used as a reference when investing. Link shrugged. Ivanka nodded, carefully observing his appearance, and smiled. You don't look very interested. Can you tell from this? Link smiled lightly and shook his head. He was really not in the mood to attend the party. In the morning, he received a message from Guillaume Canet that Marion Cotillard entered the delivery room and gave birth today or tomorrow. The second thing is that the global box office of Bridesmaids is expected to be only 200 million, which is much worse than the 300 million in his memory. This also makes him worry that the box office of other movies will not make progress. During the promotion, he publicly predicted that the movie ticket sales would be 400 to 500 million, but now it is expected to be only 200 million. The gap is too far, Link said. Ivanka was in the scene and told him something. This matter is under investigation and has not been concluded yet, so she didn't tell him. We suspect that Warner Distribution Company has falsified the sales data of Bridesmaids, Ivanka said with a cold face. Falsification of sales. Link was stunned for a moment. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the film industry. Although after the Paramount Act in 1948, in order to prevent industry monopoly, the film industry implemented the separation of film production companies and theaters, and the relationship between the two was strictly regulated and reviewed by the American Film Association (MPAA). To this day, the behavior of big film companies colluding with theaters to steal still exists. In order to maintain their share of the film market, the Hollywood Big Six film companies falsified copyright data and suppressed some small production companies or producers behind them. The media groups of the 6 major Hollywood film industries control 70% of the entertainment media and TV stations in the United States. Lawyers and politicians all rely on the entertainment industry. Even if they were discovered later, no one dared to challenge the authority of the 6 major groups at the risk of being banned, and they could only swallow the bitter fruit in the end. It is said that Cutthroat Island, which led to the bankruptcy of the film industry, was largely due to the theft by the distribution company. How many millions of retail sales did this movie end? There are obvious common ways of theft. One is that the theater chain concealed the number of moviegoers and counted a movie with a 90% attendance rate as 80%. The second is to replace the pillars and change the consumption of Bridesmaids to another movie released at the same time, and the printed movie ticket does not match the name of the movie watched. Another way is to count the money from selling movie tickets as the money from selling popcorn and soda. Ted Barr, chairman of the American Film and Television Commission, once admitted in an interview in 2008 that the current 6 major film distribution companies had equity fraud and other behaviors. He was immediately criticized afterwards and was soon forced to resign. According to data released by Rhetoric, a film sales monitoring company, Bridesmaids had an 82% occupancy rate in theaters in Canada and Mexico during its premiere weekend. The sales revenue in these two places should be around 19 million, not 9.5 million. In addition, the box office performance of theaters in the 16 northern states where Warner was responsible for the distribution was generally lower than that of the states where Lionsgate was responsible for the distribution. Ivica said, the major North American film markets include the United States, Canada, and Mexico. After acquiring Lionsgate, Link regained some of the distribution rights of Bridesmaids, and still locked in the distribution capabilities of Canada, Mexico, and Warner in the 16 northern states. We are currently investigating and collecting evidence. If the data given by Rhetoric is true, the sales data of Bridesmaids in North America in the first 3 weeks should be 114 million, not 56 million. Ivica so exaggerated. Yes, the legal department is currently collecting evidence. Once we have solid evidence, we will file a lawsuit with the court and the MPAA to make Warner Pictures spit out what it has swallowed. Ivica said coldly. Link frowned when he heard it. He thought that the two sides had a very pleasant cooperation on the Scandal project, and there was a certain basis for cooperation. Warner would not use capital in the acquisition, but he underestimated the ugly face of the fake family. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be a problem of ticket scalpers cheating in the distribution of Scandal project. Because the overseas sales volume of Scandal project is also higher than that in North America, and according to the subject matter of Scandal project, the sales volume in North America should be higher than that overseas. Link thought about it and found Catherine to have a small meeting. He couldn't let it go easily when Warner Pictures swallowed it. Even if he had to fight a lawsuit for 10 million, he must get back the possession that was destined to be lost. He was in a bad mood after all, and his mood got worse after his money was stolen. It was not until he heard that the situation was serious and French media reported that actress Marion Cotillard had given birth to a child in the affiliated hospital of Paris 6th University that his mood gradually improved. Link called Guillaume Canet to inquire about the situation. Guillaume had a bad temper on the phone and scolded him in Finnish about his importance, saying that the child had nothing to do with him and asked him not to do this again. He called and then hung up rudely. Link was puzzled. When he sent the message, Guillaume was in a good mood before. Why did he suddenly become irritable after the child was born? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because of the child? Forged himself? Guillaume will be smart and angry. He sent a message to Guillaume, telling him that if the child is his, he should let the child be raised in the United States and give the child the best living conditions. Guillaume told him that it was impossible. The child was not his and had nothing to do with him. Link sent a message to ask about Marion's situation, asking if she was awake. Even the bald head did not get a reply. He sent another message to Monica Biloxi, asking where she was. Monica replied that she was in the hospital and asked him if he wanted to know the gender of the child. Not like him? Link said yes. Monica said to come over if she wanted to know. Marion suffered a lot when giving birth, and he, as a father, didn't even look at it. After a quick look, he realized that this was not a scumbag, but a scumbag father. Link felt ashamed after hearing this and said that he would come tomorrow. The Marina Film Festival is here, and Midnight in Paris was invited to be the opening film of the Marina Film Festival. He is the leading actor and needs to attend the opening ceremony. He can also see Marion Cotillard on the way. Monica replied that this looks like a man. Putting down the phone, he couldn't help but think of another child, the one Taylor gave birth to. Although it was said that not arranging people to continue the investigation was to protect the child and not to cause trouble to Taylor. But knowing the existence of the child for more than 2 months and not going immediately, it seems a bit excessive. He thought seriously and sent a message to Anne. Mrs. Andrea asked about the child's situation and whether it was convenient for her to go see the child recently. She would go quietly and not let Taylor know. 30 years later, Mrs. Andrea replied that it was inconvenient. After a while, she said that the child had been given away by Taylor. The adoptive parents were in a family in Switzerland, Europe. An address was attached to the text message, saying that the old man could go there to see the child. Link clenched his fists in anger when he saw the news. He thought that with Taylor's conditions, he could easily take out $2 million to let the child live a good life, but he gave the child to someone else to raise. If she didn't want to raise the child, she could raise it herself. Giving the child to someone else to raise is too cruel. He endured for a few seconds, but couldn't help it, so he called Taylor. The mobile number was still blocked, and other contact information was also blocked. Selena, use your phone for a minute and call Taylor. He glanced at the little round face on the sofa. The girl was wearing fashionable clothes, with bare feet on the sofa. Her strawberry red toenails were still moving around. She was holding a fruit machine in both hands. I don't know what she was looking at. Her big eyes were shining, and her round face was flushed. She looked like a homegirl. Seeing that she didn't object, Link reached out and took the phone. He glanced at it. The screen was full of words, such as Anastasia responding enthusiastically to Christian, and whips and handcuffs. Before he could take a closer look, Selena jumped up from the sofa with a difficult move and threw herself on him. Her little face flushed and she shouted, "Asshole, give me back my phone. Don't worry, I'm just using your phone to make a call. No. Give me back my phone." Selena pinched his neck with her hands and shook it, baring her little tiger teeth, as if she was going to bite his ear. She was so cute. Link shook his head and could only return the phone to Selena. After taking the phone back, he swiped a few times with his fingers before he breathed a sigh of relief. He puffed up his round face and glared at him angrily. "Bad guy, who asked you to snatch my phone? Don't you know that mobile phones are personal privacy? I just asked you if you could lend me your phone, and you didn't object. But I didn't agree either. I'm telling you clearly now, it's impossible. It's impossible forever." Selena stuffed the phone into her pocket and patted it, giving him a cute big eye roll. "Reading pornographic novels, do you want to tell Mandy?" Link laughed. When Selena heard his words, her face suddenly turned red. Looking in the direction of the kitchen, she grabbed his shoulders and pressed him down and whispered, That's not that kind of novel. You'd better not talk nonsense." "Oh, it's not a novel. Why are you blushing?" Link snorted. "It's a best-selling novel, and it's on the New York Times list. It's not an unhealthy pornographic novel. If you don't believe me, look." Selena took out her phone again, opened Google, and searched for information about a novel called 50 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey? Seeing a familiar title, Link wanted to take the phone and take a closer look, but Selena refused. She pointed to a few lines of information in the information and told him that the novel was serialized on the novel website and was publicly released at the beginning of this month. It was available in bookstores and on the website. It sold more than 100,000 copies in the first week. It was definitely a traveling novel. It was not a pornographic novel, and asked him not to insult her innocence. Selena was not that kind of person. "Really? This novel is not a fan fiction of Twilight. It tells the story of a female college student who falls in love with a domineering president, has a love affair with the domineering president, and lives a shameless life. You have read it too?" The little round-faced girl widened her eyes in surprise. "Do you still dare to say that this novel is healthy now?" Link laughed. The little round-faced girl pursed her lips and snorted. "You have read it too. If you dare to report me, I will report you too. I'm a boy, and a scumbag at that. What effect does reading this kind of novel have on me?" Link chuckled. Selena blinked her big eyes and thought that it was true. This bad girlfriend, her own deeds are even more excessive than what is written in the novel. He is like a person covered in black mud, and he is not afraid of being accused of reading this kind of novel. Thinking of this, Selena felt powerless. It didn't matter if Link did so many bad things. It was really unfair that she just read the heavier taste novels secretly. "Don't you have a cell phone? Do you want my cell phone? Call Taylor. I have something to ask her." Link stretched out his hand. "No, Taylor said she won't answer your call." You used my cell phone to call. Then you sent her a message saying I want to talk to her and ask her to release my cell phone number first. Lynn, okay. Selena sent a message, put down the phone, and looked at him with strange eyes. Why do you read novels like 50 Shades of Grey? This is a novel with a female protagonist's perspective and is only suitable for us girls. Don't you feel awkward reading it as a grown man? Of course not. I'm bringing in the male protagonist. I want to learn from the novel how to date a girl. I'm a little lacking in this area. Link shrugged. Lack. In the novel, Christian only has one girlfriend, but your girlfriends are all over the world. Should he learn from that? You big scum. Selena rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she felt that Link was not only more fickle than the male protagonist, but also more valuable, more famous, and more handsome than the male protagonist. She blinked her eyes, moved closer to Link and asked curiously, do you usually play with those girlfriends like Christian? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Link pushed her round face away and said, Humph. I can guess that you look decent on the surface, but in fact you play more excessively than Christian. You're a pervert. Selena clenched her little fist and hit him. Ding dong. The phone rang. Selena puffed up her face to read the message. Suddenly, she smiled and shook the phone at him. Taylor said she doesn't want to chat and doesn't want to hear your name. She also said that, if you dare to force me, Taylor will never talk to you. Link frowned. Ask her if she still remembers the bet we made last year. Now she has lost. Ask her when she will fulfill it. Bet. What did you bet with Taylor? Selena asked curiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Send a message. Link pushed her forehead away and said. Selena pouted her lips hard, snorted, and threw the phone to him directly, asking him to send the message himself. Link edited a text message on his phone to ask Taylor if she still remembers the bet last year and when it will be fulfilled. Last year, another bet was made on the sales of his albums. He would continue to release albums and could not quit the music scene. Taylor lost, so he paid the price. Taylor took the initiative to bring up this bet. At that time, he didn't know that Taylor was pregnant, so he agreed. Now his third album, The Woman I Love, has sold 5.35 million copies in North America. Last year, after MTV, the American Music Awards, and this year's Grammy Awards, with the popularity and publicity of several awards, this album sold 700,000 to 800,000 copies in North America. It has also sold more than 3 million copies worldwide. Now the cumulative global sales have reached 28 million copies. It is only a matter of time before it exceeds 30 million copies. Taylor's Last Kiss has just exceeded 4 million copies in the North American market, and it has also relied on the popularity of several exhibitions and tours. It has only sold 15 million copies in the overseas market. Bet. Tell him I don't know. Taylor replied to the message. Haha, Taylor said he didn't know. Selena leaned on his shoulder and said in a clear voice. Link was helpless and replied to the message. Link said he knew you like to play tricks and often don't keep your words, so he didn't ask you to fulfill the bet. He just wanted to meet you and talk. How about it? No, we have nothing to talk about. Return the phone to Selena. If you steal Selena's phone again, I will block this number, Taylor said. Give me back my phone. Selena reached out to grab the phone and sent a text message to Taylor, complaining that Link bullied her and took her phone by force. She couldn't beat him at all and was so angry. I'm not telling you. Taylor asked me to stay away from you. Selena picked up the phone, made a face at him, and walked upstairs with her feet standing upright. It's almost time for dinner. Why don't you run upstairs? Catherine came out with a plate of fruit, and Evika followed out of the kitchen with an apron wrapped around her waist. Charge it. The phone is out of battery. Selena responded crisply. Link smiled lightly, remembering that the novel 50 Shades of Grey was adapted into a movie, and 3 films were shot. If the total global sales exceed 1 billion, it is a very promising project. He talked about this with Evika, and asked her to arrange someone to go to the publishing house to check the copyright situation of the novel. The novel has just been published, and the copyright should still be in the hands of the author. He wanted to buy it. This novel has a big market among young women, and the income should be very good if it is made into a movie. Evika said that she saw the novel in Tiffany's room. She felt very bored after reading a few pages. The literary quality was very poor, and the wording and sentence structure were not very literary. Will it be good if it is made into a movie? It should be. Tiffany and Selena are both reading it, which shows that the novel has a market among young women. The heroine of this novel is a Cinderella-like college student, and Eva Khan is a princess. It is natural that you cannot feel involved in reading this kind of novel. This novel was originally just a heavy-flavored fan fiction of Twilight. The author is not a professional writer and his writing is indeed very poor. After its public release, it encountered a lot of ridicule from professional writers. From the plot to the writing, it was criticized as a mess of online literature. However, the novel is very popular, with global sales exceeding 150 million copies, 35 million copies sold in the United States, and the fastest selling paperback in the UK, becoming another phenomenal novel after Twilight. Before buying the copyright, you can also do a market survey to see what female readers think. Also, Evika smiled slightly, tied up her hair, and went back to work in the kitchen. Catherine glanced at Evika and asked Link softly when he was going to get married. It was a good thing that he met a girl like Evika. Link said helplessly that it would speed up. Catherine smiled and left with satisfaction. Ding dong. The phone received a message from Chris Liu, asking him if it was convenient for him to answer the phone now. Link got up and went to the backpack and called Chris Liu. As soon as he started, Chris Liu excitedly told him that Shu-Chang had not had her period this month. They had just tested it, and the fat bar on the pregnancy test stick showed that Shu-Chang was pregnant. It was very likely that she was conceived during those days in Singapore. Link was stunned for a moment, a little confused. He had just confirmed through Monica Biloxi that the child next to Marion seemed to be his own. Amy Adams suspected that the child seemed to be his own, and Tenna's child was given away. Now Jennifer Shu is pregnant again, several children at once. Link, don't you like children? Chris Liu asked in a low voice. No, I like children very much, I'm just too happy. It's good that you like children. Don't worry, I will take good care of Shushu. Link smiled gently and asked her if she had her period. Chris Liu was in a low mood and said that she was not pregnant. She asked him when he would come to Beijing and said that she wanted to have his baby. Link thought about it and said that he would come next month to participate in the WBA light heavyweight competition. Chris Liu agreed and asked him to come earlier. Link chatted with Jennifer for a while and asked her to be careful and not go out to work recently to protect the fetus. Jennifer Shu agreed obediently. After hanging up the phone, Link looked up at the distance, the blue sea, the blue sky and the bright sunshine. Chapter 414 Cans. Crat. This bastard is hot again. In a smoky bar in New York, singer Chris Brown was flipping through the news on his phone, spewing foul language. Who? Link. I haven't seen his news in a long time. What has he done again? 50 Cent was sitting on the marble floor with his legs crossed, with a bottle of beer on a stand. Look for yourself. Chris Brown picked up his phone and pointed it in front of 50 Cent. Lil Wayne, T and Drake also put down their bottles and turned their heads to watch. It was a YouTube video. In the spacious and bright lobby of Los Angeles International Airport, a guy in casual clothes sat in front of the piano, playing the piano and blasting My All. There were people all around him. The person playing the piano was Link. When he played the piano, the lobby was crowded with people. Everyone was filming with their phones or cameras, and many people sang along with him. What would I do without your smart mouth? Without your sweet words? I'm good. Attract me, and then you kick me out. You're sometimes passionate, sometimes cold and frosty. It makes me dizzy. No kidding, I can't overwhelm you. Link's a cappella voice is very nice, and everyone's chorus is also good. The atmosphere on the scene is very good. This video, although T is very unhappy with Link, I have to admit that this guy's singing skills are really great. The level of live a cappella is not worse than that in the studio, and there is no need for sound engineers to adjust the sound. This is difficult for many professional singers to do. Link's performance is quite professional. Why is he singing at the airport? 50 Cent asked while watching the video. The The news said that he was going to France to participate in the Supervisory Festival. Due to weather reasons, the flight was delayed for more than an hour. He was bored and played the piano in the lobby. Then the risers around him surrounded him and asked him to sing songs. He sang a few songs on the spot. I don't know how this little thing can be on the top of the hot search. Chris Brown said. Link's popularity is still very high. 50 Cent said, turning his mouth. Last year, Link was on a hot search from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and the media in the United States were chasing his reports. This year, Link has been much more low-key in the media, and there are almost no excessive remarks or behaviors. But despite this, every time Link does something, he can attract media coverage, and the public also likes to read his news. For example, in February, his The Toman I and Love had a total box office of over 5 million in the United States. In March, he spent a huge amount of money to buy Lionsgate. When promoting Bridesmaids in April, he boasted that the total box office of the film was 400 to 500 million. The new song Sugar released not long ago also became hot news, and now there is another one. He is a boxer after all. After becoming a world boxing champion, he switched to become a singer. After becoming a superstar, he switched to become an actor. This guy's too good at making trouble. T complained. Don't you realize that with Link, the music industry wants something less? Usher said while drinking beer. What is missing? Chris Brown asked. With fewer disputes and less news, the music industry has received less attention. When Link was there in 2009 and 2010, music news was on the headlines of top media every day, and there were hot searches one after another, much more than in the film and television industry. Now that Link has shifted his work focus to Hollywood, there is less entertainment news in the music industry, and Hope has become lonely, Usher said. Everyone thinks that Hope is indeed like this. When Link was there, the news often reported on singers' albums competing for the charts, the Billboard singles chart, and Link and the East Coast rap group pulling each other down, using various programs, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Those stories often had twists and turns, fell and collapsed, and after being interpreted by the media, they became more exciting than Hollywood blockbusters. They often followed Link to top the news of major media. Although they were slapped in the face, it was also interesting to think about it afterwards. Now that Link has gone to Hollywood, the music industry has become much quieter. Usually, the news about the music industry and the media is mostly about which singer has released a new song, the ranking of the singles on the Billboard, and the sales of the album, which seems a bit boring. The music industry is like this, but after Link came, he brought bad atmosphere to the music industry. He is a troublemaker in the industry, Lil Wayne said with a sneer. Several people gathered and nodded. Link is indeed a troublemaker. When he was in the boxing world, he messed up the boxing world. After becoming a singer, the music industry was also messed up, and big news came one after another. Now that Link has become an actor, Hollywood has also had more things because of this. Mr. Baker, I'm your fan. Can you help me sign an autograph? No problem. In the business class of the United Airlines flight, Link took the autograph book from the female fan and drew a name with a pen. The fan took the autograph book and left excitedly. This was the 15th fan Link met who asked him for an autograph. He looked at Wallace. Wallace said that he had no more. He was relieved, unbuttoned his collar and cuffs, and sat down comfortably in the armchair. I heard that you are in conflict with Harvey. Across the way, director Woody Allen took off his headphones, looked at him and asked, "Who said that?" Link opened his eyes and smiled. "I'm not deaf. Many people in the circle are talking about it. What are they saying? They say you and Harvey have a conflict. Speak seriously and don't beat around the bush here." Director Allen said dissatisfiedly, "I'm not beating around the bush. I just want you to hear what I know. For example, why Harvey and I have a conflict. What is the cause? What is the process and result?" Link spread his hands and smiled. Director Woody Allen adjusted his glasses frame. "I heard it was because of Jennifer. Yes, Harvey knew that Jennifer was my girlfriend, but he dared to harass her during the audition. When he continued to harass Jennifer on the phone, I directly scolded him. I was very angry at the time, and my tone was a bit heavy, which probably angered him. He used his connections to get rid of 2 of my roles and threatened to ban me in the circle. In my current situation, I haven't made a move on him. So Woody, just asking me about the conflict between Harvey and me is a wrong question. It is Harvey who is in conflict with me. From what you said about the whole thing, I don't think I did anything wrong. Link's expression was serious. He got half of the copyright of Silver Linings Playbook because he scared Harvey with the black material, and it was all because Harvey had a dirty background and was controlled by him. This incident also made Harvey lose face, and he believed that if director Woody Allen asked him, Harvey would not easily say it out. It sounds like it's indeed Harvey's fault. I'll talk to him when I have time and see if I can help you imagine it. Harvey is a veteran producer with a very strong foundation in the circle. You seem to be developing in Hollywood, so it's best not to make things too awkward with him. Director Woody Allen said. Director Woody Allen has collaborated with Harvey several times, including in films such as Non-Powerful Aphrodisiacs and Celebrity, which were produced and distributed by Miramax Films, and the two sides have a certain friendship. I understand. Link thanked director Allen, but he also knew that it was unlikely that Harvey would agree to a settlement. Even if Harvey agreed, he would not agree. If it weren't for Harvey, he would not have acquired Lionsgate at this time, losing more than 200 million yuan. Later, when Bridesmaids was released, Harvey sold the properties and lost more than 6 million. These are the accounts owed by Harvey. Woody, do you think that, if I offended Harvey, would it affect my winning of the Oscar for Best Actor? Link asked. Because director Woody Allen is also a member of the judges and has served as vice president and chairman of the Academy Awards Committee. Although the young man has grown up in recent years and has not continued to hold the position, his connections are still there. I was drinking water and was suddenly stunned when I heard him. You want to win an Oscar for Best Actor? When and why? What do you think of my performance in Midnight in Paris? Do I have a chance to win the Oscar for Best Actor with this role? Link asked. Director Woody Allen rolled his eyes and told him not to even think about it. It was absolutely impossible. Even if the Academy Awards gave the Best Actor award to Megatron, Batman, Harry Potter, or even Mickey Mouse, it would not give it to him. Because he is too young, too successful, too handsome, too famous, and too worthwhile. Among the 5,765 judges of the Oscar Selection Committee, 62% are over 60 years old and 77% are men. Some of them have won Oscar trophies, while others have tried their best all their lives, but still have not received one. With these big enemies as the judging committee, how could they possibly vote for him? It is absolutely impossible. Woody, don't I have any chance at all? No. Don't even think about it. Director Woody Allen waved his hand and closed his eyes and said. Link shrugged, but he was not disappointed. If he couldn't get an Oscar, he would first become the best actor at the Berlin-Venice Film Festival. Chapter 415 Paris Baby. Although Link also wanted to become an actor earlier, he had no chance this time. Midnight in Paris was invited by the organizers of the Harry Potter Film Festival as the opening film because of the subject matter. It was not that director Woody Allen took the initiative to participate in the film festival. For a director, being invited by the organizers of the film festival to screen his work at the opening ceremony of the film festival is an affirmation and honor, which is not worse than winning the Palme d'Or, and there is no need to continue to participate in subsequent awards. For Link, it is one less opportunity to hit the award. Of course, he also asked director Allen why he did not participate in the Cannes Film Festival. Winning a few trophies can also help promote the film. Director Allen said in a disdainful tone that he had won trophies at major European and American film festivals. Now young people are older and are not very interested in film awards. It is unlikely to compete with a group of young people. In the end, he said, I want to take away young people. Link felt that his chance was a bit reluctant. Director Allen said that young people are older and are not very interested in film awards, but he still participates in the Golden Globe Awards, Oscars, and British Academy Film Awards. This shows that he didn't want to win an award at the Alabama Film Festival, but he couldn't get one. This has to do with the selection system of the Alabama Film Festival. The Alabama Film Festival is considered to be the youngest, most open and most restrained film festival. Most of the directors who participate in the Alabama Film Festival every year are young and cutting-edge directors from all over the world. The jury of the Alabama Film Festival is not fixed. Every year, 9 famous filmmakers are invited from all over the world to form the jury. There are people from all corners, and the gender is half male and half female. The 9 jury members of this year's film festival are Robert De Niro, Jude Law, Johnny To, Olivera Sayers, Uma Thurman, Nansen Shi, Lynn Ullman, Mohamed Salah Haran, and Martina Guzman. Among the 9 judges, except for the chairman Robert De Niro, who is over 60 years old, the others are all under 60 years old. Their qualifications in the film industry are also more than half less than that of director Woody Allen, and some have worked with director Allen. They are embarrassed to let these people judge the works of director Allen, and Woody Allen is also embarrassed. If they are awarded the Golden Palm Award, it's fine, but if they are not awarded, it will be too embarrassing. Therefore, in the film industry, many veteran filmmakers will not participate in the awards competition of the main competition unit of the censorship film festival, after reaching a certain age or qualifications. Link, you are still young, don't always think about a few awards, you should improve your acting skills. As long as your acting skills are good enough, those film festival judges will take the initiative to give you the award. Except for the Oscar. Link nodded. Before his net worth reached $1 billion, the main purpose of the actor was to become famous and get more pay, but now there are more interests, and winning the award is icing on the cake, so he is really not in a hurry. Good morning, Mr. Baker, Director Allen, I'm glad to meet you here. While the two were talking, a girl in a light green skirt walked to the other's position and greeted him. She was not old, in her early 20s, with blonde hair and white skin, tall and beautifully dressed, but when she looked at Link, her face was slightly red, revealing a heartbeat that could not be suppressed. Hello, Miss Olsen, are you going to Paris too? Mr. Baker, do you know me? The lady looked at him in surprise. I saw the movie, the performance was very good. Thank you Mr. Baker for the compliment. Elizabeth Olsen excitedly shook hands with Link and invited her to sit down and chat. He just said that he had seen her movie, not the current one, but the future one. Elizabeth Olsen became famous for her role as Scarlet Witch in Avengers 2, and also starred in Captain America 2. Now there are the more popular Olsen sisters, that is, her 2 sisters Chen Lai, who became famous in the TV series Family Portrait, and are very famous in the film and television industry and music industry. They are worth hundreds of millions, and topped the world's 100 richest women list of Forbes in 2004. In comparison, Elizabeth Olsen's younger sister is much less famous, and is still a new actor who has just debuted. After sitting down, Olsen told him, and director Woody Allen, that she would also go to the Earls Film Festival. The art film Martha Marshall starring her was shortlisted for the main competition unit of the Mayor's Film Festival. Link congratulated her. Olsen excitedly told him that she was a sophomore at NYU's Tisch School of the Arts and was in the same class as him. She had also seen him at the school sports meeting and had cheered for him. Link smiled gently and greeted her in the same way as his classmates. Olsen covered her mouth and laughed and asked him when he would return to school. He was the most famous student at NYU and his classmates all wanted to meet him. Link said that he would return to school to take the exam after finishing the work at hand, and then they would read books together in the library. Olsen nodded excitedly and left with satisfaction after getting his contact information. It's still good. I have the same experience as you, and there are also young girls who often come to me and want to date. Unfortunately, I fell in love with reading and writing, and became a writer, and missed many opportunities for love in vain. Director Woody Allen sighed. Link glanced at him. The old man was not tall. When he was young, he was probably less than 170 centimeters. He was thin, and not very impressive. The fire war had just ended. There was a period of advocating bravery all over the world. People like him were also actively pursued by many girls. Director Allen was a director with sharp eyes. He immediately understood his macro expression and said unhappily, I'm a talent. Talent, you know? I published many articles in newspapers when I was in college. Those girls were attracted by my charming talent. Some people only rely on their faces and bodies to pick up girls. They also brag about how strong their bodies are in the media. If it were me, I would not be able to say it. Link shrugged and did not refute, because the sour taste in the old man's words was too strong, like a jar of pickled vegetables that had been hidden for 70 or 80 years. It was past 6 in the afternoon when the plane landed at Charles de Gaulle International Airport in Paris, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Because of the basin activity, Paris is hotter than the surrounding areas in summer, like a small furnace. When he and several people led by director Woody Allen walked out of the airport, waves of heat immediately hit them, and it felt a little hotter than Los Angeles. From Paris to Mayenne, you have to fly to Nice, a coastal city in southern France, and then take a car from Nice to Mayenne. Woody Allen is old and can't stand the tossing and turning, so he decided to rest in Paris for a night and take the train to Mayenne tomorrow. He didn't object. After sending director Woody Allen back to the hotel, he changed his clothes, got in Bob Wood's car, and came to Marion Cotillard in a small villa near the Luxembourg Gardens in the 6th district. Outside the small villa, there is a sycamore avenue, a rose garden, a fountain, and many statues of ancient celebrities. The environment is very good. When Link got off the car, the sky was already dim, the lights on the sycamore avenue were dim, the lights of the mermaid fountain flickered, and the surroundings were quiet. He put on his hat, said a few words to Bob and Wallace, walked to the door of the villa, and rang the doorbell. The servant who had been waiting at the door opened the door for him. Elizabeth shouted loudly, "Good evening, Mr. Baker." Link had been here once in March, so it was no stranger to come here again. He followed the maid to the door of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, thanked the maid, and then pushed open the bedroom door. There were table lamps in the room. Marion Cotillard was leaning against the head of the bed, with her long golden brown hair, holding a book in her hands, and a glass of red wine on her head. Her face was rounder than the last time they met, with a more gentle and soft taste, blending with her unique elegance and sexiness, and she seemed to become more charming. "I just saw the video of you playing the piano at the Los Angeles airport. When you were singing All of Me, were you thinking of me in your heart?" Marion Cotillard smiled and started to read. "Yes, you are a woman who fascinates me deeply. Every time I want to see you, I always feel impatient. When I was singing, I was waiting for something to take off early, so that I could hold you tightly and hug you." Link looked into her eyes affectionately. "Dear, what are you waiting for?" Marion stretched out her arms and smiled. Link leaned over and hugged her, smelling the perfume on her body and the faint smell of disinfectant between her hair. Marion asked him for a kiss passionately, and he responded strongly, kissing her soft skin and lips with a faint and strong smell. After kissing for a long time, Marion leaned in his arms and said that she could feel it from his kiss. Link asked her curiously why she felt that she would change her heart. Marion said that she had a worry that a woman's charm would be reduced by half after giving birth, and she was worried that she would no longer attract him. Link stroked her hair and said that she thought too much, and he would only love her more after she gave birth. Marion asked him what he would think if the child was not his. Link said that he would see Guillaume, the idiot, but he would still love her and the child. Marion enriched his neck with his hands and gave him another hot and fragrant kiss. Seeing that Marion was a little tired, Link did not look after the baby immediately. He took a nap, changed into the pajamas he had prepared earlier, hugged Marion and fell asleep while chatting. The next morning, he saw the baby in the baby room, who was only 2 days old. Curled up in the crib, the space was small. When he went there, the baby was still sleeping, with his eyes closed, breathing gently, and his little hands sometimes moved around, like a little monkey. Link stayed in the baby room for a while, until Guillaume shouted at him with a dark face to go out and not to disturb Castle's sleep. Castle was the name Guillaume gave the child, and he registered the child only after the child was born, because he was worried that Link would snatch the child away. Link went out to chat with Guillaume, and asked him how his current work was. Guillaume is a first-line French movie star. He has starred in The Beach with Leo DiCaprio, One Night in Love with Sophie Marceau, Little Brothers with Marion Cotillard, and has worked with Emmanuel Bayet, Audrey Tautou, Keira Knightley and other movie stars. He is well known in the international film industry. In recent years, he has switched to being a director and producer, with average results, and is barely considered a second-line director in the French film industry. Link asked him if he could take good care of Castle. If not, he would take the little guy to the United States to take care of him. Guillaume said unhappily that he could, and he didn't need to worry about it. Link asked about his film company. Guillaume and Marion also participated in the artist films he invested in France, and the three of them also cooperated. Guillaume reluctantly talked about some of the company's situations. Since last year, he has invested in 2 movies, one of which is the new Button War starring him. It has been completed, and is expected to be released in September. There is also a movie that Link specifically mentioned for investment, Intouchables, which is currently being filmed, with an unknown release date, and Rust and Bone, which is in preparation, which will have to wait until Marion recovers before filming. How much money is left in the account? If it is not enough, additional investment can be made, and if there is a surplus, more investment can be made in small budget movies. This kind of question could have been asked to the company's financial department, but asking Guillaume was just to find out if he cared about the company's affairs. Guillaume said that there was still more than 6 million euros, enough to invest in a small budget movie. Link asked him to discuss with the company's producers, invest in projects with potential first, and consider the artistry after making money. Guillaume was very disdainful, saying that he was a young man who only knew how to make money, and that he was vulgar and unworthy of Marion's love. Link didn't argue with him. In the film industry, art or making money is more important, just like the difference between the two sexes of Sud and Key in the Huishan school. If they argued for days and nights, they would never finish. Link just reminded him that, now that he had Castle, he could earn more money, to give his children a richer life. If he continued to earn money, and not save money like before, he could bring his children to live in the United States, and not let them suffer in France like he did. Guillaume retorted with a dark face, that it was not good to have less money. Being too rich would lead to the depravity of one's soul, just like him. If Castle grew up to be like him, talking about money all the time, it would be a pity. He asked him to touch the children less, so as not to let the children be stained by his vulgarity. Link shook his head, and went back to the bedroom, to have breakfast with Marion. It was almost noon, when he was urged by director Woody Allen, to take the TGV high-speed train to Transit. In the end, he wanted director Woody Allen and the crew members to leave first, and he would come later, and arrive before the opening ceremony. Director Allen said that there were interviews and publicity activities before the opening ceremony, so he needed to go earlier. Link had no choice but to put down the little guy and accompany the old man to set off early. Marion is married and has children. You should be more careful. Director Woody Allen flipped through the newspaper. It's an engagement. And Marion, Guillaume, and I are friends. We worked together on a short film for a film company. I found them, and they were talking about the company, and by the way, I saw Marion Guillaume. Just like that. Director Woody Allen held his glasses and stared at him with a gossipy look, trying to find the answer from his macro expressions. Link shrugged and turned his head to look at the endless mountains again. There was snow on the top of the mountain, the sky was clear, and the air was very fresh. It seemed that he could still smell the scent of Provence lavender not far away. Z arrived in Switzerland. He planned to transfer to Switzerland after the Capitula Film Festival to see where the cold-blooded woman put the child. Woo. The train blew its whistle and rushed into the deep tunnel with a series of clanging sounds. The Capitula International Film Festival was held in 1946 and is held in mid to late May every year, with bumps back and forth. It is the most influential and top international film festival in the world today. It is known as the world's 3 major international film festivals together with the Berlin International Film Festival and the Venice International Film Festival. The organizing committee of this film festival received 3,304 films from more than 100 countries, including 1,715 feature films and 1,589 short films. In the end, 49 films from 33 countries were shortlisted for various award units. There were only 2 Japanese films and 1 Israeli film in Asia this year. Because there are many films and some films with great commercial potential, this place has also become a place that surpasses the Mexican Film Festival, Sundance Film Festival, Toronto, Venice, Berlin, Rotterdam and other film festivals. It is also the most active place for international film dealers, hoping to find films with commercial potential in multiple intermittent works. For example, Blood Simple by the Coen brothers, Reservoir Dogs directed by Quentin Tarantino, Sex, Lies, and Videotape directed by Soderbergh, Devil's on the Doorstep directed by Jiang Wen, and Farewell My Concubine directed by Chin Cage, and the 2007 Dark Horse movie Little Miss Sunshine are all movies that have come out of major film festivals. This year's film festival also has 2 movies released by Lionsgate, The Devil's Double and Boxing Warrior, and also arranged for people to watch the movies, led by Andrew Kramer, the International Business Operations Officer. Link is also ready to see if there are any movies worth salvaging. Chapter 416 Premiere in Big Honey. After arriving at the seaside town of Zuna, Link took a short rest in the hotel. Then director Alan and other creative staff came to the seaside town of Zuna to attend the opening ceremony of the movie. After he acquired Lionsgate, media around the world reported on the matter. At the age of more than 20, he became the boss of the 8th largest production company in Hollywood, which also led to his status in the film industry rising. At the opening ceremony, reporters from all over the world surrounded him and threw out another question, which was mostly related to movies. After he took over Lionsgate, would there be any changes in the style and type of movies announced by Lionsgate in the future? He asked whether he liked commercial movies or art movies, and asked him what he thought of French movies. There would be no further cooperation between the two sides. There were also many gossip reporters who asked him if he didn't know about Marion Cotillard's childbirth, whether he had plans to see her, and said that it was rumored that the child was his, and asked him what he thought of this scandal. In addition to media reporters, foreign films and film distributors also took the initiative to find him, hoping to strengthen exchanges and cooperation, including Belgian directors Dardenne Brothers, Turkish director Nuri Bilge Ceylan, Japanese director Miyake Takashi, and Chinese director Johnny To. Link dealt with it all, and when the movie was about to start, he returned to the front row to watch the movie. The overall feeling of midnight in Paris, watched by director Alan, was good. The pictures were good and beautiful. The beauty of classical Paris and modern Paris was shown through the movie, but the plot was relatively bland. It tells the story of a modern man who is dissatisfied with his current life and accidentally gets the opportunity to travel to the past. Through a travel, he discovered the good and bad of the past society. After comparison, he finally chose to stay in the modern era. People who know the Belle Epoque in Paris may like this movie very much, following the protagonist's travel in Paris in history. People who don't know that period will find it boring when watching the movie. The only attraction for such people is the appearance and acting skills of the male protagonist Link. When watching the movie, Link was also surprised by the image he showed in the movie, mainly because he was too handsome. Too handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he also exudes a literary, melancholy, and elegant temperament. He also gives people a strange sense of beauty when he raises his hands and feet. Actors like Sean Penn, Tony Leung Chiu-wei, and John Lone, in fact, look about 70% or 80% good looking, but their on-screen images are only 90% or 10% good looking. Link is really handsome and tall, and under the lens of director Alan, his looks and charm doubled. While watching the movie, there were bursts of exclamations from the back row of the audience, mostly female fans, praising him for being super cool and sexy, and saying that he was as beautiful as Circe, an American man in ancient Greek mythology. Exclamations came one after another, and the compliments were endless. Although Link was very confident in his appearance, he was still a little embarrassed to hear so many compliments. Link, you should thank me. Other directors couldn't shoot this kind of film. Link smiled lightly. He was photographed so handsome. He should thank Woody Allen, but the person he should thank more is himself. After all, the character of the male protagonist is sloppy, his clothes are loose, his hair is messy, he likes to talk to himself, and nag when he speaks, a character without any charm. With my own persistence, he was transformed into a handsome, slightly melancholy, talented literary youth, and his current screen image. If it was originally filmed according to director Alan's settings, it would not have received such good reviews when it was released. This movie may become one of my representative works on the screen. But don't be too happy too soon. You were called a vase actor in Bridesmaids. When this movie is released, you will go one step further away from the vase actor and even become the representative of the vase actor. then you will be one step further away from the Oscar winner. I can almost call you the actor who is farthest away from the Oscar for Best Actor, bar none. Woody Allen sighed. Link thought about it and realized that he was indeed getting further and further away from the Oscar. First of all, he was too handsome, too young, too rich and too famous, which were deductions in the Oscar evaluation. Secondly, he played superhero roles, which deducted points again. Third, he was the owner of the 8th largest film studio in Hollywood. Fourth, he was a cross-industry person. Fifth, he was now called a male vase, which was equivalent to the treatment of Leonardo DiCaprio when he was young. It seemed that he had all the deductions. Well, I'm already the last one. I can't retreat. Every step forward is forward. Link chuckled. Director Allen glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Others were getting closer and closer to the Oscar, and kept finding ways to add points, but he was getting further and further away, and stepped on all the pits on the road to the Oscar. A guy like him would never get an Oscar, even if he lived to be 100 years old. Oh, Link is so charming. Link is very suitable for art films. Yes, a very delicate performance. The movie showed Link's midnight in Paris. A man was walking along the banks of the Seine with his hands in his trouser pockets. He had messy yet stylish long hair, an angular profile, clear and deep eyes, and a hint of melancholy flowing between his brows. Many female audience members called him male god, while the film critics at the scene valued Link's performance more and praised him highly. At the end of the movie, more than 3,000 audience members stood up and applauded, praising Allen's performance. They also paid tribute to the director and the main creative staff of this film. Link is so handsome. He is so handsome, so rich, and he is also the world boxing champion. How can there be such an outstanding man like him in the world? In the back row of the audience seats in the theater, a Chinese woman with a round face stood up and clapped her hands excitedly. Calm down, don't be like an info. Emily Yang next to her hugged Link tightly in the crowd. Even though his fatal body was in the hands of thousands of people, he was still as dazzling as the sun. His status, worth, fame, appearance, and figure all had great appeal to women. Power. At this time, not only Lilith Zhao next to her, but many foreign female fans were looking at Link with fascination. Many people had prepared pens and movie posters early, looking for his signature. Sister Me, I heard that you know Link, is it true? Lilith Zhao blinked and looked at her tentatively. Emily Yang nodded her chin, and did not deny it. The major shareholder of Dolphin Bay Bridal Company is Hong Kong Island Golden Shell Investment Company, and this information can be found on the official website. But only a few executives in the circle know that Hong Kong Island Golden Shell Investment is a subsidiary of American Golden Shell Investment, and the boss of Golden Shell Investment is Link, who is not only a billionaire, the boss of Lionsgate, but also one of the major shareholders of Wanda Cinemas. They also know that she and Link are in a cooperative relationship. Because of this, many film and television companies in the circle will provide convenience when cooperating with her and form a good relationship. Sister Me, I want to get Link's autograph, and you said there is no chance. Lilith Zhao took out a poster of Link and said, you can try. Emily Yang said. Lilith Zhao thought about it, plucked up the courage to walk forward. As soon as Lilith left, a plump, fair-skinned woman came over and smiled at her. Me, will you meet Mr. Baker when you come this time? Emily Yang saw this woman. The movie The Day of Landing starring a woman also came to speculate on the attitude of this film festival. Although it was not integrated into any unit, it attracted the attention of the media on the red carpet without relying on a white crane dress. This is a very ambitious and powerful woman, with connections and qualifications that are more worthy than her own. Hearing her ask about Link, Emily Yang had to be alert. Sister Bing, do you have something to do? Can you help me? Introduce Mr. Baker. Mimi, I heard that you are ready to cooperate with me. I happen to know Mr. Liu from Shanghai Film Studio, and I can also introduce you. Miss AC Fan said with a smile. Emily Yang wanted to date, so she agreed and said that she needed to consult Link first. Miss Fan smiled slightly, said her good news, and then set off with a crew of The Day of Landing. Emily Yang looked at her back and shook her head. Sister Me, look, I got Link's autograph. Lilith Zhao said as she squeezed over with a poster. How did you get it with so many people? Emily asked curiously, looking at Link, who was surrounded by fans. I'm lucky. Link stopped when he saw me and took the initiative to sign for me. I was the first person to get his autograph. Lilith smiled. Emily Yang glanced at her, which meant something. After all, when she was working with Bridal Dolphin Bay, she planned to focus on her own work and sign new people in 2 years. But one day Link sent a message mentioning Lilith Zhao, saying that she had great potential, and suggested that she sign it. She didn't object. Lilith Zhao was 1 year younger than her. She came from a grassroots background. She had only played supporting roles in some TV dramas before. She was a second or third tier actor with average acting skills. The only advantage was her slim figure and a cute round face. She felt that Link must like Lilith Zhao, so he asked to sign her instead of her performance. So this time she took the initiative to bring Lilith with her to see what Link thought. After the opening ceremony, Andrew Kramer, International Business Operations Officer, took the initiative to find Link to report on his work. It is expected that in addition to watching movies at the Cannes Film Festival, they also brought to Lionsgate-produced films to participate in the film exhibition. They are The Devil's Double starring Dominic Cooper and Boxing Warrior starring Hardy. Tom had invited Link to star in the filming, but Link refused. Now this movie returns to his protagonist. It's a pity that neither of these two films entered the competition unit and did not win any winners. In comparison, the two films released by Weinstein Pictures performed well at the Cannes Film Festival. Revenge for the Father and The Artist has entered the competition unit and will compete for the Palme d'Or next. As for the film viewing, Andrew Kramer said that he has taken a fancy to two art films and is currently negotiating the price. He asked him if he wanted to take a look. Link said no, this is their job. He will not intervene. Let them move forward. Film selection is a test of a film producer's vision and aesthetics. Some people are experienced and have sharp eyes. They can tell at a glance whether a film has the potential to be a big hit. For example, Harvey Weinstein. Although many people complain that he is a scumbag and a liar, it cannot be denied that he was stunned when watching the film. For example, Sex, Lies, and Continuum was originally screened at Sundance. When it was shown at the film festival, many film producers were interested in this film, but only Harvey dared to offer the highest price. There is also the classic film Cinema Paradiso. The director's version is 173 minutes. At the Berlin Film Festival, after Harvey obtained the copyright, he directly cut out 40 minutes of content, making this film a big hit. There are also movies such as Farewell My Concubine and Trainspotting that were also cut by more than 10 to 20 minutes when they were released in North America. Harvey was therefore called Big Scissors. Harvey's ability is also a kind of talent. K does not require Andrew Kramer and others to have the level of Harvey as long as they can't buy stinky eggs. Lionsgate mainly relies on make money from the movies produced by the production department, not the movies you buy. After seeing off Andrew and others, Link chatted with several filmmakers who came up to him. Just as he rested, he received a message from Emily Yang, saying that she was also at the Festival Palace and wanted to report the company's affairs to him in person, asking if he had time. Link asked where she was. Emily Yang said that she was more than 300 meters in front of him on the left, and the one in the white dress was her. Link glanced and saw Yang damming in the crowd and sent a message to ask her to come over. Soon Emily Yang ran over, wearing a Saint Laurent, with long hair and catfish whisker bangs. Her face shape was more delicate than last year. She must have been working hard on cosmetic surgery. Link shook hands with her and invited her to the coffee room next to it to chat. There are more than 20 cinemas in the film festival, and movies are shown day and night during the film festival. Each cinema also has a cafe, restaurant, smoking room, etc. for tourists to rest. During the film festival alone, 400,000 to 500,000 tourists watched free movies, and the cafes were often full. Link found an empty seat and invited Emily Yang to sit down and asked her about her schedule. Emily Yang said that the movie she starred in, Far Cry, was also here. Unfortunately, it did not enter any award unit, and the overseas sales were also average. Emily Yang asked him if he wanted to take a look. Link said that he had no time and would arrange for the staff of Lion Shadow Door Industry to take a look later. Emily Yang said thank you, tasted a cup of coffee, and reported to him about the work of the company related to Dolphin Bay. At present, Dolphin Bay has 30 staff members, with offices in the mainland and Hong Kong Island. It has introduced 3 contracted actors, Lilith Zhao, and students from Shanghai Theatre Academy. They are arranged to perform in various crews for training. The rest is Emily Yang's own work. Last year, she took on 2 popular film and television dramas, Palace Lockhart Jade and the new version of Water Margin, and participated in The Investment, and starred in 2 movies, Far Cry and Overheard 2. At present, she has become a first-line star in the mainland. The company's current profitability is not bad, with a profit of more than 3 million in half a year. Emily Yang said that last year China's mainland revenue was 10.1 billion, domestic film revenue was 5.7 billion, and overseas film revenue was 4.4 billion. The film and television market is good. Increasing investment in film and television can make more money, but there is a lack of funds. Link asked her how big she would try. Emily said she wanted to align with the first-tier film companies and make the company's market value over 100 million. Link smiled lightly and said that he would arrange for people from Golden Shell to check the work of Dolphin Bay related companies. If she did a good job, he would continue to make additional investments. Last year's investment was a test. Yes, the 3 million profit I said is true. Emily Yang said confidently and nervously. Don't think too much, it's mainly to check the company's management. Young people want to expand the company, and they can't be careless in the initial structure of the company. I will guide your work from the professional managers of the American Strawberry Association. Is that so? Thank you. Emily Yang smiled with her lips curled up. Hey, Link, you are also drinking coffee here. Hollywood waitress Kirsten Dunst came over with a cup to say hello. Hi coffee, Kristen. Link stood up and greeted the other party. Kristen Dunst became famous with the Spider-Man series a few years ago. This year, she appeared naked in Melancholia and was successfully nominated for the Best Actress award at the NA Film Festival. After chatting for a few words, Dunst left with her coffee. Within 2 minutes, French actress Mélanie Laurent also came over to say hello. She had played the leading role in the 2009 Queensland movie Inglourious Basterds, and was also scheduled to be the MC of the opening ceremony of the NA Film Festival. Come over and say hello. Emily Yang sat stiffly on the sofa, watching the international stars walking past Link. Seeing them greet Link enthusiastically, she felt a little lost. Although she is also a big star and looks no worse than them, she always learns their independent, free, and confident temperament. You should raise your head. You have more fans than them, and your net worth is probably not worse than theirs. Link wiped his hands and said. Emily Yang straightened her back with a blush, and then she realized that she had just lowered her head unconsciously. Every girl has her beauty. Being bold and strong is a kind of beauty, and being restrained and reserved is also a kind of beauty. When you admire them, they also admire you. You just need to be more confident and show your beauty. Thank you, I will. Emily Yang smiled slightly. I have something else tonight, so let's talk about it here today. I may go to the mainland next month, and we can talk about it in detail then. Link stood up and said. Emily nodded reluctantly and said, Lilith is here too. You just met her. She admires you very much. Don't meet her. I think I can bring her to see you later. Link stopped, looked at her and said, I'll see you for now. I heard from Chris Liu that Lilith is an actress with great potential. You should allocate more resources to her and let her grow. Also, I will let someone from Lionsgate contact you in the evening. You should take him to see Far Cry first. I will arrange for them to buy the North American distribution rights for this movie, but the price will not be too high. You should inform the film company first. Okay, I got it. Emily reluctantly saw him off. Seeing him walk away, Emily Yang returned to her seat and sat down again. She landed at a very high altitude. She originally thought that she could pay more attention to him for a while, but he was too busy. Since he appeared in the Pallades festivals, there has been a constant stream of people coming to greet him. It was good that Link invited her to have coffee and chat with her for a while. Emily Yang was very satisfied. Just before coming to the command center, she had thought that through this meeting, she would deepen her relationship with Link. It would be best if something could happen to make her feel more secure. However, in the meeting just now, there was nothing to talk about but work. Link expressed that meaning, and she was embarrassed to bring it up. The purpose was not achieved, and this was the source of her disappointment. "Hi, Mimi." Hearing someone greet her, Emily looked over and instantly saw the person she had just met before, Sister Bing. "Are you drinking coffee here too?" Emily greeted. "Yes, I just arrived." Miss AI Siphon brushed her hair, with an unnatural expression on her face. She had wanted to come over to say hello to Link and take a few photos, but was stopped at the door by Link's escort. Not only her, but there was also a large group of French female fans and foreign beauties outside the cafe, all wanting to get close to the new Hollywood tycoon. Unfortunately, there was no chance, while Yang Daming on the right could chat with Link here for 10 sentences. Mimi, let me ask you a private question. How is your relationship with Link? Sister Bing Bing, why are you asking this? We are all friends, just chat casually. AI Siphon was in the scene, and chuckled. Link is so handsome, and has a super strong body. Have you ever slept with him? Emily Yang's face was hot. Sister Bing Bing, Link and I are just partners. We were just talking about work. Really? AI Siphon saw her expression, and felt that she was not lying, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In the spirit of borrowing Emily's relationship, to get to know Link, the next step is to enter Hollywood, but Emily and Link are just a simple partnership. This kind of relationship is neither close nor stable, and I'm afraid it won't help much. Emily Yang saw her sincere breakup, and guessed her thoughts. A bit like that. Everyone in the world knows that Link is a playboy. I don't know if people in the circle think that she is also Link's girlfriend, so she will take care of Dolphin Bay. Now she told AI Siphon that she didn't sleep with Link, and it's not a good thing to spread the news. She took a sip of coffee, looked at her watch, and said that Link was going to buy the North American distribution rights for Far Cry. She was going to contact Lionsgate, and was a bit busy. She would talk to him next time. She immediately got up and left. AI Siphon looked at her back, smiled slightly, and slowly grew up, while holding the coffee. Chapter 417 Mr. Tree. Link left the coffee shop, and called Andrew Kramer to talk about Far Cry. He had seen this movie before. The production level was average, far from the horror movies released by the Hollywood film industry. The female protagonists and supporting actresses in swimsuits were not as good looking as those of European and American actors. The size of the test was not big enough. There were also several scary scenes that were not scary enough for American audiences who were used to seeing spine spinning. The only advantage was that this was a Chinese thriller, which was relatively novel and might arouse the interest of some audiences. After buying the North American distribution rights, the movie would first be shown in Chinatown theaters in large cities. If the income was too poor, a DVD version could be released, or it could be sold to Netflix for free on the video website. As long as the offer from Far Cry was not high, Lionsgate would basically not lose money with its current channels. Andrew wanted to lower the price to the lowest during the negotiation, not more than 500,000 yuan. The production cost of Far Cry was at most 20 to 30 million yuan. Just after putting down the phone, he suddenly noticed that a Mr. flashed on the electronic display screen in the hall in front. The screening information of the tree. This movie is from China. The producer of the movie is Jia Zhang, a Chinese director who has entered the main competition unit of the Na Film Festival twice. No other information is displayed. Link stopped and walked into the venue to take a look. There were very few nurses in this venue. There were more than 100 seats, but only a few dozen people sat there. Most of them were Chinese. The movie had been playing for more than 20 minutes. The tree was being taken to the hospital for eye treatment, and there was a small clip of teasing. The movie only had English subtitles, and there was no English or French dubbing. Foreigners had to work hard to read the subtitles when watching the movie, but the subtitles were translated with many errors, and the preface and the following did not make sense, which made people confused. Less than 30 minutes into the movie, almost all the foreigners in the venue left, and there were 7 or 8 Chinese people in the front row at the end. I've only seen this movie once, how come no one is watching it? I'm a Chinese and it's hard for me to understand the dialogue, let alone a group of foreigners. Indeed. Art films are obscure and difficult to understand, plus the language barrier. It's strange that some people watch them. Oh, there's a person over there. Why is he still wearing a hat to watch a movie? Hearing the discussion of the people in front of him, Link smiled lightly, took a look, and got up to leave. When he came to the aisle, he called Andrew and asked him to buy the North American distribution rights of Mr. Tree. This kind of movie has a very low production cost, and no foreign film company will buy it. Basically, it can be bought at a bargain price. He didn't make any money from buying this movie, but he liked it. Mr. Weinstein, you haven't finished watching the movie yet. Do you want to watch it again? It's a rubbish movie, a waste of my time. As soon as Link put down the phone, he saw Harvey coming out of the theater opposite, accompanied by 2 assistants. They also had a bald middle-aged man. The middle-aged man chased Harvey, but Harvey walked out with a stern face and a fierce look. Link. Harvey stopped immediately when he saw him, squinting his eyes at him, and his eye bags trembled. Hey, Harvey, what a coincidence. Link laughed. Harvey snorted, held out a cigar, squinted his eyes and said, I heard that your Lionsgate movie is here too. Is there any movie shortlisted? No. Haha. I expected it. Lionsgate makes rubbish movies. It's strange that they can be shortlisted. It doesn't matter. My movie has high box office and specializes in dark horses. Harvey's face suddenly darkened, and the fat on his face twitched a few times. His expression became very ugly. He understood what Link was talking about. This bastard was showing off the revenue performance of bridesmaids in front of him. Humph. You will never be lucky. Let's wait and see. Harvey glared at him and left with his people. Mr. Baker, do you have time to watch my movie? The middle-aged man invited enthusiastically. Link looked at his watch. It was still early, so he walked into the cinema to take a look. It was a French educational film, shot in a similar way to Candid Shooting. There was no plot and no artistic level. Watching this kind of movie was indeed a waste of time. He watched for 4 or 5 minutes and then got up and left, and then went to other venues to have a look. He watched more than 20 movies in a row for more than an hour, but he didn't find any familiar movies. He found that the cinema had found 2 good movie highlights that had not been exposed by the media. A film transfer center after the film festival ended. Movie lovers, media reporters, and professional film critics from all over the world would walk into various movie venues. Which movie is of good quality will be discovered by the audience at the beginning of the screening, attracting more people to watch, and then reported by the media. Film critics will publish relevant film reviews, word of mouth will spread, attracting the attention of the jury, and the good ones will be selected into the main competition unit. The entire film festival process is a process of sifting through the sand to find gold, and the possibility of good movies being missed is extremely small. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the film festival turned to the midnight show, and various venues began to measure some large-scale movies. The movie palace also became more lively, and many fans received tickets in advance and lined up in the lobby. He was not very interested in this kind of movie, so he returned to the seaside hotel to rest in advance and called Diva Cab by the way to ask about the progress of the investigation into the Warner Pictures theft incident. Evika said that, when she arranged for someone to investigate, Warner Pictures discovered their actions and arranged for a marketing president to come over and talk to persuade her and Catherine to give up doing so, and expressed her willingness to compensate for part of the occupation. Evika's request was to return all the occupation, otherwise she would continue to investigate and use the law to protect the company's legitimate interests. Warner Pictures said that they needed to think about it. Evika agreed to give them time to think about it and arranged for someone to continue investigating. At present, they have obtained evidence that some theaters participated in the occupation fraud. Based on this evidence, although they may not win the lawsuit, through manufacturing consultants, Link also allowed her to ask her to be careful and bring more bodyguards when she goes out recently. Evika smiled and said she knew, and asked him how he was doing in Paris and whether he had picked up a few beauties. Link said no, the women in Prague were not even 1/10 as capable as her. After talking on the phone and eating porridge, she sat on the balcony, drank a glass of red wine, looked at the sea view of Paris, and went to sleep. The next morning, after exercising, she picked up a few French newspapers in the hotel lobby and found that there were many reviews of Midnight in Paris in the newspapers. In addition to praising director Alan for his continued success and his stable level of filmmaking, this film still has a distinct Woody Allen style and can be called a sister film of Midnight in Paris. The rest of the comments are all praising Link's acting skills, praising his delicate and infectious acting style, and saying that he is a very charming and talented actor. He was praised for his wonderful emotional scenes with Marion Cotillard and Jennifer Lawrence, which raised the quality of the entire film to a higher level. He said that the performance level of the three was no less than that of Javier Bardem, Scarlett Johansson and Penelope Cruz in Midnight. Finally, newspapers such as Le Figaro and L'Espoir de France advertised several of his movie stills in the entertainment section, all of which were his main characters in the movie. The French Evening News commented that last night, everyone was impressed by Link's charisma on the screen. He conquered the world with his personal charm. It also said that after the movie is released, it will inevitably set off a new shocking Link fever around the world, and fans all over the world will be overwhelmed by Link's charm. Marion Cotillard also called and praised his handsome photos. She looked at them many times and planned to cut them out and keep them in her diary as a souvenir. Link touched his face and remembered what director Alan said, that if he was too handsome, he would be called a male vase and would be envied by the Oscar judges. He felt helpless for a while. Chapter 418 Trip to Switzerland. While having breakfast, Andrew Kramer, the International Business Operations Officer, called and said that he had won the North American distribution rights for Far Cry, which was $250,000. Hearing this number, Link couldn't help but sigh that it was really cheap. It was just a bargain. But he also understood the idea of the distributor of Far Cry. Due to language barriers and different cultural backgrounds, Chinese horror movies have almost no market overseas, not to mention that it is just a movie of average quality. It is also a good thing for the producer that someone is willing to buy the distribution rights of this movie. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. And for the movie, it can also play a good publicity role. For example, after the transaction, the film publicity and distribution company can publish the news in the media that the copyright of this movie has been won by the famous Hollywood Lionsgate Films, which is the producer of the famous horror movie Saw series. Under the effect of the halo effect, many horror movie fans will think that the quality of this movie should be very good, so it will be favored by Lionsgate Films, and then they will be curious and can't help but go to the cinema to see it. It also has the benefit of attracting attention for several leading actors. Their films have been released overseas and have achieved certain sales results. They can also have the aura of international movie stars in media publicity. This is also one of the reasons why Link bought this film, to elevate Yang Daming's status. Andrew Kramer then talked about Mr. Tree, saying that the distributor of this film had left Kastner in advance, and he was contacting the film producer Jaya Zank. Link said he knew. During the meal, Alan also met the director, who told him that the organizer of the Kastner Film Festival wanted to invite him to be the award presenter, and asked him if he was interested. If he was willing, the organizer would send him an invitation letter. Time, there are still things to deal with, and I will definitely leave Kastner later. Pick up girls? Director Alan pulled the French bread and dipped it in the thick soup. I passed by other mountains in the mountains yesterday and saw that it was beautiful there. I plan to go to the mountains to cultivate my sentiments. Link shrugged. Director Alan hugged him and laughed, seeming to not believe him. Link also explained more. After breakfast, he got on the Mercedes SUV that Bob and Wallace bought in Nice and drove north. He passed the Provence region in southeastern France again. This is the hometown of lavender. May and June are also the seasons for lavender to bloom. Along the way, you can see large purple lavender beds, and the air is also filled with refreshing fragrance. There are also large grape plantations. At this time, the grapes are not ripe yet. The vineyards are lush and green. Occasionally, you can see a few bunches of green grapes, and the fruits are only the size of beans. The houses on the roadside also have local characteristics. They are Gothic spire brick and stone structures. There are almost no modern steel frame buildings. The colors of the houses are also brighter pink, bright orange, bright yellow, and beautiful scenery. Link is charming. I like the scenery here. I plan to ask about the house prices here on the return trip and bring my children to Camel for vacation in the future. The car drove in Provence for a day and a half and entered Istanbul in southeastern Switzerland the next day. Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world. It is also known as the heart of Europe, the kingdom of watches, and the country of finance. Also, because most of its territory is located in the mountains, it is called the mountain country and the roof of Europe. Sweden and the northern part of Switzerland are all plateaus and mountains. Only in the central part are there some low-lying plains. The famous cities of Einstein, Bern, and Zurich are all in the plains. However, the city of Interlaken, where Link went this time, is on the plateau. There are mountains everywhere. Most of the mountains are above sea level, and the tops of the mountains are covered with snow all year round. Link breathed in the cool breeze blowing from the mountains, and once again felt that Taylor, the woman, was a bit cruel. She dared to send the child to such a place not long after the child was born. This was not caring about the child's life at all. The car ran in the mountains for 2 days. On the third day, Interlaken came to the small town of Al-Okbad. Although it is also a tourist city, the area is remote and the transportation is extremely inconvenient. Link drove around the mountains twice before arriving at the villa at number 13, Lesnethera Street, mentioned by Mrs. Andrea. After walking around the area, he couldn't find Villa 13. There was only a tourist hotel there. On the window glass of the hotel was a poster of Taylor Swift's concert in Prague in April. In the poster, Taylor was wearing a white dress, with long golden hair, holding a pistol and singing passionately, with her wrist making a V sign to the street. Link, holding a lollipop in his mouth, found a patrolman on the roadside and asked him where Villa 13 on Lesnethera Street was. The policeman said that this street was a tourist area and there was no Villa 13. The Leran area next door was a residential area with many villas, and there was Villa 13 there. Link thanked the policeman, went back to the car, and sent a text message to Mrs. Andrea, asking her if she remembered the address wrongly. After a while, he didn't get a response. He calculated the time, and remembered that it was still midnight in the United States. He, Bob, and Wallace could only settle down in the hotel first. The tour guide said that this place is not far from the famous Schilthorn in Switzerland. He and Bob discussed it, and went to the mountain for a walk. They took a few photos in the snow and sent them to the little round face to make her jealous. The Schilthorn is not high, only 2,970 meters. You can take a cable car to go up and down the mountain, and the transportation is relatively convenient. When he went down the mountain, it was not dark yet. His mobile phone also received a reply from Mrs. Andrea, and there were 2 missed calls. Mrs. Andrea asked him what the address was. Link replied that he asked her last time if it was convenient for her to see the child. She replied that Taylor gave the child away to a villa at number 31, Lesnethera Street, Leukerbad Town, Interlaken, Bern, Switzerland, and sent her a screenshot of the last message. Mrs. Andrea said no, she didn't see his message last time, and didn't send any address. The children were in Nashville, and were not sent to Switzerland. When Link saw this message, his face suddenly darkened. If this message was not sent by Mrs. Andrea, then who could it be? Click. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills Villa. Mrs. Andrea pushed open the door of the study and saw Taylor chatting on video, groping the child on the screen and laughing non-stop. Mom, is there something wrong? Taylor took off his headphones. Did you send a message with my phone? Mrs. Andrea asked with a straight face. No, I sent a message with your phone. Taylor shook his head. Mrs. Andrea handed her a screenshot of the message. Isn't this from you? Taylor took a quick look and immediately remembered. She wrinkled her nose bridge. I sent it. Link went to Switzerland? Ha, he is so stupid. Switzerland is a Christian country. Can't he even guess the taboo 13? I really hope Cynthia and Alexander will not be as stupid as him when they grow up. Mrs. Andrea looked at her. You sent it with my phone. Of course he believed it. Are you deliberately making things difficult for him by doing this? So what? I have been pregnant and having children for more than a year. So what's wrong with letting him go to Switzerland? And I told him not to ask nonsense, but he still keeps harassing us. This is him looking for himself. Taylor snorted. Lady Andrea shook her head. What are you thinking? If you want to separate from Link completely, why did you have a child in the first place? If you separate, why can't you find a way to reconcile? I think you and Link are a good match. Although he is a little philandering, he is still young and more suitable for you than other men. I don't understand what your purpose is now. Don't you consider the future? Just continue to be single and be a single mother? Mom, don't say any more. I'm very satisfied with my current life and don't want to consider other things. Lady Andrea saw her stubborn look and didn't say anything more. Taylor was too opinionated. There were some things that would be useless unless she changed her mind. Leaving the study, Lady Andrea replied to the message to tell Link that the child was not in Switzerland and had not been given away. If he had any other problems, he should contact Taylor. She couldn't make the decision. Link received the message from Lady Andrea and tried to send a message to Taylor using WhatsApp. Are you there? Then, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't ask me every time if I'm there. I hate this question. Taylor's reply was very intense, and she was always upset across the screen. Before you block me, I need to make sure that I can't send it successfully. Link replied quickly. Is that my problem? No, it's my problem. I'm very happy to hear Annie say that our child is still there. Thank you. You've worked hard. Thank you. Why should I thank you? These are my children. I gave birth to them. I don't need you to thank me for this. Okay, wait. Are they developing? Are they related to the third child? Are they not 4 children? Link asked in surprise. Damn, are you crazy? I'm not an animal. How can I give birth to 4 children? The egg is a declaration. Didn't Annie tell you? No, Annie just told me that the child is fine and asked me not to worry. She told me everything else. So is it really an exposure? We have 2 children? Honey, you are so amazing. Most women can only give birth to 1 at a time. You gave birth to 2 at a time. You are so powerful. Link praised without hesitation. Shut up. I don't need you to praise me. Alexander and Cynthia are my children. It's none of your business. You'd better not let anyone investigate where they are. If you dare to do that, I will send them to Africa. Alexander and Cynthia. A boy and a girl. That's great. And the names are beautiful. Are they with you? Can you take some pictures for me? Don't even think about it. Since you chose to cheat in the first place, don't think that the children will recognize you. There is no such good thing in the world. This is the price of cheating. Taylor, I know I did something wrong, but I think the children may need me. Look at the children around you. Children with fathers will be stronger and more resilient. Children without fathers are mostly timid, fearful and introverted. For the sake of the children's future, I need to obtain the right to visit them. I hope you will give me this opportunity. You are right. I will find a father for them as soon as possible. They are my children. No one will love them more than me, and no one can replace my role. Besides, you are too busy with work and often run around outside. You can only see the children a few times a month. I will retire from the music industry and will have a lot of time at home in the future. I will ask you to leave the children with me. I promise to take good care of them. With me taking care of them, you can go to work with more peace of mind. What do you think, dear? Maybe. Alexander and Cynthia are my children. I will never leave them with you. Don't even think about it, you bastard. Taylor said. I heard in the news that many nannies can't stand the children crying in the middle of the night, so they secretly add sleeping pills to the milk. Sometimes nannies work with emotions, and they will secretly pinch the children, prick the children with needles, and make the children adapt to the nanny's care. Are you assured? Don't talk nonsense. The few nannies I found are very kind and have professional ethics. They will never do such things. Taylor said. I hope so, but I think that in the process of children's growth, parents are irreplaceable roles, no matter how many professional nannies you find. I think it is more important to raise children by your side, and I promise that I will never snatch the children from you. You are the mother of the children, which is more important to them. I just want to see them more and accompany them to make up for my loss to you and them. I hope you will give me this opportunity. After a meeting, Taylor replied, I need to think about it. Don't force me. Okay, take your time, but don't block me. I hope we can communicate like friends. I promise not to send you messages to harass you casually. Okay, it depends on your performance, Taylor said. Link breathed a sigh of relief, finally calming down the irritable woman. Are the children cyclical now? Do they look like you or me? Alexander is £18 and 70 pence. Cynthia is £18 and 40 pence. Very healthy. Of course they look like me. There is no hope for them to look like you. Indeed, it is not good to be too handsome. You can't win an Oscar. You should be more ordinary like you. You are so conceited. If Alexander looks like you, when he grows up, I will definitely beat him every day, Taylor said. Link smiled lightly and was about to reply to the message when Taylor sent another one. I thought about it and decided to why. I was just joking just now. You are very beautiful, with a delicate figure and a charming blonde hair. The children look like the best of you. It's not because of this, it's because you have affected my life. I don't know how to read books and write peacefully at home. Because of your message, my mind is all messed up. I don't want this to happen again. Goodbye, asshole. Hey, don't be like this. As soon as the message was sent, the chat interface immediately displayed not a friend. Please add a friend before sending a message. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Fire in the Backyard. After returning to Europe and the United States, he drove directly to Taylor's villa in Beverly Hills, wanting to stop Taylor in the villa and have a serious talk with this stubborn woman. Unfortunately, not long ago, Mrs. Andrea told Taylor that she was back to Nashville. Link said that he also wanted to go to Nashville and ask Mrs. Andrea to give him another address. Mrs. Andrea asked him to ask Taylor first. Link said that all his contact information had been blocked by Taylor. Mrs. Andrea said there was no way. Taylor was a very stubborn person. Link could only leave some specialties and secret letters brought back from Europe to Mrs. Andrea and drove back to Santa Monica Bay. On the way, he turned on his computer and flipped through the entertainment news in the United States for nearly 2 days. He was surprised to find that there was a fire behind his yard. This morning, the Los Angeles Times, USA Today, The Hollywood Reporter and other media jointly broke a big news. Link was kicked out again, and Miss Thompson was looking for a new love. According to the Los Angeles Times, during Link's trip to France to attend the Cannes Film Festival, Miss Eva Katamp was in close contact with a middle-aged man. According to the investigation, the middle-aged man is named Pam Abdi, the newly appointed CEO of Warner Pictures Marketing Department. 39 years old, young and promising, worth over 100 million, divorced and single. There are also many photos of them chatting in a cafe in the newspaper, and 2 of them seem to be sitting close. There are many reports on the internet about this matter, and some websites have revealed photos of the 2 suspected of dating in the Hilton Hotel. The headlines of these news are mostly, Eva Ka finds a new love, Playboy Link is broken up, Link and Eva Ka break up, where will Link music go? Link and Eva Ka break up. Lionsgate may have another shocking change. According to people familiar with the matter, Link may be left with nothing without the protection of the Thompson family and so on. Most of the news headlines were very shocking and reported the news in an extremely precise language, as if his breakup with Evica had become an irreversible foregone conclusion. On social media, netizens changed from the initial discussion of Link and Evica's breakup to how important Evica is to Link, and Link is not a gigolo. Many netizens believe that Evica is very important to Link. Without her, Link music would never be so successful, and Lionsgate would never be successfully abducted. Without Evica, Link's value would definitely plummet. There are also a large number of comments with similar content in the message area of many platforms. Metaphors such as Link is a gigolo, without Evica Link is a pauper, Link started his career with Evica but often cheated, he is a scumbag, Evica kicked Link off, Link will start to become the poor beach boy again, the scumbag Link's true form. Many of Link's fans also left messages to refute, saying that before Link and Evica had an emergency, he was already worth more than 1 billion, and he was also an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, and a world-class singer. If this is considered a gigolo, then no one can be worthy of Ivica. This comment received more than 50,000 likes and more than 10,000 messages. Some netizens refuted the fans' objection, saying that apart from the fact that Link is an Olympic champion and a world boxing champion, if Ivica hadn't managed Link Music would never be as successful as it is now, and Link wouldn't have such a big name. If he wasn't so famous, his albums wouldn't sell so many copies, and he wouldn't make so much money. Without so much money, he wouldn't be able to invest in Tesla, Twitter, Nvidia, or take over Lionsgate. So, without Ivica, there would be no Link today. This comment also received more than 10,000 likes and more than 3,000 opposing threats. Many of Link's fans refuted below, saying that there were obvious logical errors in the above comments, and the reason why Link Music is as successful as it is now is entirely because of Link. At first, the company only had one singer, Link, and most of the songs in his albums were written by him. From the first to the third album, the sales of each one were higher than the last one. His talent was the fundamental reason for his fame and the fundamental reason for the accumulation of Link Music. In addition, several platinum singers and Link Music came from Link Funeral, and the songs they debuted with were also written by Link Funeral. From this point of view, Link is the key and core of the accumulation of Link Music's development, and Ivica is an important factor in the accumulation of Link Music. Just like the reason why MJ became a superstar was because of his own talent and hard work, not relying on the many music companies under his name. These comments received support from people who liked them. But some netizens also said that regardless of the facts, if there was no Ivica and someone else managed Link Music, would Link Music be so successful now? In addition, although all the songs under Link's name were written by him, is this really the case? There are many singers in the music industry who can't write songs, and they put the songs bought by the company under their own names, and pretend to be creative singers. This is no secret within the industry. Link may be such a singer. This comment was meant to prick a hornet's nest. It was posted at 9:12 and it was already 10:30. There were more than 8,000 comments below, almost all of which were opposing opinions. Many netizens expressed their opinions bravely. Since his debut, Link has written many songs, including the popular Despacito on the internet, the boxing inspirational songs The Fighter and Unstoppable, and the songs Give Me Reason written in March 2009, when he was exposed on the internet, and the songs I'm the One, Lighters and Believer written in May and June 2009, when he was competing with East Coast Rap. There is also the Divine song See You Again written to commemorate MJ, not to mention the Divine song Legends Never Die written for the Super Bowl at the end of 2009, and the third song of the album is All Love Songs written for Taylor. Later, there are also champion singles he wrote for Selena, Wiz Khalifa, Lana Del Rey, and Bruno Mars. Link's creative ability is so strong that he still needs help from others to write songs? It's nonsense. Those haters who held opposing views saw that they could not refute this matter, so they brought the debate back to the relationship between Link and Ivica. They said that Ivica was the daughter of a wealthy family, that the Thompson family had a net worth of billions, and that they had countless connections. If it weren't for her, Link would definitely not be as successful as he is now. If Link was kicked out by Ivica, he would soon become a pauper. Link's fans said, yes, a pauper who made 40 or 50 million in 2 or 3 minutes, and they reactivated Link's label of human money printing machine. As a human money printing machine, he was probably poor. The two sides went back and forth on the internet. Supporters focused on discussing the matter at hand, and facts were better than sophistry. Opponents focused on making a fuss and ignoring facts. More people participated in the debate, and it accidentally became a hot search again. Ding-ling-ling. When the car returned to the Bay Villa, Link received a call from Catherine, asking him what time he would arrive in Los Angeles. Have you seen today's news? Asking him not to believe the news in the newspaper. When Ivica and the Warners were negotiating in the cafe, she and Bridesmaids producer Kristen Wiig were also present. It was just that the person who took the photos had ulterior motives and deliberately only took photos of Ivica and Pam Abdi, the president of Warner's marketing department. Link said he knew and would not think too much. Ivica is now the chairman of Lionsgate. If he had wild thoughts, just because of a cup of coffee with a woman, he would be too unconfident and would not trust Ivica. The most important thing between the two parties is trust. Link asked about the negotiations with Warner Pictures. Catherine said that, after they evacuated the crowd, Warner Pictures Distribution Company had admitted that there were data errors when they had statistics, but there was a certain closure between the two parties on the issue of compensation. According to the data provided by Rhetoric, a film ownership monitoring company, the current North American ownership of Bridesmaids is 128 million yuan, not 70.5 million. We require Warner Brothers to return all the transferred ownership and bear all the investigation costs of about 2 million. Warner Brothers said that the North American sales of Bridesmaids were only 104 million, not the 128 million announced by Rhetoric, and they were only willing to pay 500,000 for the investigation costs. After the negotiation failed, we gave Warner Brothers 3 days to consider. Tomorrow we will submit all the evidence to the MPAA in the Los Angeles District Court for appeal, and these cases will also be publicly appealed. We suspect that this scandal is also related to the Warner Group, and they want to use this incident to disrupt our arrangements. I just had a meeting with Eva Kat to discuss that we should give up further negotiations with Warner Brothers and directly prove the evidence to the MPAA in the court. We not only require Warner Brothers to compensate for all losses, but also ask Warner Brothers to give a certain percentage of compensation. Is our evidence sufficient? Link asked. Behind Warner Pictures is one of the media unions of Time Warner Group, which owns Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated, Fortune Magazine, Turner Network, CNN, HBO, DC, Warner Brothers Pictures, Warner Music and other sub-brand companies, with a market value of more than 40 billion. Once Warner goes to court, without sufficient evidence, the holiday celebration will become a protracted tug-of-war. Catherine said, the main way Warner Pictures secretly filmed this time was to divert the sales of Bridesmaids to the two movies Unknown and Hayhaker released by Warner in February. Because their behavior is more Manhattan, they want to obtain a lot of key evidence, but based on the evidence we have, we can also prove that Warner Pictures secretly occupied the film. The specific punishment in the end depends on the importance of the American Film Association MPAA to this matter, as well as the public relations ability of Warner Pictures. No matter what Warner chooses, as long as this matter is exposed, it will definitely be a big deal for them. Ke thought about it and understood. Warner Pictures launched by Time Warner Group is also a listed company. The reputation of such companies is the most important thing. Once such negative news is exposed, the loss in the stock market is only tens of millions. Once the stock price falls, it affects the interests of shareholders, and the senior management of Warner Pictures may face a rise. Warner Distribution Company knew that the consequences were serious, but still took a big risk, probably because it underestimated the strength of Manhattan Beach Pictures. Before the film was released, it was not expected that Lionsgate would suddenly appear and obtain the distribution rights in most regions. If Lionsgate had not participated, Eva Kat and Catherine would not have been able to see the problems of possession through the differences in distribution possession in various states, and then arrange people to investigate the possession problems, thereby discovering that Warner Pictures violated the rules. Link thought of scandal and asked Catherine whether the film was sold secretly. Catherine said that the film had been taken off the shelves, and even if there was a plan to sell secretly, it would be easy to find out. During the promotion, you can raise doubts and let other independent production companies and producers who have been stolen by Warner stand up. I believe that the victim is not just Manhattan Beach Pictures. As long as more peers stand up, Warner Pictures cannot make concessions. Link thinks this is not a bad idea, and he also feels that buying Lionsgate is right. If there is no film distribution company, even if Black Beach Pictures can make countless box office movies, it will be stolen by the 6 majors. This is also the reason why independent production companies and investors have a hard time surviving in Hollywood. Link reminded Catherine to be careful recently and asked if she needed a bodyguard. Catherine smiled and said that, as long as he was fine, Warner would never dare to do anything to her and Eva Kat, and their safety would not be a problem. Link thought about it, and it was true. The senior executives of Warner Pictures were just a group of workers. Even if they did something wrong and caused the company to lose money, the worst thing would be to resign. No one would take risks for such a thing. At present, what Warner can do is to use the power of the media to muddy the waters. Back at the Bay Villa, Evica was still working in the company. Link called her to tell her that he was back, but the call didn't go through. When he turned on the TV, he saw news that Evica was interviewed by reporters at the Lionsgate headquarters. A reporter interviewed Evica with several popular topics at the moment, asking her about her current relationship with Link. Evica said that the bilateral relationship was very stable. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times said that entertainment reporters noticed the news that she and Pam Abdi, president of the marketing department of Warner Pictures, had a cold relationship, and also photographed them drinking coffee together and asked what the relationship was. Evica said that her recent contact with Warner was mainly about work. The reporter from The Hollywood Reporter then asked, "It is reported that Warner Pictures secretly filmed when distributing Bridesmaids, and Beach Pictures and Lionsgate Pictures have obtained key evidence," and asked Evica if there is any news to confirm. When the reporter from The Hollywood Reporter asked this question, the black entertainment reporters at the scene made a strange cry. Obviously, Link's private affairs. The news of Warner Pictures stealing is more obvious. This is an obvious sensation. It is a news with great influence. The reporters all looked at Evica, hoping that she could reveal some information. Evica said that this was a matter of Caribbean Beach Pictures. Caribbean Beach Pictures will hold a press conference tonight to answer reporters' questions. When the reporters heard her say this, they did not continue to ask questions. They continued to ask about her relationship with Link and the controversial issues on the internet. The reporter of USA Today said that there is a saying on the internet that Link relied on her to get started. If it weren't for her, Link would not be as successful as he is now. The reporter asked Evica that if Link's success is 100%, her contribution here is quite a lot. Evica said bluntly that Link is an Olympic champion, world boxing champion, pop king, billionaire, and great philanthropist, and his success has never relied on anyone. If Link's success is 100%, no one can share 1%, and she and Link Music, Lionsgate Dynasty Promotions and other companies and personal successes that follow Link is absolutely qualified to receive a great percentage of attention. The reporter of Vanity Fair asked, "Everyone knows that Link is a playboy, and she can find a better partner with her conditions. Why does she still stick to Link? Is it more love or work relationship?" Evica said that Link wrote a song Just the Way You Are for her at the beginning of the year, and she likes this song very much. There are also words she wants to tell Link in this song. Now Link is the best Link. No matter what the rumors say he is waiting for, she loves Link like this. The reporters on the scene were sprinkled with dog food. Link also smiled when he saw the news. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang twice. It was Evica calling, asking if he had arrived home. Link said he was at home and asked her what time she would get off work. Evica said she got off work early today and would be back soon. Link said okay, wait for her to come back and have dinner together. Chapter 420 Angry Guy. Haha, dear Bob, you did a great job. I'm very satisfied. In the afternoon, as soon as Bob Weinstein walked into the company's president's office, he was hugged by his brother Harvey, who rushed over. Harvey's hug was very warm, and he praised him a lot. But big men have big bellies and their arms are relatively short. When they hug each other, their huge bellies are bulging together, which feels very awkward. He also doesn't like the sour smell of Harvey's breath. "Harvey, how did you get from this trip to now?" Bob took a step back and asked after Harvey let go. "Very good. The artist won the Best Actor award and Revenge for My Father won the Catholic Spirit award. I also found 2 good movies at the film festival." "How is this movie?" "Very good. If the publicity is good, it will not be a problem to make millions." Haha. Speaking of buying movie copyrights, Link, that bastard, also bought the distribution rights of 2 movies at the film festival. "What movie? Can it make money too?" Bob asked curiously. Harvey sat in his office chair, laughing with his belly sticking out. "At first, when I heard that Link took the initiative to ask Lionsgate to buy the copyrights of 2 movies, I was as curious as you and thought they were good movies. I went to watch them and found that they were 2 Chinese movies. One was a thriller with a dull plot and many loopholes in the setting. It wasted more than 10 minutes of my time. The other was an art film. The leading actors had good acting skills, but the theme was too obscure and the language was incomprehensible. There is no market for this kind of movie in the United States. In the end, I was still prepared to make a move to grab it and let Link spend more money, but I was worried that he would think the price was too high and let it go. I didn't intervene, haha, but I'm sure Link will lose money this time. He doesn't understand movies at all. Harvey laughed. Bob nodded. Harvey was professional in this regard and he believed in Harvey's judgment. Bob, let's talk about Eva Kaz's scandal. You did a good job this time. Isn't this news true? Harvey pointed to the news in the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times that said Ivanka is looking for a new lover and Playboy Link is broken up. Fake. I arranged 4 detectives to follow Ivanka for many days and found that she spent most of her time in Bay Villa except for going to work. Even if she took her assistant with her every time she went out, she didn't have many friends of the opposite sex. According to the informant, Ivanka would not meet with employees of the opposite sex alone when she was in the company, and there were no bad rumors. After investigating for many days, nothing worth exposing was found. In the end, there was no choice but to publish a considerable proportion of the photos of Ivanka and Pam Abdi was meeting on the news. Bob said helplessly. Haha, this is not bad. Even if it is fake, it doesn't matter. Now the newspapers are discussing that Link is a gigolo. Without Ivanka and the Thompson family, he is nothing. Link is young and energetic. He will be very happy to see these news. He has a crush on Ivanka. After one night, as time goes by, the contradictions between them are getting bigger and bigger. I can almost see the situation of breaking up with each other. Harvey laughed. Harvey, I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Oh, what happened? Harvey lit a cigar. Bob turned on the TV, changed several channels, and played a video clip of Ivanka's interview. In the video interview, Ivanka was wearing a decent professional women's suit, dancing her tall and graceful figure to the fullest, with a cool and delicate face, elegant and refined conversation. The whole person seemed to be marked with such a dazzling halo, narrow and radiant. Harvey frowned and looked at the screen, but he was not there at first. Although Ivanka's answers in the interview were clever and reasonable, most netizens are a mob, and the main purpose of surfing the internet is to vent emotions and kill time. Not many people will listen to others' reason, nor will they care what the truth of the matter is. As for the matter of Link and Ivanka, as long as the hype continues, cracks in the relationship between the two parties are absolutely allowed. Just after listening to a meeting, Harvey suddenly heard a reporter from The Hollywood Reporter asking about the Warner Pictures secret filming. He immediately sat up and looked at Bob in surprise. Is this news true? It should be true. According to the information I got, the North American sales of Bridesmaids should be more than 120 million, and the current data is 70.5 million. Warner has swallowed more than 50 million in sales. Hiss. Hearing this news, Harvey couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his greasy forehead wrinkled. He didn't lament that Warner's sneak shots were too cruel, but that the actual sales of Bridesmaids in North America were 120 million. How many overseas sales of Bridesmaids are there now? 158 million. So many? Exclamation mark. The global sales of Bridesmaids have exceeded 200 million. Investing 30 million in this movie, the global sales are more than 200 million. Even 300 million more. Harvey shouted angrily. Bob shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Bridesmaids was invested 32.5 million, and the global sales are more than 200 million, maybe more than 300 million. This revenue ratio is also in the top 3 among the movies released this year, even if it is not ranked first. There is no doubt that Palestine Beach Pictures has bet on another dark horse movie, and Link has used this movie to make a fortune in the movie market again. Harvey was just mocking Link for not understanding movies. Bang. Another ashtray broke. Why is this happening? How can Link, a newcomer who knows nothing, make investments one after another? Harvey roared with a gloomy face. Harvey, don't be angry. This is the credit of the production department of Panama Beach Pictures. It has nothing to do with Link. He is not that powerful. Bob consoled. Harvey gritted his teeth viciously and bit off the cigar directly. Go check and see who he is instructing to invest in movies. This person must not stay in Manhattan Beach Pictures, and Link must not be allowed to make money again. It is not just a matter of making money, but also a struggle for power and honor. If the movies invested by Link continue to sell well in the future, not only will the actors take the initiative to pay attention to Link and be able to cooperate with him, but those companies that hope to cooperate with him will also be eager to go to the movie door to seek cooperation. If this situation continues, Link's influence in Hollywood will become greater and greater, and his status will become higher and higher. When the time comes, Link will be able to replace him as the #1 person on the Hollywood power list and become the object of the owner's pursuit. Those women also couldn't wait to squat in front of Link and serve him. Thinking of this, a strong anger swept Harvey's heart. His face gradually became ferocious, and the fat on his body kept shaking, like a frenzied Canadian wild boar. Harvey, don't worry. Hawaii Beach Pictures was lucky to bet on 2 movies in a row. It's impossible for all other movies to bet on them. No one can do this. Maybe his next movie will lose money. Seeing his face change, Bob hurriedly persuaded him. No, you can't survive. Go and find out about the movies invested by Beach Pictures this year, especially the small budget movies. You must find a way to grab them. I know this. Beach Pictures has invested in 4 movies in succession: Silver Linings Playbook and Beasts of the Southern Wild. The remaining 2 are art films The Master and Lawless in cooperation with Annapurna Pictures. Bob said that the situation of The Master and Lawless was about 30 million yuan for both movies. Harvey read the script of The Master and thought about it, but the investment was too high, and it felt difficult to get back the money, so he decided to give up after thinking seriously. Now he heard that Link was going to invest in this movie. The director is Paul Anderson, the star is Joaquin Phoenix, the heroine is Amy Adams, who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar twice, and the supporting role is Philip Seymour Hoffman, who won the Oscar for Best Actor with Capote. From the main creative lineup, he faintly spreads a potential for big sales. How is the preparation of this movie? Is there a chance to grab it? No, The Master started planning at the beginning of the year. In the middle, because of investment problems, Joaquin found Link with a project. After Link went to the front desk, he decided to invest and brought Megan Ellison. Now the casting is over, and it is planned to start shooting next month. Bob said. Harvey frowned, got up and walked around the office. After thinking for a while, he assigned Bob a task and asked him to talk to Link. In exchange for helping with the PR of the Oscars, he wanted to get a portion of the investment contribution of The Master and Beasts of the Southern Wild. If he dared not agree, he would threaten him with Silver Linings Playbook and postpone the release of the film indefinitely. Because Weinstein Company was also the producer of the film, he had the right to ask for this. Okay, I'll arrange it later. Bob agreed readily. In fact, he was very happy that Harvey had such a change. Link and Link had conflicts and hurt each other. He hoped to cooperate with Link to make a lot of money, and Lionsgate should not stop recommending big productions. Otherwise Lionsgate can invest in big productions, which can accelerate the decline of Lionsgate. Harvey said. Bob nodded. Cooperation is one thing, and competition is another. Since Link started to occupy Lionsgate, he has continuously recommended many big productions with investments of more than 80 million through people inside Lionsgate, including John Carter, Battleship, Knowing Earth. Whether these movies will make a profit, Bob doesn't know, but he and Harvey have made one thing clear. Independent production companies end the big six with insufficient capital chains and poor publicity and promotion capabilities. Once they rashly enter the field of big productions, the final results are all miserable. Line Pictures, the former 5th largest film company in Hollywood, RKO, the former 8th largest United Artists, the 7th largest MGM, etc., all fell into big productions without exception. Big productions make money quickly, but lose money even faster. As long as the senior executives of Lionsgate are addicted to big production investments, even if the first movie sells well, the subsequent clubs will lose money. Unfortunately, Link and Eva K are both smart people, and it is not easy for them to leave Harvey's office. He arranged for his colleagues to contact Link, and said that he wanted to talk to Link to find out that he thought Link would refuse or arrange their meeting time for a few days later. But the assistant told him that Link was free tomorrow at noon. Chapter 421 Warner Compromise. What's up? An occult. Bob Weinstein wants to talk. Link put down his phone and smiled. What does he want to talk to your kid about? Ika said, forking a piece of strawberry with a fork. That's what I'm curious about, so I agreed to it. I prefer dealing with a profit-seeking editor like Bob, who is arrogant and irritable like Len Harvey. I heard from Catherine that after the Scandal project, Bridesmaids is a big hit again. Now many production companies want to cooperate with Beach and Sand Films. Maybe Weinstein also has this intention. Ivica guessed. Will it happen? Link thought about it. Not sure, so he simply put down his work and accompanied Ivica to dinner. Just looking at her cold and dignified face and rosy and sexy lips, he couldn't help but hold her in his hands. Don't make trouble, we're eating. Ivica rolled her eyes at him coldly. Link smiled lightly, took out a box, and put it on the table, pushing it in front of her. It was a relatively large box, and it was obviously not a diamond ring, but a watch. Ivica glanced and asked lightly, I'm also looking forward to giving you a diamond ring, but I hope it is not heavy and romantic enough for this kind of occasion, so I will give you a watch first. Don't be so cold. Anyway, this is what I decided to buy for you, after wandering around Zurich for a long time. Take a look. Link said. Ivica opened it, and took a look. It was an elegant and simple gold watch that looked very expensive. She picked it up and put it on her fair and sparse jade wrist. Her arm was even whiter and more delicate, matched with her beautiful hand shape. It was a perfect match, equivalent to the work of art in the Palace of Versailles. The gift you bought is better than last year. Ivica raised the corners of her lips and put on a faint smile. Learn from you. Link raised the juice glass and clinked it with her. Ivica smiled lightly, blinked and looked into his eyes. I saw in the newspaper that you relied on me to get started. Can you do anything? Of course not. You are like a princess, beautiful, intelligent and tall, unique in the world. It is my honor that you can tolerate my jealousy and accept me as your boyfriend. I can tolerate their strong envy and jealousy from the comments from the media and netizens. Not only will I not be angry, but I also think it is very cool. Link shrugged and smiled. Ivica looked at him and smiled slightly, then came over and kissed him. Link felt it was not enough, so he put his arms around her waist and kissed her lips passionately, with a sweet and moist strawberry flavor, which was mellower and more wonderful than the traditional Tibetan version of Lafite Red. But every time she asked me if I looked okay, I said that, when I saw your face, I would not change anything, because you are amazing just the way you are. When the two were kissing passionately, a pleasant music sounded at the scene. It was Link's version of Just the Way You, and it was also Ivica's cell phone ringtone. Initialize me, someone is calling. Ivica pushed him away with a flushed face, and covered his lips with her soft hands, to stop him from kissing her. Link reluctantly withdrew his hand from her waist and said, why don't you just ignore it? It must be nothing serious. We can't do that. We are the heads of the company and are in charge of the overall situation. Small matters won't come to us. Ivica kissed him, straightened her messed up skirt, and stood up to answer the phone outside. Seeing her graceful back, Link felt a little helpless. Having experienced more than a dozen outstanding women, he thought he understood women more deeply than ordinary people, and his attraction to women had reached an extremely high level. Generally, as long as he finds some pheromones for courtship, women will eagerly rush over, offer everything, and let him do whatever he wants. Few women can remain calm and rational when being intimate with him, including the strong women Mary and Goliath and Beyonce, even if they look very strong and mature. But in this kind of thing, the chemistry finally turned into a puddle of water. They obeyed him in everything, and even agreed to break the bottom line that they dared not try before. The only opponent before was Taylor. Even if Taylor's body turned into a puddle of water during his attack, he could still remain rational and calm, and would not completely follow his wishes. Sometimes, even if the body cannot move, it is necessary to firmly grasp the power, which is equivalent to a woman, whose body and soul are separated. Now he has met another one. Ivica will be very devoted when making love, and her whole body will become soft and boneless. But once she encounters external interference or touches her bottom line, she will immediately wake up. Link is sober and hopes to marry her. Life after marriage may be a protracted war. It's a call from Catherine. Guess what's going on? Evoca walked into the restaurant with a swaying figure, and the corners of her beautiful lips curled up slightly. Yes, I think Catherine should be preparing to hold a press conference in the company at this time. Have other victims contacted her and are ready to support us? It's related to Warner Pictures, but it's not other production companies that support us, but Toby Emmerich, the president of Warner Pictures, just called Catherine and agreed to the conditions we proposed before and rearranged people to discuss compensation, hoping that we can cancel the rehabilitation care meeting. Evoca chuckled. It's really good news. If we sue Warner Brothers, the final result may be that both sides will suffer. To be more precise, Palm Beach Pictures will suffer greater losses. Warner Brothers is large and can withstand the turmoil. After this incident, the Warner Board of Directors only needs to fire a few foreign affairs personnel and use the media to do some positive publicity to calm the dispute and restore justice. Palm Beach Pictures will not only lose tens of millions, but also have a powerful enemy, which is not a good thing for a new company. Now Warner Brothers has initiated a proposal and settlement, promising to compensate for the losses. Jackson Beach Pictures can not only recover its losses, but also establish an image in the circle that it is not easy to mess with. If other cooperating companies want to take advantage of Palm Beach again, they will probably have to think twice. It is worth considering. Evoca and Catherine undoubtedly played the biggest role in this matter. In the era when big studios and independent studios coexisted, many independent studios and independent producers suffered losses at the hands of several major film companies, and their copyrights were stolen by the 6 or 7 majors. In the end, profitable movies would have to pay the 6 majors a lot of money when the accounts were settled. To sue the court, you must first have sufficient evidence. The 2 major theaters and the 6 major film companies are closely related and will not easily hand over real evidence. If you offend the 6 majors, the theaters will not have movies to show, and the profits will drop sharply. Even if there is evidence, the process of litigation is very expensive, and the money may even be more than what was swallowed by the 6 majors. The gains are not worth the losses, and in the end they can only swallow their hatred. After hearing about this, Evoca and Catherine decisively arranged for someone to investigate. They were not afraid of wasting money and only asked for fairness and justice. Their attitude was very tough. This attitude is probably one of the reasons why Warner Film Industry took the initiative to seek peace. Link thought about it and suddenly found something strange. Before Catherine and I analyzed it, a lot of rumors about you suddenly broke out in the media today. It was probably the work of Warner Pictures. They wanted to use this method to disrupt our layout, but things just started, and Warner Pictures proposed and solved it again. Their attitude seems to have changed too quickly. Evoca nodded and said, when I saw these news this morning, I also thought it was the work of Warner Pictures, but afterwards I felt it was wrong. Stealing is illegal news. Warner should try to cover it up instead of actively disclosing the news that the 2 sides are negotiating, and will not hype the news and expand the situation. Now think about it, there should be other forces behind this matter, perhaps Warner's competitors, who want to detonate this matter to hit Warner's deliciousness. After hearing her analysis, Link felt that there was another possibility. The main focus of this scandal was his relationship with Evoca. The person who was stirring up trouble seemed to want to see him and Evoca break up and damage his reputation. From this point of view, his rival Cunis Jr. was the most suspicious. He broke up with Evoca, and the other party had the biggest increase. Regarding Evoca and Link's speculation, Pam Abdi, who was currently attending the Manhattan Pictures conference room for the aftermath, had different ideas. He frowned and looked across the conference table with a depressed expression. There, Catherine Baker, president of Beach Pictures, was reading a contract carefully. This contract was rushed out by Warner's legal department more than 2 hours ago. The contract was in full compliance with the requirements put forward by Panama Beach Pictures, making up for the shortfall of more than $56 million in the transaction, and paying $2 million in investigation fees. This was the first time that Warner Pictures had issued this contract, and it was also a black spot in his career that he could not lose. After all, they had no intention of compromising with Palm Beach Pictures. Even if the case went to court and lasted for 3 to 5 years, they would not admit it. But Palm Beach Pictures was too cunning. When they were negotiating, they actually arranged for someone to secretly take photos and then use the scandal to hype it up, turning a small matter into a major event that everyone was paying attention to. When all the media were paying attention to the scandal, Ivanka used the reporter of the Hollywood Reporter to push the secret purchase incident to attract more people's attention and put pressure on Warner. He founded dozens of TV stations, newspapers, and magazines, but when faced with social hotspots, he was powerless to control the current public opinion. In fact, it would cost more to eliminate the negative impact of these regulators. Warner Brothers executives were under pressure and didn't want to be blamed, so they sent him to negotiate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh that Palm Island Pictures was very clever in handling this matter. They keenly noticed that Warner Brothers didn't want to make a big fuss, and they did the opposite, to make the matter bigger, leaving no room for maneuver. But Pam Abdi touched her chin, looked at Catherine, the producer of Bridesmaids, and the three lawyers, and secretly guessed what this idea was. Catherine was an agent, and she had been in the circle for a long time, and she was well informed, and knew the influence of Warner Brothers in the circle. If she went against Warner Brothers, she should have adopted a more tactful way to deal with this matter. As for Kristen Wiig, she was just a second-tier actor in the circle and didn't have enough courage. The other executives of Beach Pictures probably wouldn't either. The remaining answers now are Link or Ivanka. Considering that Link was attending the film festival in Zuna some time ago and was not deeply involved in the company's affairs, this matter can only be the work of Ivanka. Thinking of that woman Eva, Pam Abdi narrowed her eyes. Even though Kata was married and had experienced a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but secretly admire Ivanka when he saw her. Ivanka not only has top-notch looks and a superb figure, but also her elegant conversation, shrewd and capable style of doing things, and her cold, dignified and inviolable aura. These are very attractive to men and have a fatal attraction. When he talked to her for the first few times, he had to concentrate and not stare at her in order to behave normally in the conversation with her. Once he focused on her appearance and conversation, he would be deeply attracted to her and fall into her trap without knowing it. That is really a dangerous and beautiful woman. Fortunately, she is not here today. Pam Abdi thought secretly. President Abdi, I suggest adding time to the supplementary agreement. After the supplementary contract, Warner Pictures needs to partially pay the first batch of property rights division 15 years after the end of the screening period of Bridesmaids, and the rest needs to be divided and settled within 1 month. The $2 million investigation fee needs to be settled immediately when the supplementary contract is signed. Do you agree? Catherine put down the contract and said. Pam Abdi sighed and responded with a gloomy face. He did not feel ashamed of this theft and robbery incident, but felt helpless. It is very common for large film companies to secretly transfer part of the ownership when distributing films of independent production companies. It is a routine operation, but many problems have arisen at once. The first is the box office revenue expectation of Bridesmaids. At the preview, the distributor estimated the box office revenue of this film as in the North American box office revenue exceeded $100 million. When telling Manhattan Beach Pictures, only 70% and 80% of North America were mentioned, and the rest was room for operation. Because the transaction volume of Bridesmaids far exceeded expectations, the theater chain took a bigger action. In the first 3 weeks, almost half of the trading volume was swallowed up. The action was exaggerated, and the traces were too heavy, which was easy to be detected. The second was the problem of the fight between the distribution department and the marketing department of Warner Pictures. When Bridesmaids was first released, Warner Pictures obtained all the distribution rights in North America. Later, the distribution department did not notify the marketing department. When it was gradually released in more than 20 regions, Lionsgate had a high market share, while Warner Pictures generally had a low market share. The problem appeared all of a sudden. Keeping pace when taking action will not be easily caught. Third, Warner Pictures encountered the most difficult opponent this time. Link is not short of money, and Ivanka is not short of connections. The two sides are not afraid of not winning the lawsuit together. In the stadium in the United States, even if the matter involving them is small, after being reported by the media, the chromosome changes. After comprehensive consideration, the senior management of Warner Pictures decided to compromise and make a big thing small. Pam Abdi recalled the whole thing and felt that she was too unlucky. If she had been more careful and changed the film company, everything would have been different. President Abdi, do you have any questions? Catherine asked Pam Abdi, who had a complicated expression while reading the copy of the contract. No problem. Our Palestine Beach Films is a company that values integrity. All the terms printed in the contract will be strictly enforced. Catherine said calmly. Pam Abdi's mouth twitched. She understood what Catherine meant. This was about Warner Pictures not abiding by the contract agreement. If Warner kept its word, it would strictly follow the initial fundraising for the film contract distribution agreement. All the fast movie revenue would be distributed according to the prescribed proportion, and there would be no theft. He didn't want to refute this matter. After signing the contract, he took people away from Lionsgate. Catherine also issued a notice to all media through the Public Relations Department. The journalist qualification certification, originally scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, would wait for the next notification. After receiving the news, the reporters also left the Palm Beach Films office building disappointedly. After all, the stealth purchase incident has the opportunity to become a hot topic in the future. Now there is a sudden fluctuation, and the media speculated that Warner Pictures should have reached some kind of compensation agreement with Palestine Beach Pictures. Palestine Beach Pictures did not continue to look at it from this perspective. Warner Pictures did steal sales when releasing Bridesmaids and was caught by the beach. Many reporters saw that this news had the potential to be a big hit and were ready to continue digging, but under the interference of Warner Media Group, it was finally left unfinished. The only people in the film industry still pay attention to this matter. Their focus is not Warner Pictures stealing, but Bridesmaids and the production company Manhattan Beach Pictures. Bridesmaids was released for a month, and the global cumulative total reached 2.28. The cost of this movie was only $32.5 million. After 1 month of release, it has achieved sales of 200 to 300 million worldwide, and entered the top 15 in the annual transaction rankings. There is no doubt that this is another dark horse movie, and it is also the second big movie invested and produced by Palm Beach Pictures. At this time, not only Weinstein Pictures wants to cooperate with Palm Beach Pictures, but other film companies are also jealous of the film projects that Palm Beach is planning, hoping to make a fortune together. For a time, Palm Beach Studios became a hot commodity in Hollywood. Chapter 422 Face Issue. Haha, Link, we meet again. In a cafe not far from the Lionsgate headquarters on East 7th Street in Santa Monica, Link met Bob Weinstein, the second in command of Weinstein Films. In terms of body shape, the Weinstein brothers are all frog-shaped, with big heads, thick necks, big bellies, and greedy looks. In terms of physique, Bob has a long face and Harvey is a little more gentle. Harvey has too many facial features, which are unevenly distributed and bumpy. He doesn't need to make up when he eats villains in the movies. Bob also has a fat and round face, but not so much flesh. He smiles when he sees people, not so scary, but his fitness triangular eyes are half open, a bit sinister. These brothers are not easy to deal with. I met them at Harvey's party in March, so they are not strangers. There is no need to say hello when they meet again. Link asked Bob directly what was the matter. Haha, Link, I'm friends with Paul Anderson, Philip Hoffman, and Joaquin. I heard that your new project, The Master, is of great quality? Bob said with a smile. This movie is cool, and Paul Anderson is cool, so I decided to invest in it when I saw the script. Before coming, he wasn't sure what Bob meant by him. When he heard the other party mention The Master and the main creative staff, he guessed a little. Link, we had a great time working together on Silver Linings Playbook. How about working together again? Bob said with a laugh, stroking his stubble. How do we work together? I'm also optimistic about The Master and hope to have a chance to participate. In exchange, we will help with the Oscars after the movie is released. With our capabilities, as long as director Anderson continues to maintain the level of the previous movies, it won't be difficult to get a few nominations, and maybe he'll have a chance to win an Oscar. With Oscar nominations and awards, the box office performance of the movie will definitely be better. Link, this is a win-win cooperation. I hope you can seriously consider it. Link raised his eyebrows and found it interesting. After the big hit of Bridesmaids, many Hollywood film companies called, hoping to have the opportunity to participate in the next film project of Palm Beach Studios, including David Ellison, who said he was not interested in art films before. This year, Palm Beach Studios has only 3 film projects. The first is Beasts of the Southern Wild, picked by Catherine, with a production cost of only 1.2 million screens, and it looks good. The second is the shelved project The Master, that Joaquin brought to Argentina. He has heard of this movie. The movie was shortlisted for the Oscars. Joaquin was nominated for the Oscar for Best Actor, but the box office performance was mediocre. In order to establish a good cooperative relationship with Joaquin and lay the foundation for future cooperation, he decided to invest in this movie. The third one, Lawless, is a project brought by Megan Ellison. The movie is good and has investment value. There are also several movies that Megan will invest in the future. It is suitable as a long-term partner. So his main purpose of investing in the last 2 movies is to pave the way for future cooperation. At the same time, they also want to use these 2 high-quality films to shape the reputation of Palm Beach Pictures in the industry and tell the owners that the films invested by Palm Beach Pictures can not only make money, but also win awards. However, after the big sales of the Scandal Project and Bridesmaids, the initial people began to be optimistic about the films of Manhattan Beach and naturally thought that The Master and Lawless should be very good. Even the rival Weinstein brothers thought so they put aside their prejudices and took the initiative to ask for cooperation and also use the bait of helping with public relations for the Oscars. After thinking about it, Link was ready to accept it. First of all, whether his multiple uncertain masters can make a profit, people are willing to pay and share risks. Secondly, he and Harvey are enemies, and Harvey has threatened to ban him. Many people in the circle know about this, which has also led to many people close to Harvey isolating him and the film industry on the beach. Now that he heard that the film on the beach makes money, Harvey suddenly changed his position and asked for cooperation. The change made people close to Harvey confused. Originally, everyone had prepared for Universe Link following Harvey's call, but now Harvey, the leader, remained silent and took the initiative to cooperate with Link. What would those who supported Harvey think? With Harvey taking the lead, others did not need to insist, and they did not have to worry about offending Harvey when cooperating with Link. Agreeing to cooperate with Weinstein Films could also disintegrate some of Harvey's power, which would be beneficial to the future development of Lionsgate and Palm Beach Films. After all, Harvey has been deeply involved in Hollywood for many years, and his power is deeply rooted. Being isolated by this group of people would make the company money. Finally, there is one more thing. He wants to take advantage of Weinstein Films' initiative to ask for cooperation and make a request. Link took a sip of coffee, letting the scent of cappuccino bloom between his lips and teeth. Bob, there is one thing I want to ask. Is this cooperation your own idea or Harvey's idea? Haha, no need to worry. Harvey also knows about this, Bob said. Link nodded. There is no problem with cooperation, but I have a request, or more accurately, a suggestion. Please speak. Bob was very happy to hear that he was willing to cooperate, and his face became more enthusiastic. Link had 2 suggestions. First, Silver Linings Playbook has been completed and entered the post-production stage. He hopes that the film can be released within this year. Second, after the movie is released, if Jennifer Lawrence performs well, he plans to help Jennifer with the public relations for the Best Actress Oscar. In this regard, Weinstein Pictures is professional, and he hopes that they can help with the public relations of this movie. Oscar for Best Actress? Bob was a little surprised to hear his words. Jennifer Lawrence is only 21 years old and has made 4 movies. She is a very young actor. Even if her acting skills are first class, she has not won an Oscar. Not to mention that the movie has not been completed yet. Link still wants to help her win the Oscar for Best Actress. This is simply a dream. Link, the movie hasn't been released yet. Isn't it too early to talk about this now? Bob laughed. Jennifer's acting is so good that she has already qualified for the Oscar for Best Actress. In addition, this is just a proposal, provided that she performs well in this movie. If her performance is average, this proposal will be invalidated. Link said. After thinking about it, he agreed, but when discussing the investment donation for the master, he hoped that Link could donate more. Link thought seriously before, very reluctant to swap 30% of the investment under the name of Lionsgate with Weinstein Films, and the producer of the master project also became Beach Films and Annapurna Films. Haha, Link, happy cooperation. Bob stretched out his hand and said, happy cooperation. Link followed and shook hands, shaking his hand and smiled. Bob, do you believe it? Although Harvey is a top producer and has a strong ability to produce and release movies, I hope to cooperate more. Oh, why? Bob smiled with his triangular eyes narrowed. I have read your interview reports and have some understanding of you. You are a relatively pure film reformer, and I'm also a reformer. The purpose of our investment in movies is to make money. Mr. Harvey Weinstein is different. He is not a transplanter, but a talented producer. He also has problems of artistic genius, such as pride, paranoia, and sentimentality. At the same time, he is also a savior of modern movies. Sometimes he will give up profit for the sake of film art. Relatively speaking, Bob, you are more nervous about film investment. The risk of debt cooperation will be smaller, and the possibility of making money will be greater. Link said. Bob narrowed his eyes and laughed. He was surprised by Link's evaluation of Harvey. Link said that Harvey was a genius in film production. He had produced and successfully achieved hundreds of high-quality modern films in his career. After these films were released, they had a significant impact on the entire film industry and even affected the style and direction of modern films. This is why the media called him the movie savior. Because Harvey has made remarkable achievements in the film industry, and he has been touted more fiercely in recent years, people around him have also been touting him constantly, which has led to Harvey's arrogance, his increasingly irritable personality, stubbornness, and unwillingness to listen to others. He often does things that harm the interests of the company. For example, in 2004, they were still in Miramax, which was still a sub-brand launched by Disney Pictures. At that time, Harvey ignored the obstruction of the parent company Disney and insisted on jointly distributing the political documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 with Lionsgate. The main purpose of this film was to criticize the Bush administration and Caterpillar, which was contrary to the interests of Disney. The consequence was that the cooperation between the two sides broke down, and their brothers had to leave Disney and short film Weinstein Company. Although Fahrenheit 9/11 later sold well, Harvey also entered the Moscow brand and was favored by Moscow's top management, which made Harvey's power in Hollywood even higher. But for Bob, this was not a good thing. After all, he was a shareholder of Miramax and made a lot of money relying on Disney. Because of Harvey's stubbornness, the cooperation with Disney broke down, causing him to lose millions of semantics. Without Disney's support and protection, Weinstein Pictures suffered a 3-year trough from 2005 to 2009, and the company's development did not improve until last year. In these years, he lost a lot of money with Harvey, and now the company is still in storage. These things made him very dissatisfied with Harvey, but Harvey was a genius in the film industry. Without Harvey, he could not independently operate a film project and guarantee profitability. This situation made him love and hate Harvey. When he heard Link's evaluation of Harvey, he suddenly felt like he had met a confidant. But the phone in his pocket suddenly appeared. Bob had to stop guessing. After finalizing the contract with Link, he stood up and said goodbye. When he got outside the cafe, he took out his phone and saw that it was Harvey's call. Harvey, what's wrong? Bob, stop negotiating with Link. We can't cooperate with Link. Harvey shouted on the phone. Why? Bob asked in surprise. It was Harvey who took the initiative to propose cooperation with Link before, but now he suddenly regretted it, which made him a little confused. Bob, you are confused. We are in a hostile relationship with Link. I even threatened to ban him. Now I suddenly cooperate with him. If this matter gets out, how will others see me? So we must never cooperate with Link. Harvey shouted. Bob was a little helpless. He had already considered what Harvey said, but for the sake of making money, he didn't care. After all, he thought Harvey had understood when he proposed cooperation, and he didn't react until so long. How stupid. Harvey, I don't think it's a good time to ban Link and Tidal Flats. First of all, Link has Lionsgate, a lot of cash, and a complete film promotion system. We can't ban him at all. At present, the movies produced by Palm Beach Pictures are selling well. Many people in the circle want to cooperate with him. There is no shortage of connections and funds. If we ban him, we will be isolated by everyone. And you are busy investing in movies every day, and you probably haven't paid attention to the company's situation. Although the box office performance of several movies released by the company last year is good, it is still recovering as a whole. There are still more than 100 million debts that have not been initialized. We need to make money. Harvey was silent for a long time and gritted his teeth and said, "No, I banned him before, and everyone knows that he and I are enemies. Now we take the initiative to find Link to cooperate. When the news spreads, others will think that I don't even care about my face to make money. This kind of thing must not happen." Harvey, you didn't object to a single issue. Lionsgate is the 8th largest studio in Hollywood and a very good partner. If we don't cooperate with it, we need to cooperate with the Big Six. And if we cooperate with the Big Six, we must be prepared to be exploited. In addition, I don't think we have any difficult to resolve conflicts with Link. Originally, you and Link had a conflict because Link deceived you with fabricated black materials, which was not a big loss for us. Later, because we intervened in Lionsgate's casting, Link rashly acquired Lionsgate and lost more than $200 billion. I think this revenge is enough. Now Link has the intention to ease the situation. From the perspective of interests, we should accept it. Bob said. Even if you are right, we cannot cooperate. I'm the number one on the power list. If I ask for cooperation, just because Link's movies make money, how will others view me if it gets out? Harvey said dissatisfiedly. Bob was helpless. Link was right. Harvey's subordinates were extremely paranoid and too unwilling to let go. Such people were not suitable for doing business. Harvey, I have convinced Link and got a 30% investment contribution from him. If this movie is as good as Bridesmaids and The Scandal, the equity dispersion will reach tens of millions. We need such a profitable project. Bob insisted. Damn, you must cooperate with Link, Harvey said angrily. Seeing Harvey getting angry, Bob didn't want to go against him, so he came up with a solution. In addition to Weinstein Pictures, they also have Dimension Pictures, which is also a company that focuses on low-budget movies, and its representative work is the Scream series. Bob proposed that he represent Dimension Pictures to cooperate with Link, so that he can make money and save Harvey's face. In addition, establish a cooperative relationship with Link first, give him the opportunity to launch a revenge action, and drag Link and Lionsgate into the trap of big production. After all, in war, the knife from the back is the most deadly. Harvey was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, and agreed to his proposal. But he asked Bob to take the initiative to explain that cooperating with Link was a proactive response when outsiders asked about this matter, and he had nothing to do with it, and he was still hostile to Link. Bob agreed. When he got in the car and left, he looked back at the cafe and saw a woman sitting opposite Link, who seemed to be Kristen Stewart. He couldn't help but shake his head. Link claimed to be a pure transplant before, but he was not. In order to promote a woman to a higher position, he actually wanted to make Jennifer Lawrence, who was only 21 years old, become an Oscar winner. It was too unrealistic and a waste of money. From this point of view, Link was not a normal transplanter, he was just a playboy. Cooperating with a playboy, he had many ways to control the other party. Beep. Chapter 423 Script New Song. Beep. Hearing the horn outside, Link looked over, and suddenly Bob's black Mercedes slowly drove out of the parking lot. Thinking of Bob, he curled his lips and said that Harvey's rapid downfall and conviction was largely due to his brother Bob stabbing him in the back and submitting more critical evidence. He didn't know that Bob was doing this to save his life and avoid being affected by Harvey's scandal. He really had a problem with Harvey and killed his brother for the sake of justice. None of this mattered. As long as Bob was willing to cooperate, he could use it. You look like a villain in a movie when you smile. Suddenly, there were many people on the opposite side. Link's face darkened, and he looked up at the girl opposite, Kristen Stewart. Just now when I was chatting with Bob, I noticed that someone next to me was constantly peeking at me. At first I thought it was a fan and didn't care. After Bob left, I realized it was her. Kristen was handsome in a white t-shirt and hot pants, with long golden brown hair. Her expression was still indifferent, and with her fair and delicate face, she looked like an emotionless vampire. "Why are you here? Can you have some coffee?" Kristen said expressionlessly. "Where is the boy who just sat in front of you? He looks familiar. Is he your boyfriend? You are a big guy. Are you so gossipy?" Kristen propped her face up and looked at him. Link smiled lightly, stirring the coffee with a small round spoon, letting the aroma of the coffee evaporate. "Why are you not talking?" Kristen moved the sugar box over with her fingers. "It's been a long time since we last met. We've both changed a lot. You're now world famous youth idol, and I'm a notorious playboy. I don't know what impression you have of me now, so I don't know how to talk to you so as not to annoy you. After all, you have a bad temper. Humph, you're a Hollywood tycoon now, and I'm just a small actor. Even if you hit me, I wouldn't dare to be angry with you. I'm communicating as a friend now, not a Hollywood tycoon. If I were the boss of a film company, I would lift your chin with my finger and ask you to. Is your job at Lionsgate to lift the actresses' chins and force them to smile at you? No, I don't have a job at Lionsgate, and I won't interfere with the crew's auditions. This practice is only directed at you." Link shrugged. "Scumbag." Christine rolled her eyes at him, lying outside the coffee shop, and said lazily, "The person sitting here just now was Bob Weinstein. Rumor has it that you are mortal enemies. How come you are drinking coffee together?" "Well, I'm curious and asked around. You don't have to answer. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Palm Beach Pictures is doing well, and Weinstein wants brothers to work together," Link said. "I remember that recently people in the circle have been talking about how Beach Pictures has made Dark Horse movies for 2 consecutive years, saying that you have found a lot of correct ways to invest in movies, and actors all hope to participate in your next work. How can you become so powerful?" Christine pressed her chin on her arm, raised her face, and looked at him with bright eyes. "Do you want to know? Smile for me first." Link smiled. Christine looked at him expressionlessly. Her face was cold. Just like director Alan said, she is suitable for disaster movies. Link smiled lightly and was about to tell her about movie investment, and then a middle-aged man in a polo shirt came from the aisle, looking at him keenly and eagerly. "Mr. Baker, it's a great honor to meet you here. I'm a screenwriter for the Writers Guild and officially a director. I have a new script. Can I ask you to take a look at it?" the middle-aged man asked nervously and eagerly. "Sure." More than half an hour later, Link left the cafe and sat in the business car. Christine followed him up and sat opposite him, looking at him with a surprised look. Link handed her a bottle of ice water and stopped talking. He leaned back in his seat and looked at the scale of the prescription. Christine couldn't help but ask after a long while, "Link, do you really want to film this equation?" "Of course, this story is." Link shrugged. "Is this how you invest in movies? Just sit in a cafe and buy an equation when you see someone come up? Can a movie made from this script make money?" Christine asked. "It should be possible. The name of the signature in my hand is The Vow, a love movie adapted from a real-life event. It tells the story of an Nollywood couple whose happiness ended after a car accident. The wife fell into a coma, and the husband took care of her without abandoning her. However, after the wife woke up, she lost 5 years of memory, including all memories related to her husband and marriage. She didn't know why she fell in love with her current husband and married him, nor did she know what happened in the past. The husband was also very painful after knowing that his wife had lost that memory, but he did not want to give up on his wife. He confessed to his wife again and slowly tried to win back his lover's heart. Link has seen this movie, which is one of Rachel McAdams' representative works, and is said to be one of the 3 best-selling movies she starred in. Rachel McAdams is a Canadian actress who starred in Mean Girls, The Notebook and Sherlock Holmes, all of which have sold over 100 million copies in North America. From this point of view, the sales of this movie should also be good. In addition, according to the external story, he remembered an English song "What Are This song became popular in the 10th season of American Idol and became a hit song, but now American Idol has been broadcast to the 10th season and he has not heard of this song. He searched it several times on his mobile phone, but there is no identical lyrics. This made him wonder if the butterfly effect has blown the song away. What is the work of American singer Chris Medina? Medina is a waiter at Starbucks. He got engaged to his girlfriend in 2007. In 2009, his girlfriend suffered a car accident and suffered severe brain damage. After her recovery, Israel was only 2 years old. Medina still stayed with Annie. In order to help Annie raise money for her treatment, he signed up for the 10th season of American Idol in 2009, but was eliminated in the top 24. This song was also a contest song and became very popular. Link was not interested either. It was only after seeing The Vow that he suddenly remembered the song and someone edited the movie into the MV of this song. He remembered that it was also a bit loud, so he decided to invest. Christine didn't know what he was thinking. After seeing him read the script, he immediately called the production department of Lionsgate Films and asked them to come and buy the adaptation rights of the script. From seeing the script to buying it, the time of thinking was not long, but 20 minutes. It was too hasty, so Christine was very surprised by his approach. Are you so confident? The revenue of the Gossip Project and Bridesmaids was nearly 10 times higher. Is this okay? Christine continued to ask. As long as the cost can be controlled, there should be no problem. Kristen blinked her eyes, feeling very incredible. Is it so easy to invest in a movie? Just meet someone in a cafe and get a sketch, ask a few questions, just look at the story outline and buy it casually, and even plan to invest tens of millions to shoot it. Can this movie make money? Kristen would never believe it. Making a movie is definitely not that simple. Link, I bet that your movie will lose money 100% of the time. Kristen said firmly. Oh, what to bet on? Link raised his eyes, his gaze from her white and greasy legs up, across her slightly bulging chest, to her fair and delicate cheeks, with an interested look. Kristen frowned and thought for a while, and said to bet 1,000 lollipops, whoever loses will buy him 1,000 Mars lollipops. No problem. Link tapped the armrest and said, when I was looking at the budget just now, a song suddenly popped into my mind, and I think it is very suitable to be the theme song of this movie. Do you want to listen to it? Kristen asked in surprise. Link nodded, picked up the guitar in the back seat, tuned a few strings, and sang jinglingly. When you are here, I will be by your side. No matter where you are, I will be with you. No matter where you go, I will be there. No matter where you go, I will go with you. Every time you call my name softly, you will see how I keep every promise. How I keep every promise to you. Because what kind of person will I be? What if I leave when you need me most? If I leave when you need me most? Kristen looked at him quietly, her lips slightly parted, very shocked. This song is very nice, and the general meaning of the lyrics is similar to the outline of the plot in The Heart, which is equivalent to the song, made for this budget. Is this really what Lynn thought of just now? Is this guy too powerful? Blinking and looking at the guy opposite, he has a playboy face, but a pair of white and deep blue eyes and angular cheeks. He is more masculine and resolute than Leonardo DiCaprio and Orlando Bloom, and has more manliness. He is also more artistic than Henry Cavill, who has been very popular in recent years. His sexual outline is more delicate and has more curves. Christine didn't want to stare at him, but every time she lowered her head, in less than 2 seconds, her attention would involuntarily return to his face and his body. At this time, Link was wearing a loose light blue top with an ordinary silhouette and a strong and slender figure. He crossed his legs and played the rich guitar while singing. His voice was clear and rough and matched with the moving melody, as if tickling in her ears. Christine shook her head and suddenly understood why Emma and those stupid women liked Link, even though they knew he was a scumbag. It was mainly because of his anime style and his deceptive appearance. When you often see him, it is easy to forget the fact that he is a playboy. What is a vow? What is a vow? If they are just for the good times, if it is simple, they will keep their promises in wealth. Then they will turn into smoke in adversity. When it is love. When singing here, Link pressed the strings and stopped, and did not continue singing. Why don't you sing? Kristen was stunned and blinked. How can I sing it tonight? Link shrugged. This is the song you just wrote. Can you write such a beautiful song after only looking at it once? Christine asked. I'm not sure, it's not written by me. I just thought of such a song when I was looking at the budget. Maybe it's an old song. Have you heard it? No. Then I need to check it out to see if there are any similar old songs. If not, I will sing it to you after I finish writing it. Link put down his guitar and took a sip of mineral water. Christine looked at him. After seeing Link rashly take down the oath and decide to invest in the filming, she felt that the movie would most likely lose money. After listening to his songs, she became uncertain. Link is an amazing person. He became an Olympic champion and world boxing champion in boxing, a top singer in singing, and the boss of Lionsgate in less than 2 years as an actor. Just now, he was able to write a very touching song just by looking at the script. For an excellent guy like him, if he has the confidence to make this movie well, the probability of success is also very high. Christine, I'm going to visit the beach boxing gym for training. Where are you going? Link asked, looking out the window. I don't have any training scheduled in the afternoon. Can I go to the Zhao boxing gym to have a look? Christine said, shaking her slender calves. Link nodded and asked Bob to drive directly to the zoo. Chapter 424 Negotiation Event. Bang, bang, bang. Morals. Attack faster. You have to imagine that the person on the other side is Link. You have to be faster to knock him down hard. Jeremiah, pay attention to defense. You are a heavyweight boxer. I don't want to see you being defeated by a super middleweight. When Link came to the training ground, Morales was sparring with a black boxer named Jeremiah Johnson in the boxing ring. Morales was mainly attacking, and the opponent was mainly defending. Both sides fought vividly. De La Hoya was pointing and speaking beside him. His voice was a little noisy. Link let Christine move freely in the training ground, then changed into sportswear and started daily routine training. Christine crossed her legs and slumped on the sofa in the rest area, taking out lollipops from her pocket and putting them in her mouth. Watching Link practice skipping rope for half an hour and then practicing weightlifting on the barbell rack. A barbell of more than 160 pounds was the weight he needed, and a set of 50 push-ups could be completed in less than 3 minutes. The movements he captured gradually became tough and firm, with distinct muscles between the captured muscles, bulging pectoralis major, 8 chocolate abdominal muscles, strong biceps brachii, flexible shoulder blade muscles, and everything that was dissected was full of wild beauty. After practicing for a long time, fine sweat came out of the pores, and the bronze skin became shiny and smooth, as if it was steel soaked in oil stains, very solid, as if it would make a dang dang sound if it was knocked twice with the hand. Christine admired the red lips, and also walked to the equipment training area, picking up the exquisite small dumbbells to do arm curling exercises. After practicing for a while, her long hair was sweaty and stuck to her face, and her white shirt was also wet with sweat, sticking to her chest and back, wearing a black underwear shape, and her head in hot pants was white and fair because of the amount of activity. It was very cute, and her round calves were slightly trembling. Link reminded her to warm up for the next training to prevent being pulled. Christine ignored him and moved from one training device to another, touching all the devices she could get her hands on. De La Hoya stood on the boxing ring, looking at the opposite side of the training area and complained, "Is he here to exercise or to pick up girls?" Some media criticized me for being a playboy and called me a friend of women, but compared to a real scumbag like Link, I'm more innocent than many middle school students. It's different. Link messes around, but he has never lost a fight. Once you mess around, your legs will be weak, and you will lose the game. There is no comparison between the two of you, Morales said, panting. Practice your boxing well. Jeremiah, now it's your turn to attack him to defend. If you see him being lazy, beat him up hard. Don't be soft-hearted. De La Hoya shouted with a dark face. The black boxer Jeremiah Johnson swung his sandbag-sized fist at Morales. Fortunately, Morales knew that he was an Iron Man. After 2 years of training with Link, his body became stronger. As long as the fists under 800 pounds did not hit the head, hitting other parts would have almost no effect. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing Morales busy fighting Jeremiah, De La Hoya continued, "Don't think that Link is so powerful. He is now 22 wins in 22 fights, and I once maintained a record of 31 wins in 31 fights. Once again, he will definitely lose after 2 years. This is a situation that all boxers will encounter. Not necessarily. You have 31 wins in 31 fights, because you can only maintain 31 unbeaten games. Link has 22 wins in 22 fights, because he has only participated in 22 games. The gap is too far. Morales retreated. Jeremiah, attack faster and hit him in the face. De La Hoya shouted. The black boxer roared, swinging his fists to attack Morales continuously. De La Hoya snorted and turned to look at the training area. Before Link brought Emma Roberts here, and now it's Kristen Stewart. I heard that Jennifer Lawrence, Alexandra Daddario, and Emma Watson are also his girlfriends. The quality of this bastard's girls is too high, at least 10 times higher than mine. I'm afraid it's more than that, at least 10,000 times. De La Hoya's face fell, and he was about to scold, but he found that the person who was talking was Franco Duva. Franco was wearing a beach shirt and casual pants. His hair was combed meticulously, and his face was fatter than the last time he fought in Las Vegas. Link is really good at picking up girls. I can't compare with him, but I'm better than someone who has to pull his wife's hair when he sleeps outside. De La Hoya snorted. Franco immediately restrained the smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. At least my wife didn't pull my hair out. Hoya's face instantly turned dark. Back then, he had a mistress outside and was caught by his pregnant wife. In the morning, his wife pulled out several strands of his hair when they were making a fuss. Somehow, this incident was photographed by paparazzi and published in the newspaper, causing a sensation. 7 or 8 years have passed since the incident, and everyone was thought to have forgotten it, but Franco, that bastard, actually dared to bring it up in person. Hoya, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have said that. I took it back before. Franco said apologetically. Hoya gritted his teeth and wanted to say a few more words, but he really had no black material about Franco in this regard, and he had nothing to say, even if he had a mouth, and he felt very uncomfortable holding it in his heart. Oh, I heard that you signed 2 newcomers with good potential in advance of the Golden Gloves boxing gathering. Are there any who can compare to Link? No, Link is a boxing training genius that is rare in a century. A boxer like him is lucky to meet one in a lifetime. How can you meet one after another? Franco looked at Link in the middle, thinking that ordinary boxers would be complacent and depressed after achieving certain results, and daily training also needs constant supervision. But Link is now the boxer with the strongest comprehensive strength, the highest appearance fee, and the greatest reputation in the boxing world. He is also the most outstanding representative in the current boxing field voted by Ring magazine. In addition, he is worth more than $2 billion. People who train like him can enjoy wealth and glory without working hard. But after achieving these achievements, Link did not rely on the credit book to stagnate. He still insists on improving his strength every day, as if he had not become famous. Spirit, mentality, perseverance, self-control, and the pursuit of boxing are worthy of learning for all boxers and even athletes. Yes, it is really difficult to meet a boxer like Link. You are lucky to meet him. Last time, Al Heyman and Frank Warren said that you are a lucky guy. If there is no Link, people like you can only muddle through in major event companies. How can it be as clear as it is now? A small broken company with a family has a market value of 300 to 400 million. You have picked up a big bargain. De La Hoya said with a pursed mouth. Franco shook his head and replied. He could tell that De La Hoya was still arguing about the hair pulling incident, but he didn't mind. What De La Hoya said was true. If he hadn't signed Link, it would have been difficult for him to achieve anything in the boxing world, let alone run a sports company with a market value of hundreds of millions of dollars. He also heard a strong sour taste in De La Hoya's words, which was envy, jealousy, and hatred. In fact, it was not just De La Hoya's eyes. Since 2009, he has achieved the goal in the eyes of all the promotion company bosses, and they are getting more and more jealous. Because Link's ability to make money is getting stronger and stronger. The appearance fee for a match is 30 to 40 million, and there are 4 or 5 matches a year, with a total income of more than 200 million. Even if the company can only get 20 to 30%, it is still 40 to 50 million in income, 40 to 50 million a year, 100 million in 2 years, minus the publicity costs during the event. The net income is more than 10 million. At this rate, it was really cheap for Link to shout out 100 million contractor money on the train. The speed at which he makes money alone is more profitable than founding a promotion company with 100 professional boxers. For example, De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions has launched more than 50 professional boxers. Last year, the book profit was less than 6 million, but in fact, it was said that several million was hidden. De La Hoya spoke to him in such a sour tone, and he said, "Let's stop bickering. I see that you have something serious to discuss." Franco said, "Isn't this about the match with Hopkins? There is no rush. Let Link fight with Barachumanov, Chad Dawson, and Nathan Cleverly first, and wait until you beat them," De La Hoya said perfunctorily. After being defeated by Link at the beginning of the year, De La Hoya subsequently announced the establishment of Golden Boy Boxing Promotions, and focused on running it. He is now the boss of the promotion company and a well-known promoter in the boxing world. He is responsible for promoting and operating the boxers' matches, and making money from boxers. Al Heyman and Franco Warren, who he mentioned earlier, are also gold medal promoters in the boxing world. There are also Bob Arum and Franco Duva. Now, if there are any important matches in the boxing world, they are all promoted and operated by several people. And WBA light heavyweight champion Bernard Hopkins is a boxer promoted by Golden Boy. Franco initially needed his consent to start the match between Link and Hopkins. In the current situation, he cannot agree. He has fought with Link and knows how strong Link is. Hopkins is not Link's opponent for the time being. He is arranging for Hopkins to have special training in Cuba to see if Link's matches with the other 3 light heavyweight champions are similar. It would be best if Link encounters some difficulties in the first 3 light heavyweight matches and his mentality is affected. Hopkins will then make a timely move and defeat Link in one fell swoop, which would be perfect. Bob Arum, the IBF light heavyweight champion, and WBO light heavyweight champion Nathan Cleverly, said the same thing, and Al Heyman. Franco said helplessly, "Meng subordinates. They also want to see Link's match with the other 3 champions before making a decision. If you don't arrange anyone to play, Link will have no match to play after Barachumanov. How can there be no match? You can arrange for Link to play with the 2nd and 3rd ranked boxers of each organization. First obtain the challenger qualification, and then challenge Hopkins and the other 2, one step at a time, steady and steady, which is more beneficial to Link's development," De La Hoya said with his hands spread out. This arrangement is also possible, but Link has a lot of things to do now, and time is limited. He doesn't have that much time to participate in the first match. Besides, what's the point of avoiding fighting like this? You will have a chance to defeat Link in a few months later. This Franco glanced at him. "Are you sure you want to do this? Don't forget that Hopkins is 46 years old this year, and will be 47 next year. His condition will get worse and worse. You are also a boxer, and you know what age means to a boxer." De La Hoya frowned when he heard this. Executioner Hopkins is indeed young and outstanding, and he is also the oldest active champion in the current boxing world. It is precisely because of this that he does not want Hopkins to be on the ring too early. Once Link uses a consumption strategy and drags the game to the next 10 rounds, Hopkins will have no chance to trigger it. De La Hoya, think about it again. Hopkins still has a championship 7 defense match next. It will be a lightweight master match. If he loses a gold belt, he will not be qualified to compete with Link. Why not take advantage of the fact that he is still the champion and compete with Link to earn a few million more in appearance fees? Franco advised. After hearing his proposal, De La Hoya fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and said to Franco that he would discuss it with Hopkins first. If Hopkins accepted it, he would not object. Franco nodded, said hello, and walked towards the equipment training area. De La Hoya saw Franco's back and curled his lips unhappily. This lucky guy was born with a good father, met a good wife when he grew up, and now he met Link. This guy has been lucky all his life. And that guy Link, it is estimated that if Link appeared in the Golden Boy Promotions company, he would be able to force other boxers to fight like Franco. It's a pity that Link was not discovered earlier. If time could go back, he would definitely get ahead of Franco and sign him with a big contract. Chapter 425 Boxing Contest. Seeing Franco coming, Link stopped and talked to him about the next boxing match. First, the WBA Lightweight Challenge in Hong Kong in June. It is expected that after the match, the time and place of the next match will be determined according to the response of the three major organizations WBC, IBF, WBO. If the three boxing champions continue to choose to avoid fighting, they will need to participate in the Boxing Champion Challenge of other organizations, obtain the qualification of Boxing Champion Challenger, and face the opponent urgently. You need to participate in several more matches. But the premise of all this is that he must beat Berat Shumanov and get the WBA Lightweight Champion Gold Championship. In order to ensure that there is no risk, he will conduct intensive training in this match before the game, and the struggle will be comprehensive. After sending Franco away, Link returned to the training area and continued strength training. During the training, he found that Christine had not appeared in the training area for a long time. He thought she had left and did not pay attention to her anymore. After strength training, he continued to jump rope, practice the flexibility of his feet, and the fighting ability of his hands and feet. In boxing, the coordination of hands and feet is extremely important. If the footsteps can keep up with the speed of the punches and the body's center of gravity is stable, the punches will be heavier and cause more damage. If the footsteps cannot keep up with the speed of the punches will be flowing, causing minimal damage, and sometimes even causing a fall. This is why many boxers often use a boxing weight tester to test more than 1,000 pounds of force. But in real competitions, the force output of the fists is often only 200 or 300, 3 or 400, which is also closely related to the ability of the hands and feet to fight. After practicing for more than 3 hours, he was sweating all over. "Do you want something?" Christine came over from the rest area and ordered a sandwich. She was still wearing denim hot pants, wearing bald white braces, and her t-shirt was a little ventilated, but her black underwear was missing, and there were 2 very eye-catching bumps on the front. He quickly looked away and wrapped the palm bandage around her. "The training is not over yet, so I can't eat for the time being." "Did you just buy food?" "Yes, I just took a training walk around the club and found there is a cafeteria here, so I bought some food." "You haven't finished 3 hours yet, so how long do you train every day?" Christine looked at him. "When I have free time, 3 hours a day when I'm busy, and more than 7 or 8 hours when I'm free. Train more than 3 hours a day. Is it like this all year round?" Christine asked. "Yes, I'm a professional boxer. How can I win the game without training?" Link shrugged. Christine blinked, very surprised. She had often seen Link's scandals in the news before and thought that he lived a very free life, going from one woman to another, fooling around with women in the villa every day. Now that she saw him training with her own eyes, she found that it was not the case at all. He is a boxer, he has to train every day and spends most of his time in the training hall. Sometimes he has to record albums, manage company affairs, and make movies. This guy is busier than his master, Madrid. Christine suddenly understood why he was so powerful, because he was very powerful, and he was also very diligent and hardworking. Compared with him, Christine found that she was just a female scoundrel with no goals, no ambition, and doing nothing all day long. Thinking of this, Christine was very confused. She gave Link a look of displeasure and quickly turned around and walked out. "Wait a minute. There are more men in the training ground, and it's not convenient for you to wear this. There are t-shirts and a bathroom in my locker room. If you don't mind, you can change into a t-shirt. It may be a little bigger, but it is more comfortable than wearing wet clothes." Kristen looked down at the single piece on her chest and said expressionlessly, "You men can go without clothes, so what's wrong with us not wearing underwear?" "Nothing, I just made a suggestion, not forced." Link spread his hands and stood in front of the sandbag to prepare for boxing training. "Okay, where is your locker room?" Kristen asked. Link stopped to show her the direction and continued to practice boxing. More than half an hour later, Kristen returned to the training ground. Her long golden hair was draped wetly on her shoulders. She was wearing only a large t-shirt with a belt around her slender waist. The neckline of the t-shirt was relatively wide, matching her fair and delicate collarbone. Occasionally, she would wear a t-shirt with a longer hem that reached her shoulders, hanging down to a point more than a foot above her knees, and it was impossible to tell whether it was worn short or not. Her legs are very beautiful, white, straight, and round. Although they are less than 1 meter long, they are sexy enough. After Kristen appeared, the boxers who were concentrating on training around her gradually became absent-minded, and from time to time they cast sneak glances at Prague. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen beautiful women before? How about we find a few bikini girls for you to see here? De La Hoya shouted in the aisle. Most of the people present were boxers promoted by Golden Boy. When they heard him shouting, they all regained their rise and concentrated. De La Hoya walked over with a sullen face. He wanted to persuade Christine to consider wearing an extra piece of clothing so as not to affect everyone's training. Even though it was her first time here, and she was a big beauty and a big star, he was embarrassed to say harsh words. Unexpectedly, the advice that jumped to his lips turned into a smiling greeting for training, and he also invited her to come often, when she was free. The tail was not distracted by Christine, which made him have nowhere to vent his sarcasm. De La Hoya glared at Link with dissatisfaction. In addition to his own strong strength, this guy was also very serious during training, and there was no woman in his eyes. Compared with him, the professional boxers promoted by Golden Boy were all like half-hearted losers. De La Hoya suddenly felt that it was a mistake to agree to Link to stay here for training. After all, he thought Link was a super boxing champion and asked him to be here so that the boxers promoted by Golden Boy could learn from him. But the reality was contrary to his wishes, and Link's punishment had a greater effect. Link is a pervert who can train 7 or 8 hours a day in the boxing ring. Some boxers want to learn from him and increase their daily training volume, hoping to become as strong as him. As a result, few people become stronger, and the number of people who are injured due to training is several times more than before. For this reason, he had to make a clear rule that, except for Link, boxers should not train for more than 36 hours a week. The consequence of this rule is that every day, when the boxers finish training, Link is still hitting the sandbag crazily on the field. Everyone sees that he, a world boxing champion, is so hardworking, while they, a group of ordinary boxers, are resting, and none of them feel at ease when they are resting. This matter makes De La Hoya very distressed, and there is no good solution. Now a new distress has emerged. Link not only trains here, but also intends to use this place as a place to pick up girls. It is too outrageous. De La Hoya thinks that the renovation of the training hall should be accelerated, and Link's private training ground should be renovated as soon as possible, so that he can avoid practicing in seclusion alone and affect others. Link, concentrate on training, and don't look around. Hoya shouted and walked away without looking back. Link didn't hear Hoya's shout. His attention was all on the sandbag. He hit the sandbag with his fists again and again, sometimes 800 or 900 times, sometimes thousands of times, until his arms and wrists ached, and he stopped to rest for a while. Link, do you want to practice with Jeremiah? Let me see how you fight a heavyweight boxer. Morales shouted in the ring. Link looked at the sturdy Jeremiah Johnson, who is 32 years old, 193 centimeters tall, 122 kilograms in weight, with a professional record of 24 wins, 7 losses and 1 draw in 32 fights. He is an experienced heavyweight boxer. Link did not refuse, put on his gloves, stepped onto the ring, and started fighting with Jeremiah. He had fought with Tyson before, and he also lacked experience in dealing with heavyweight opponents. Most heavyweight boxers are tall and big, with a sturdy build and solid movements. Their fists are very heavy. The average weight of the Intercontinental Champion is about 1,000 pounds, the International Champion is about 1,200 pounds, and the World Champion is about 1,500 pounds. In the 1980s and 1990s, there were many super champions in the heavyweight field, and their fists were heavier. By the 2010s, due to the increase in tall boxers in the heavyweight class, the average height of the top 50 heavyweight boxers in the 4 major organizations has also increased from 186.5 centimeters 20 years ago to 188 centimeters, which has also led to an increase in the average punch weight. Their punches are lethal, but they are also slower due to their body shape, arm length, power accumulation time, and flexible grasping. Lightweight boxers throw 6 or 7 punches per second, while they throw 3 or 4 punches per second. In the heavyweight field, boxers with fast speed and heavy punches are more likely to become boxing champions. For example, Tyson, who is less than 180 centimeters tall and as slow as a middleweight boxer, and fast fire Chris Bide, lights out James Toney, the quiet man John Roos, Cannon Shannon Briggs, the big and small Klitschko, etc., are all representatives of this type of boxers. The reason why the Oriental Beast Value can become the boxing champion is that there is no one in the first 2 boxing arenas. Only the old guys like Leo Huo are fighting hard, and the other is that the Klitschko brothers are avoiding fighting. Link's Jeremiah Johnson is also facing a power boxer, who is much slower than Tyson in 2008. Link can almost accurately avoid him every time he hits, and hit his fist in his face by the way. In order to complete the training task, he did not use all his strength every time he shot, pointing to the state. Christine stood under the boxing ring and watched him boxing quietly. When Link went on stage, she saw that some opponents were taller than Link and had a stronger body, and she was worried that Link would be beaten. Later, she saw Link moving flexibly, accurately aiming at the opponent's fist again, and continuously hitting the opponent's important parts, allowing the opponent with enhanced skin color to fight back. Christine suddenly liked the sport of boxing. She used to think that boxing was about whose fist was heavier and very rough. After watching Link's match, she realized that the strength of boxing cannot be seen with the eyes alone. It takes 2 people standing on the boxing ring, and after several duels of strength, speed, and technology, to know who is better. But now there is one thing she can be sure of: Link is very good against this guy. When he faced an opponent who was much stronger than him, he was calm and composed and used powerful combination punches to beat his opponent repeatedly. Link is an unstoppable boxer. No matter what level of boxer is enough to crush him, he can't get the upper hand. In the future, when he reaches the heavyweight field, he will probably have the opportunity to win a few gold belts. Morales said. De La Hoya looked at Link on the ring with a very complicated expression. Jeremiah is the 32nd ranked boxer in the WBC heavyweight division and has won the Intercontinental Boxing Championship. But when Link faced a super middleweight boxer, he had no feeling at all. With Link's level, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be promoted to heavyweight in the future, and there is a great possibility that he will reach an expected gold index. By that time, Link's appearance fee will probably be higher, and he will earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions from a boxing match. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly curse Franco for his dogshit luck. He bet on the right treasure once and earned a gold mountain, a real gold mountain. In the boxing ring, Link and Jeremiah fought for 10 rounds. Jeremiah was exhausted and panting, sweating profusely, and began to stagger when he walked. This was a sign of exhaustion. Link retracted his fist and announced a break. "Link, can you teach me how to box?" Christine asked when he saw him coming off the stage. "Are you going to learn boxing?" Link took off his boxing gloves. The weather was too hot and sweat could be seen pouring out of the gloves after wearing them for a while. "I think boxing is cool," Christine said, shaking her delicate fists. "No problem." Link smiled lightly and arranged for her to hit the sandbag next to him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.